What up, gang? It's your boy reporting for duty. I scheduled a stream, and my bad being late. I was having dinner with my family. Ugh, and my eyes are bothering me. I feel like these fucking eye drops are making it worse for some reason. Chris Chapin says the overture. Exactly, bro. It's one of those. It's kind of like an old '50s movie. It's like East of Eden or something. Opening up with an overture. You don't get classier than that, than this. Than this stream right here. Chill Island, Oasis, Truth and Reality. Although, it is now just simply blah, 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 blah. Because why not? It's sort of the vibe. I'm not in a... Oh, I gotta switch it to live chat. Oh. Yeah, I'm not in too streamy of a mood, if I'm being honest. But I figured I'd pop off and see what's going on. See what the deal is here. I was supposed to have... Oh, God. I had to do jury... I had jury duty, but then my dad rescheduled it for me, which was nice of him, but I didn't realize that it was supposed to be tomorrow. So I postponed it yet again. Saying I have a cold, which I kind of do. I'm not really feeling that great. Again, my fucking eyes are bothering me badly, but I now have to go next month, which is just not like... I just hate having it hanging over my head. It's such bullshit. Because I had to do this years ago, and it took a long time. Anyway, whatever. Gonna do that June 21st. And we'll just hope to not get on the on the jury, you know what I mean? That's not Macaulay Culkin, Jen Daniel. That's funny though. Great, now you ruined it for me. It was sort of a cute outtake, or I don't know if it was in the movie or if it was like an outtake, but it's Sybil Shepherd in the Last Picture Show. She's pretty gorgeous, but I thought that was sort of a funny, cute picture. Not the Canon photo, but I changed it up. Low battery. Gotta fix that now too. It's great. It's great. Yeah. And this is being gay and retarded right now. This fucking bullshit. But yeah, I don't even know. I'm not in a very streamy mood. I see Eric is streaming though. He's always in a streamy mood. That Eric. Although he doesn't go for like 7 hours like I do. I don't think I'm gonna stay on here for that long. I'll probably stay on for a while now, then come back on later or something. But gonna have to do this now. Honestly, don't even know why I scheduled this. I have nothing to really talk about. I mean, I guess I have some stuff to talk about. Sort of going at it a little bit with local favorite Mr. Bobby on Eric's chat yesterday. Which, it was bothering me because it was like, oh, you're a lukewarm... This every now and then this will come up with him, I don't talk about whatever, how I am like anti-gay or something, you know. um I don't know. I've been pretty firm on on my stances, but anyway, it was kind of a goofy discussion anyway. Like and plus I kind of wish if like um I don't know if I should even really be talking about it without him being here. But oh my god, it was just like I don't know, it all started because I mean of like two things. Um the uh Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson is coming out with a new Passion of the Christ, and it's called Passion of the Christ Resurrection. Okay, and if I'm being honest, it feels like a bit of a disrespectful pun. You know what I mean? And he's just kind of like, it's too much to even get into right now, especially with him not here. But he's just like, "What do you mean? Like that's a great title?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but it's like freaking Hollyweird, dude. It's like Resurrection making it a pun for a sequel. You know?" He just wasn't getting it. But then, you know, how Eric and Rachel, I mean, not so much, well, I guess both of them, they can just be kind of irreverent. So they were joking around. But anyway, I don't know. He just holds me to this, like, higher standard, which I sort of appreciate, but also, you know, dislike because it's like, hey, man, I'm doing what I can, you know? I mean, it's like, and that wasn't, because he's kind of like, you're laughing with them, you know? And I'm like, I'm really not. It's just the title is really asking to be like mocked. But he took issue with the way I said that. I don't know. It's just one thing after another. Um, but then I started making the mistake of, well, because something came up about something. We were talking about Jews and stuff. You know, the classic stuff. And I mentioned Ben Shapiro, and I was like, well, you know, I like how he's an Orthodox Jew and how he's like pro-Christian. Um, but then somewhere along the lines, there was some joke or something that Eric said, and then I was like, oh, you know, maybe it'll get him to stop talking about trans people all the time, you know, which is like what I don't know if Bobby understands this, but but and listen, I'm just gonna be honest here. This isn't sort of a me trying to be get one over on the trans people or whatever, but my like whole thing is like, look, I don't really be seeing anything about trans people and stuff until the conservatives put it in my face, you know. Look at this crazy tranny with a bunch of makeup smeared all over him, you know, and Lizzo, this fat black woman, you know. Here, look at it, you know. And it's this thing that they do, and like, I haven't been able to articulate it that well other than just from my own experience of just being like, I don't see that much of this stuff around, but then I see it a bunch because I'm subscribed to the Daily Wire, right? And I'm sick of even talking about it. And, you know, he's right in a way of like, you know, enough about the Daily Wire, right? Okay, sure. But now it's being positioned like, oh, I'm being like anti Daily Wire. I don't know, like what? Like I'm being pro trans or I'm being anti Daily Wire. No, I'm just saying they're just doing what they can to get views and money, and they're the ones shoving trans stuff in my face. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that's what's ironic. He was saying it's ironic because he's saying he's irritated with me saying I'm irritated by it. Yeah, okay. You know, um, I don't know. There was too much to even mention. He was like, "Oh, you're hating on him for hating on." It's like, okay, well, why? We shouldn't even be using the word hate, right? In general, right? So it's like, no, I'm not hating on him. I just can see that scheme. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, but although sometimes, I mean, even just now, like I was watching something on the TV, there was some like sort of trans looking kid and for the Jimmy Fund. And then my mom showed me this clip from like The Good Doctor. They're talking about like trans kids. So there is a lot of weird stuff out there, okay? Um, you know. But anyway, that came, I think it was all over from there. Then, it just became this thing of like, because this thing, and I will say, okay, Eric is always kind of shouting at Bobby, you know, and he doesn't get mad at me. And then inevitably this was kind of like Bobby's like, this is what I see as your FE-ness, you're like, you're just being lukewarm and whatever. And he literally at the end, he's like, I'm the sort of, the Chad mega Christian, whatever, I'm like, look, I hear you, man. But at the same time too, it's like, I've been pretty outspoken. I mean, at the risk of being overly alienating, you know what I mean? I mean, I've had people on here, you guys being like, oh, look, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Okay? But anyway, it's like, I don't have to prove myself to anybody except, God and Jesus Christ, my family and myself. You know what I mean? So, so deep, I know, but it's just silly, right? And it came out of nowhere. It's like, anyway, but it's true. Eric doesn't get mad at me for stuff. And then it's sort of comical. He'll be like, oh, like, but that's true. That's true. Well, hold on. I was saying, Jensennial, I mean like alienating like the normies or whatever, right? I mean, well, but there's two things about it. Yeah, one is like Eric doesn't really, he'll always focus on stuff that like Bobby says. And then I'll be saying stuff. He thought I was saying stuff on purpose when Eric's not looking at the screen. And I'm like, I swear I'm not doing that at all, Really not. But it's like okay, so if you're like religious in any religion, okay? Doesn't matter if it's Christian or if you're actually Jewish, right? You're a Jew. If you're Muslim, I don't know what Hinduism says on the thing, but pretty much every religion agrees that there's something wrong with basically being gay, right? Now, it's not about being gay, but it is definitely about, gay sex, right? It's like if you can't be having sex outside of marriage, if you can't be lustful or whatever, right? I don't mean to say or whatever, but lustful. Basically, if you can't be having sex outside of marriage, you can't be lustful. You can't even like some people don't even, you can't even use contraception. I mean, abortion is obviously evil, but contraception, whatever. I mean, a lot of stuff to go out of the way of trying to make nature not matter, right? But still, that's besides the point. I'm saying if all that stuff you can't do, then certainly gay sex is going to be sinful, right? But the whole thing is like, look, if you're repentful, well, of course the Satanic Temple says that. It's like, of course they do. They'll just do anything to, whatever, go anti everything. Don't even get me started, But like, look, but the reason for that is like, well, there are many reasons for it that are based in like nature, even, that don't have to do with even necessarily morality. But I'm just saying, I understand, whatever, you gotta take a stand, you gotta be I mean, what can I say? I say, sure, of course it's sinful, and of course for me personally it grosses me out, and when it comes to like being trans, I mean, it should be a last resort thing, to prevent your suicide, basically. And it should not be really for kids, you know what I mean? Like, again, there's the whole threat of suicide issue that I understand is a real problem, But they can't be younger than 12, you know? I mean, it's like, give me a break. And can't even imagine, like, can you imagine this stuff, like, going on? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's just a culture thing. Like, oh, we've gotten more accepting, and so it's uh, happening more. Like, it's so people are just more open about their transgender proclivities or whatever. It's like, I don't know about that. I mean, but I also don't. I also do think it gets overblown, though. You know, I mean, I hate to, whatever. It's just my experience, right? But look, we had like one token trans person in our grade, okay, and in the last since I graduated in 2014, so like 9 years. That's crazy. It hasn't even been 10 years yet. So let's just say in the last nine to decade, right? Since then, I knew one other person who became trans, and one other person that I barely even knew. Um, you know what I'm saying? And it's like that checks out proportionally, like percentage wise, um, in terms of being like 1%. Yeah, it's got overrepresentation in the arts and media, but it's like that's all just stupid. Like the whole Bud Light, Dylan Mulvaney thing. It's like at least they're, I don't know. I've talked about it a little too much, but it's like it's worth mentioning, I suppose, in the wake of that conversation because it's like, I mean, how much more firm do I need to be on it without just being a straight up jerk? You know what I mean? That's not really a Christian idea. You know what I mean? Um, you don't want to be unnecessarily alienating. Like anyway though, yeah, there's something to be said about the culture and all that, but I don't me, I shouldn't it's hard to make definitive claims like because I'm sort of torn in the sense that I think it's sort of a problem. The cultural representation is a bit much. On the other hand, I feel like it gets a little overblown. It's like case in point, the Dylan Mulvaney booklessly interviewed Joe Biden. Like, yeah, it's all weird. But the thing is it's like, hi, it's just all like super this idea of being feminine, and people get pissed off by it. But it's not like this academic, serious, miserable, frumpy type of trans person, right? Going in there talking about gender, the patriarchy, and everything. You know what I'm saying? And I'll read what you're saying, Jen Daniel. I just want to finish this train of thought real quick because he really can't even believe how crazy like this stuff with all the Bud Light stuff, man. It's like, oh my gosh. So they get some sort of whatever, right? And I'm saying I get it. 'Cause, oh, she's not a woman and whatever. But this sort of like better that in this person that's sort of at least being this stupid kind of positive, right? Than some, wagging your finger at you about gender fucking norms or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, look, I don't, it's ridiculous how popular this person is, but it's still just, it's so silly. It's all just silly. That's what they seem like too. This Dylan Mulvaney seems silly, and it seems silly that Bud Light, would get them to do it. Look, I don't agree with it in a certain way too, but look what happens. It's like I say every time, these days at least, don't get me wrong, at the end of like the tens, I've been on this train for years and years, you know what I mean? So believe me, I've seen the whole evolution, It all started with like Tumblr and seeing the feminism stuff and the race stuff starting to kind of creep up, and then it blossoms into the Trump era, and we're all fighting. Anyway, it kind of brings us to, and then 2020, the COVID just adds this new horrible element of, BLM and everything. It's just too much for people to handle, right? But inevitably, us, those who have who've made it now to this point, we're now seeing that, oh, we got to be worried about this Dylan Mulvaney. It's like, shut up, Anyway, the point is you got every last conservative commentator talking about the whole thing. It's the new thing. Everyone's all talking about trannies, not day and night, like clockwork, and putting it in my face, putting it in the thumbnails. Hey, look at this TikToker, this trans, blah, 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 blah. They're trying to take your kids. It's like, look, a lot of it, absolutely, I disagree with, but I'm saying, like, there's a lot of views and money in this stuff, and I'm sort of wondering, like, okay, like, can we talk about? Look, I'm not Mr. like economics, but can we maybe talk about like the economy or like some I don't know, some other social stuff, bringing Christianity back, great religion into the forefront, things like this, instead of just focusing on some dude with pigtails, you know what I'm saying, all day long in my face. I'm saying, and it's like, you can say whatever, but it's like, they're the people doing it. They're the ones putting it in my face. And sometimes it's not even, correct. They overblow things, right? Not, just enough. I'm not saying it's like fake or anything, but it's like just enough to be like a little bit sensationalized, okay? It doesn't mean I don't, like agree with the general message, but it is what it is. This is the kind of thing that's making me want to unsubscribe from this stuff. Anyway, look at how many people responded to that, right? Everyone started, Bud Light had to put out an apology. Like Kid Rock is that they were just shooting beer cans. They're like, we're not going to take this crazy tranny shit. Probably because they're all confused, getting turned on by trannies, you know what I mean? Which is such an ironic. Oh, look, I'm sorry. I know that it's like the lowest hanging fruit, to say that. But I'm telling you, like, there's so much, dare I say it, right? It's like, knock on wood and God forbid, obviously. But we have so much freedom of choice, you guys. Like, don't let the CIA hear, right? But like, you don't have to buy Bud Light. You know what I mean? Like, Bud Light's not a very good beer. It's like, it sucks. It sucks it tastes bad. And it's like, I don't know. It's just feeling like such a waste of time and energy. Like, imagine, right? You're spending every day just thinking about trannies. It's like, oh my gosh. You suddenly become, I just think it's a psyop. I really think it is a psyop about the way that they put it in your face and everything. But I do understand that we're talking about like the biggest conservative news outlet that there is. Fair enough. But it's other people too. This Misha Petrov chick, even to some extent Lauren Southern, unfortunately. You guys know I love Lauren Southern, And I'm saying, look, there is some, something to be said about it. I'm sort of glad in some way that there is pushback against the over representation in the culture. But I sort of wonder, I'm like, it starts to feel like it's just adding to it though, like the amount of representation in a sort of an ironic way. Because I'm saying, I'm like, how many freaking trans people do you guys know? Like, you'd think you look outside, they're cartwheeling down the streets. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't know. But I'm also pretty sheltered, What's up, Bobby? Yeah, you can, if you want to rewind or something, you can check my talking about this a little bit. But I hope you don't mind. I sort of have nothing else to really talk about. I kind of covered in the first few minutes, like, what's up. I got nothing really new to talk about, so I figured I remember, I'm like, oh yeah, well, and I was having this conversation with Bobby in the chat, and it's like, just, it's rich with conversation, the whole topic. So, but I appreciate that. Bobby says, CJ, I hope there's no hard feelings. I was freaking multitasking in chat with different people on the last stream when we interacted. I wasn't mad at the TBH, just got home and got a shower. I hope it's all G. Yeah, well, thanks, bro. I mean, I was sort of, at the end of the day, if you want to know the truth, as corny as it sounds, I was kind of like, man, I hope we're good, though. You know what I mean? He goes, I will, though. Just vent it out. It's cool. I got a shower out of med day. I'll be back. Yeah, thanks, bro. And, well, thanks, man. That's what's cool about Bobby. It's never really as deep as it seems. But at the same, well, you know. But of course, look, it's the whole lukewarm Christian thing. I do take it seriously. Um, so sometimes that can be a bummer when that kind of thing comes up. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm always going to be like, um, basically on your side about this kind of cultural stuff. Um, but the more I see of some of this stuff, whether it's Tucker Carlson or whatever, these people, it's a lot of lamestream stuff. I mean, I'm gonna have to throw in some hot takes now and then, because that's just me though. Once I get like tired of a certain approach in that way, let's like from the conservatives, right? From those commentators, right? Who are getting tons of views, making tons of money on this culture wars stuff, pissing me off, right? Whatever, right? I don't know. I just start feeling like it's all bullshit. Bullshit. But it's not all bullshit. It's just, oh. Well, I'm glad you say that, Bobby, because honestly, I was sort of, I don't know. I was a little torn up. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was a little, going back and forth. I was sort of thinking, this fucking Bobby, it's like, what does he want from, it's like, oh, I'm doing the best I can, whatever, right? But then I'm also thinking like, I don't know, he's kind of right. I'm not exactly, maybe I'm not being firm enough about these things, but it's like, I try to say exactly what I feel without, in what I see as being a bit of an FI way, not as much trying to be FE about it. But of course there's going to be an FE element to it. Of course it's like, I don't want people to feel like they can't hang around here. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going to say my piece about the culture and everything, but it just may not be as, I don't know, man, as intense as you'd like sometimes or something. I don't know. Hold on. Wait. Okay, so Bobby says, I freaking love you though. I appreciate your essence and energy. Too many actually bad people out there in the world, and you're a beacon of light in my personal life, for real, man. Well, thanks. I mean, look, I relate to you, and that's why I sort of am like, I take it seriously. You know what I mean? When this stuff comes up, I mean, it's crazy because it's like, I don't even know your name or whatever. I don't really know you that personally, but I feel like I know you. I feel like you're practically almost a friend. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you know, when a friend's opinion comes through and what I take it seriously. Um but he also says, you brought up how I went a while missing your streams before, but I also missed you repeating other prayers mostly because I was moving a few months back and I was adjusting allergy changes. Yeah, I figured that, and that's fine. I'm not even saying that. I just, that was part of it too, where I was kind of like, well, maybe you've missed some of this stuff too, where it's like, I've been about as firm as it gets. I mean, me, I'm not going to be going on here freaking ranting, going hardcore, but I, I'm going to say what I'm going to say about this stuff, like, it's like, I try to stop just short of having people perceive what I'm saying as being hateful. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying that you are, or that you come off as such, but I'm saying, what am I gonna? I don't want to do that. Like, but it's like I hear, it just makes me think of that whole thing. It's like, I understand. You can't just be a friend to the world, and you gotta stand out of the whatever. If you're being you know, kind of hated. It's you're doing something right, but I don't know. It's it's too it's too intense to like I don't know. I think I do a decent job of walking at very a very uh what do you know, thin tightrope, you know? It's like I'm going to say my piece and say, you know, I'm not big on the whole, you know, let's have everyone, you know, of course, I don't know. There's so much back and forth with this kind of thing of like what's really going on that it's a lot to try to cover. And that's why I think if you can, you should just play back um what I was just saying, to be honest, because it's just I don't want to be repetitive, you know. Um but it's true. It's like what am I going to do? I of course I feel some type of way about stuff, but also just don't want to be a jerk, you know. What up, New Groove? He also says, but also something I remembered bit about is how Loki felt rejected a bit when you wouldn't text me back on that other chat app I had gotten you to download before. That I was just thinking how we should talk. I wanted to. It would be good to talk on something else. If I need to download that again, I will. But I keep running out of space on my. I'm not even joking, man. Like I'm not bullshitting you. I keep running out of space on my phone and everything, and I think I just had to get rid of the app. Um, and I was just kind of like, well, whatever, you know, because like you can hit me up on the stream, you know, all that. Oh, you're right though. Hold on, Jenzaniel. And also, that's no worries. So, Jenna Zenial asks a few questions here, a few religious questions. Oh, he goes, okay. Here's a religion test. I'm going to post 7 tenets. You tell me the religion. Well, I'm sure the whole thing is that there's going to be a lot of similarities here. You know, I can already know where you're going with this. Okay, I don't know if that's NI or what that is, but you know. But what I just say though, like, I mean, regarding the kind of homosexuality thing, it's like pretty consistent, you know. Um, and you know, I say that and about what I do about any kind of like sin because it's consistent, you know, in this manner. But I'm no theology scholar, you know. I don't claim to be, but I do have my certain takes on the stuff that I find a certain consistency with within the religious framework, particularly with Christianity. But he says one should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. Well, the reason part is interesting, but I don't know. Christianity, 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 and Christianity, just like each one. No, I'm joking, obviously. The struggle, I honestly don't know. I'm still learning a lot about religion in general, you know? I mean, it's like, you know, I ignored all this stuff for so long in my childhood. And it's only now, as a 27-year-old man, basically, right, that I have to play serious catch up here. I mean, you know, everyone always knows the basics. I mean, you know, I was raised Catholic and, you know, whatever, but it was never, you know, serious. You know what I mean? That wasn't my, which is lucky in some ways because you know, people didn't, you know, beat it into me. You know what I mean? So that I would inevitably be turned away, right? Like so many, you know, which is, yeah, I understand it, you know. It is still sort of taking issue with the people as opposed to the religion, but inevitably that happens, you know. People are turned away. by the evils of people acting in the name of religion. But, I'm not going to, speak specifically to Gentinel as if I'm telling him anything he doesn't know. But I will humor this list, though. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you which one is specifically going to what religion. I mean, the first one sounds pretty Christian, but the second one, the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. I mean, I don't know. I'll just be throwing out guesses. How about I don't know, justice. Talking about justice. Well, it's not a bad tenet, but it's getting into the language here. I don't know. Islam. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. Oh, wait. Well, let me guess. Wait. Watch these be satanic temple tenets or something like that. I bet maybe that's the the freaking joke here. Because obviously, I know stuff about them. But they might as well just be the most of them might as well just be atheist pranksters, I mean, they prize autonomy over all else, which is not really good, It's something. There's something in there about the self and all of that, but they worship themselves, If not the devil, just straight up, But anyway, the body thing, I mean, sure, right? I mean, one's own will alone. See, that's where I'm starting. I'm kind of like, this sounds a little satanic. It's the kind of thing that could sound good at first, but it's kind of like, right? So I don't know. I don't know about that one. It's not like I disagree with the idea that you can't violate someone, but the will part is a little bit intense, subject to one's own will alone. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Satanism. Let's say that. I'm going to call that one out. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. What? That one sounds crazy. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see what it's saying now. Okay, it's not that crazy. I don't know. I'm starting to think that these are all satanic somehow. It's ruining my perception here. But I don't know, because it's not like any of these. I'm like, what? Who's ever saying this, right? I mean, the freedom to willful. I mean, these. I don't know, man. These are pretty getting kind of satanic here. This one, I like. I mean, it's again like it sounds good, But then once you get to number 5, belief should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. I mean, it's like, okay, you don't want to distort them, right? But that sounds spookily scientific. Don't get all technological on me, you know? Number 4 is satanic, and number 5 is very satanic. I'm laughing because I don't know. But I don't know. 6, people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Yeah, and repent and atone. But, you know. I get that. Probably still satanic, though. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. I mean, that's interesting, right? It's also interesting that these are 7, which is a very kind of Christian number. But it's probably some sort of spooky satanic inversion, crazy evil, you know? I don't know. I mean, they always do that, though. It's just flipping the cross, you know? They'd be nothing without Christianity, you know what I mean? Because they need something to rebel against. That's the whole thing. That's the ethos from the beginning of time, right? You know? It's just like, you know, look, whose side are you on, you know? I mean, unless your conception of God is that God is evil, which of course is the Gnostic belief, but you might as well be getting into Satanism there, you know? You know, the idea is okay, no, the snake in the garden was the good guy, you know? It's like, I don't know about that. Going a little, you know, going a little kooky there. But, you know, every time a guy was, I mean, nobility and action and thought, I mean, the spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice goes, I don't know. That's satanic too. How about that? I'm caught on your, you know, little joke here. I'm thinking. Oh, look, Chris Chapin actually says, is it Satanism? Just a guess. Yeah. Oh, wait. I read this and I didn't understand what you were talking about. And he says, you just won $1 million. All right. Well, I'm a little late then on that. Okay, but I swear, when I was reading this, when I read these 2 things after that, I read these 2 things before I read that list. And I thought you guys were talking about, I didn't even register it. I thought you were talking about what you were talking about before here. I didn't realize about. So yeah, I got it. Ding, 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 ding. I'll be getting a check in the mail too, dude. See, I know what's up. You had me for the first 2, though. But how do you like that? You can see a nice, genuine, Christian boy's reaction. No, I'm joking, but you know what I mean? No, it's like you can see a nice, right? This kind of, you know, to this list. Basically, I'm not kidding, but obviously, you know what I'm sort of whatever, making myself sound good, you know. But I'm saying it is funny though, because I'm like sort of genuinely, that's me genuinely going through and being like, okay, well, this first one kind of sounds like Christianity. I'm like, oh, this one is like Islamic or something. I'm like, what is that? And then I'm like, wait a minute, talking about one's own will alone. I'm like, hold on a second, Satanism. And then I'm like, all right, the rest of them, this is all Satanism. So boom. You see though, you know, it's not like it's like it's all there. I don't know. You can tell. You can tell what it is. Even if it takes a minute, you know? Just like everything else, you know? You're like, wait a minute. Because you can tell something's off, right? That's just like what Satanism is like. You know, it's like, this is interesting, right? Because it sort of seems like religion, but it's not. Like there's something off about this, right? That's how you know. Every time. It's like you could say that about anything. And you see it all the time with people. Chris Shaven goes, lol. The Gentile says, smile on candid camera. And I'm like, hey. Amazing. Amazing truth and reality, though. I mean, look, it's like, it's interesting how they have their own ideas, their own take. I mean, they emphasize the individual over all else, though, which is sort of wrong, right? I mean, and I'm saying I'm talking about this from a sheer viewpoint of like understanding like what it is that they're doing on like a human level, because like we could sit here and talk all day about the spirit of the Lucifer and it's Satan, and it's like, yeah, it probably ultimately is. I mean, they don't call themselves satanic for nothing, but a lot of it is also just this like atheist like cosplay of like, we don't like the church and so we're gonna make up our own stuff. And it's like, some of it actually sounds decent, right? But then you realize, wait a minute. It's like, this is all about yourself. This is like all like selfish like crap, right? I mean, with a bit of with they at least take care to add a bit of mutual respect in there, but you can tell that there's no real like directionality. Like it's all surface level, at the very least. And this is, I'm giving a very like charitable definition, right? Of like yeah, materialism. It's like you have a sort of religion that's materialistic, having to do with nothing outside of one's own like kind of sight, what's right immediately in front of you, right? I mean, which which maybe works to some degree in the short term, but almost never really in the long term, because it has no directionality, right? There's no directionality towards good, which is inevitably God in Jesus Christ. But, you know, some people, of course, I mean, not but I mean, some people will, whatever, if you're Hindu or whatever, I mean, I that's, fine. I'm not kind of gonna sit here and be like, you're not supposed to get, honestly, any religion, is a start. You know what I mean? I say this all the time too, it's like, being keyed in spiritually, being keyed in religiously, it's at least a start. Because you shall put no gods before me. But that's from God himself. Oh, you would rather worship Beyonce Knowles? You know what I mean? Well, I mean, the whole, the golden calf and idolatry and everything, and it's like ridiculous. Yeah, and then the sign, I was going to say that too, like, because Chris Chabin says, that's an interesting take some tenets break down when you take away reference to something else unspecified, i.e. science, which feels kind of iffy. It's like the right, it's because like science, like, because it's about the material, and it's like, that was another thing that keyed me, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm like, so you're talking about, you're just into the microscope rather than the macroscope, the telescope, we're thinking right here, right now, with no real directionality, I mean, the people take such issue with the whole like, thou shalt put no gods before me. You're like putting like a human like viewpoint on the thing, It's like if you have an issue with that, then of course it's gonna all fall apart, because you don't have any reverence, right? For the creator, That's all it means. All it means is like, don't be worshiping Beyonce Knowles over over the creator of universe, right? You know what I mean? And it's like I'm being funny, but it's like I'm also being serious, you know? That's where the best humor comes from, you know? It's like, because, like, seriously, what are you going to beyond, she's doing some chicken dance, and everyone's like, oh my God, freaking out, passing out. Honestly, like, insane. I mean, like, honestly, there's something even disturbing about, like, Beatlemania footage. Like, it's freaking scary, you know? I mean, I guess everything is, like, scary, people speaking in tongues and, people just being crazy. But it's all the same. You know what I mean? I see nothing different, you know? Beatlemania, you get, oh my God, oh my God, passing out, hysteria, women being hysterical, like witches in the Salem days, having mass hysteria, and it's all over like some freaking I wanna hold your hand. I'm like, are you joking? Like, people are crazy. Anyway, I'm just saying it's the same thing, like religious fervor. I mean, in all directions. Like, I get it. I'm not Mr. Let's start speaking in tongues and being like super, because something spooky about that too. But because you don't know if that's demonic or angelic. Anyway, I'm saying I understand being like skeptical, but the whole kind of aesthetic of like just people having like religious fervor, there's always going to be something there, I think, right? That's going to be put in some direction, right? Some passion, maybe you want to call it, or energy, right? Which is basically like your soul vibrating or something. Your vibrating energy, Tesla or something, right? Your life force or something. There's always going to be something that's going to go in some direction, right? So it's either going to be like sort of like science or technology or like the arts, you know what I mean? Or God and Jesus and Christ and, religion and, whatever it may be, Buddha or Confucius or whatever. I'm not trying to whatever put them on the same level, but you know what I mean? Religion, spirituality, basically. And like, that's obviously the most correct direction. I mean, you can get pretty far with like the arts and things, but even that's never gonna actually get to the spiritual, especially since 90% of the arts is just sort of like, itself so often, sadly, very sadly, right, materialistic, especially nowadays. It's all about like the here and now, and just kind of getting what you want, and you see it all the time. You see these crazy women looking angry, burning, lighting stuff on fire in all the music and in the videos. And in the movies, it's all about how some man wronged a woman and now she's got to go burn his house down. gotta go burn his house down and slit his throat. But it's revenge. It's good. Revenge is good. Did you know that? Forget turn the other cheek. We tried that. It's like, when did you ever try that? No one's ever tried it in any serious way. And when you do, you get killed for it. Because people don't like that. They want you to be riled up, just as mad and just as angry as them, pulling you down. You know what I mean? So sad, though. Taylor Swift. I know, it's crazy because I was just talking about, like, my sister was outside the Taylor Swift concert the other night with friends. People were going crazy over Taylor Swift in Boston. She's not that bad, but in recent years, since she's gotten older, I just saw that the same night when I was looking at it, she's doing some weird witchy thing on stage now. And even my sister was like, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like, exactly, it is freaking weird. She started like slowly starting to like swear in her music over the years. Okay, cursing. And then now she's doing some crazy, there's like people in the hoods doing stuff, and it's like, yeah, they're calling her satanic. It's like, okay, you can say it's overreacting if you want, but it's freaking weird. And then you know what else? She was saying her number is 13. That's like her favorite number. and it's oh, and the freaking date the other day like added up to 13. I'm like, are you trying to give people schizophrenia? Like, come on. That's what's so like ridiculous about people. They're like, you what are you schizophrenic? You know, what, they're not trying to do anything. It's good. It's good. Then why do they do all this shit, man? It's constant. You know, it's like nonstop. And the longer you're in the game, like think about Taylor Swift, right? Like she started off sort of like relatively innocent and all of this kind of thing. And look, I like that song from her new album Midnight Rain, but by the way, midnights, okay, it's like what's going on there? 12 midnight, 3 a.m. Stevie Nicks we get up at 3 a.m. and do the witching hour. I think it's this. I think 12 a.m. is the witching hour and 3 a.m. is the devil's hour. Okay? So midnights, right? I mean, I'm sorry, People are like, yeah, that's ridiculous. Oh, is it? Either they're pretending or they mean it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's obviously worse if you're just pretending like, I'm just messing around with numbers, But there's too many people doing that. You know what I mean? It's like, stop. Like Jordan Peterson. It's like, stop. I'm saying, if you don't want people, freaking out and getting all conspiratorial, then stop feeding the flames, No pun intended. Anyway, she used to be pretty good. And then, it's like, as she's kind of quote unquote matured as an artist, just like everybody else, especially because she got started so young, she starts swearing and now she's cursing and she's got freaking witches on stage or whatever, Look, I want to like her, That guy, not host Mark, he was into her. He actually got a good picture of he wound up on stage with her. But you know what happened to him though? He got kicked off so bad, and I guess her dad was there, and then they were like, so mad that he got on stage. They were like, it was like the freaking mafia got hold of him, Like, I mean, I get it because you got to be careful. Whatever, he could have had a bomb. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Okay, but oh, it's insane. The way they treat celebrities. They did literally. I mean, they get treated like gods, right? And it's like people worshiping, celebrity over God himself in Jesus Christ. But it just goes to show, if you're doing anything actually good, you'll probably get crucified. That's the unfortunate kind of pessimistic lesson, of Jesus Christ. But, I mean, I like to try to be both realistic and optimistic. So, do I still think that you're relatively free, you can be relatively free and good? Yeah, absolutely, but the second the good starts going in a way that's like actually going to cause change, right? Then they're going to put you up on the cross. Because you're getting in the way of quote unquote progress, right? It's like progress towards what exactly, right? Towards becoming robots, towards forsaking the human spirit completely. It's strange too. I guess it just has to do with being anti-life, like anti-natalist, and like anti-human, and like just wanting the world to end, I guess, in a way. I mean, look, I get sort of the whole thing of like the apocalypse, and you kind of almost sometimes you're like, hey, I almost wanted to get it over with already, But at the same time though, it's like, yo, dude, like this whole thing of life being good in the sense that it's of God and in Jesus Christ, it's kind of like, it's not just some dumpster, you know what I mean? Like people like sperm just getting covered in sperm. Sorry. I don't know, you know what I mean though? Like just fucking splooging everywhere, Doesn't matter, dude. Fuck it. What makes you so sure about that, you know? But, you know, it's like we go back and forth like that all day long, you know? Do you know the history behind why 13 is what people think it is? I read about it like once, and to be honest, I forget. Why do you know why is it, or why am I curious if he knows? I agree. I think he's just asking why. I'll ask you why, or I don't know. I mean, I'll look it up now. But if you wanna tell us, you can certainly go ahead and tell us. My stupid TI is always getting in the way of a good time. Nah, it's fine, man. It's sort of like uh it's like there's like a what like TIing stuff is different than just like actively trying to be like destructive, you know what I mean? Like like being real is good. You know? Um it's more like when people have like these more nefarious type agendas, they just want to take it all down and whatever. Like that's that's when I get bent out of shape because there's too many people that are like that. Then they're just punks. You know what I mean? And not in like the cool, good way of whatever being punk, like anti-establishment. It's like no, it's pro-establishment. Whatever's going on, you know, sort of. But I think it all comes back. There's some kind of this like a sort of anti-human agenda thing, you know. I mean, I'm talking about it with Melting Zero a bit, like with people, the environmentalist people, right? They think of humanity as like a cancer on the earth or something like that. You know, like we're evil, and it's the world, the earth would be better off without us. It's like, what are you, insane? Like the earth is nothing without us. No, I'm joking, but it kind of is, right? I mean, well, it's not nothing, but it's like it's like, you know. Anyway, I get it. You want to treat God's gift well and everything, of course, but it's like. But then you start thinking of whatever. Is it some comedian? Someone said they're like the Earth's gonna shake us off like a bad case of fleas or something. You know, someone said that once, and I'm like, ugh. You wish, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just so like nihilistic, at least, right? I'm just saying it starts there. It starts with like being nihilistic, and then it gets in the whole new evil direction. And like, I know it's very like Jordan Peterson, but it's true. You know what I mean? Like that's literally that's literally how it happens, right? Anyway, let's see what the 13. I mean, I know 7 is good and it's like pretty Christian, you know, but like 13, I'm like, oh no, oh no. I have triskaidekaphobia or whatever it's called. Well, first let me just check if you guys said anything. Here we are, finishing God's work. Just the anti-life, pro-death movement, you know? You know what I mean? The robot abortion squad. Oh god, sounds so mentally ill. It's so funny though, because you guys know what I'm talking about, you know. But 13 though, I mean, I'm just reading about it. Fucking eyes are driving me crazy right now though. Pissing me off. Yeah, there seems to be all sorts of different ideas about 13. I mean, but somehow it's, yeah, I mean, it took on a whole new life. Ho ho, 2012 phenomenon. All right, we're getting too real. Getting too spooky. There's so many connections here. I don't know which one you're thinking of. Can you just tell me? Literally me, Sam. What's going on, my man? I'm mentally chill. So good. Well, fuck yeah, Gen Zennial. Nihilism isn't admirable, it's lazy. Mentally chill. It's literally me, though. Mental illness, more like mental chillness. More like mental stillness. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. This is the age at which the Entertainment Software Rating Board assesses for T-rated games, and the Motion Picture Association recommends movies with a PG 13 rating. What about the movie 13? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, the thing that stood out here was the thing about Jesus and his apostles. Anyway, I've got a serious case of triskaidekaphobia. You know what I'm saying, dude? But yeah, Friday the 13th, of course. That's crazy though. You were seriously born on Friday the 13th? That's freaking epic. You never know. I mean, Vincent Gallo. That's it. No, but in Buffalo 66, he's like, there's a whole thing of like turning 13 into a lucky number. You know, Misfortune brought it up. It's like, make Friday the 13th your bitch. It's like whatever, right? Fuck. What are you gonna be scared of? Fucking a day, a date? They want you scared of days and dates, dude. I'm about to be like the new, like Alex Jones for the new generation. The chill Alex Jones. They want you afraid of numbers and dates. No, literally though. They do though. And it was on the 13th of June, and it was on the 6/13/13, which adds up to one two wait. 14, which is one more than 13. 13 plus 1. Yeah. Yeah. The one extra is for Satan. That's what he represents. 13 plus 1. The 1 is Satan. And his minions are the 13 minions of Satan, and then 1 is 14. One plus 4 is 5. 5 days of the week. 2 plus 2 is 7. You got the weekend. Abel Tesfaye, the weekend, the musician. No, but the weekend though, 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 plus 6 is 13. 6, number of the beast. 6 plus 7, 7 is like the sort of God number, right? So there you have it. There you have it. 10, 13, 1307. I'll look it up. And then I gotta use some like eye drops or something. The Knights Templar. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fucking hell, man. Sorry. Just got a headache. Too much knowledge, you know what I mean? The knowledge is just piercing my brain, my frontal lobe. Yeah, the history of the Knights Templar, the poor fellow soldiers of Christ in the Temple of Jerusalem, or Templars, was a military order founded in 1119-20. So what's the long and short of this situation? Either something happened. It has to do with the Knights Templar getting round up. Sam says you should read Anti-Oedipus by Guattari and Deleuze. The methods of understanding are interesting, and I think you would like how they write. That's cool. If you think it would I would like how they write. That's sort of, I like when it's a nice sort of personal recommendation. So thanks. I might want to. I've heard of Deleuze though. Or if that's Deleuze. I don't know. I don't know if like it might be like Zizek who's like into him. He's just one of those names you hear about. He is postmodern French, but you never hear him getting hated on the way that like Foucault and them do, or like Derrida. Yeah, here he is. These tricksters, these pranksters. But and I think Anti-Oedipus. Like I've heard of this. Anyone else in the chat familiar with this stuff? Ooh, he wrote on some film stuff. That's interesting. That's tasty. Oh yeah. Anti-Oedipus, capitalism and schizophrenia. Very based. I thought that this sounded interesting. I don't know if it was from you or I don't think it was, but I definitely heard about this. And I just thought that was a very, very interesting like title and explanation here. Fear and oh man, I gotta read Fear and Trembling. I've been wanting to. Have you read it? Because I do like Kierkegaard. Yeah. Also, Sam says, I know it's off topic to what you're talking about, but also maybe not entirely talking about the production of desire/fear. Yeah. Shinzano says, short story: the Templars because too powerful for King Philip's liking. So I'll have to read up on this a little bit. The Knights Templar. That's one of those things you hear about, every now and then. It's like, who are these guys? Order of Solomon's Temple. I guess as like the biblical Solomon. Right? So much stuff I gotta learn about, guys. You know what I mean? Hold on. But Fear and Trembling, though, very based. Kierkegaard is amazing. I mean, I just never read. I've watched videos on him and stuff, and read quotes and in things. He's good. Straight up good. Maybe Deleuze was a prominent anti-capitalist scholar. He was friends with Foucault. Foucault wrote the foreword on the English translation law. It's extremely mind-blowing. Oh, became too powerful. Right. Well, yeah. Became too powerful for King Philip. Oh, man. So what, he killed them all or something? Something horrible and evil? Although I don't even know if these guys are good. The Knights Templar. I mean, they are soldiers of the poor fellow soldiers of Christ in the Temple of Solomon, but the Roman Catholic. I'm just saying, I don't know what the... I mean, anything where you've got, like, these secret clubs or whatever, I'm kind of like, what is this? Rumors, the initiation ceremony. I see what it is. The Crusades, the Holy Land, the initiation ceremony, King Philip, yeah. That's insane, though. Probably just killed all of them. So horrible and evil. Wow. I'm gonna have to give this a good read. He, make them are cursed large. You know what they say about big thumbs? I'm just kidding. They don't say anything about that. There's something in there, though. ISTP, masculine man thumbs. That's what Sam Cogg says. Madness and Civilization by Foucault, very much worth a read. People hate on Foucault so much. I mean, I know even Eric gives those types a hard time. I mean, like, Camille Paglia, right? I mean, she's kind of doesn't like them, but what is, like, you know, it's like, what's the deal with Foucault anyway? I mean, did he really do anything worthwhile? It's like Derrida. Like, all I know is they played a lot with language and things, which, like, you know, it's like, that's interesting, but it's like, is any of it really good? Like, I mean, this Deleuze thing sounds pretty good, right? But, like, freaking, especially, like, for their time, Foucault and Derrida, but they get derided, right? No pun intended. Because, yeah, it's all just language stuff. Giselle says, yes, they were executed. No, they weren't secret. Yes, they were terrible men. Thanks for the summary of it, Genzenio. It's like, there you have it. God, this brightness here. Of course, it was at the king's behest. Is that the right word? Yeah, behest. So, such a good word. So, I don't know, right? Maybe they're all just evil. I don't know. Oh, I'm saying, like, why? Threat to the institution, right? Like, based? You gotta wonder if it's kind of based, Ved. Alright. I am gonna... Yeah. Sam says, I've only read a bit of Derrida. I don't know about that shit. Full circle, rounded up on Friday the 13th. Right, you're kidding me. I know, it's unbelievable. That's amazing. Sam says, but Foucault is worthy of reading. I think he was a bit of a lib, which I don't like. But no, he had really powerful analysis at times. The history of sexuality is also quite good, very foundational. Well, I've always been curious about this guy. I'll maybe have to kind of give him a shot. But you're right. He's definitely... He gets very associated with that kind of unsavory leftist sort of mentality or whatever, you know. Although I don't know if you mean like liberal or you mean like far left. Well, you know, when people are talking about the, you know, so-called quote-unquote cultural Marxism, right? It's like, oh man, they're, you know, he's Marxist. I don't know if he's actually Marxist though, you know. Because then you start getting heavy. Well, yeah, he did. He talked about Marxism and stuff. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Still worth understanding a little bit of where he's coming from. Jean Genet, though. Douglas Pierce from Death in June really loves Jean Genet. Possibly some good stuff. Or at least interesting. Some interesting stuff, maybe some good stuff. Todd Haynes' Poison was written based on his writings. Todd Haynes, boy. Poison was his first movie, but Safe, I've been talking about, is a classic, amazing film. Liberal as in... Hold on. I think it's worth seeing what he was really saying. I think he wasn't left enough. Hee. Liberal as in... I mean, I figured. Liberal as in what it actually means, a supporter of capitalism. Shinzo says he means the pejorative version of Rangers says, I mean what it really means. Shinzo says, gotcha. The OG liberal. You mean like a classical liberal? Which, you know, is probably better than whatever. The new neoliberalism. But I don't know much. I don't know that much about that stuff, you know? That's why I gotta read more. I only know certain things like, oh, this guy said this girl said that. Yeah, whatever, you know, I gotta read it for myself, you know? The word has been butchered in our contemporary context, unfortunately associated with the left. It has nothing to do with the left in reality. Some both Trump and Biden are liberals. Neoliberals. Well, yeah, I mean, Trump is just like an anomaly, but the liberal thing, I do hear that though. It's been demonized. The word is more like I don't know what the center left or whatever. Milk toast liberals. We've talked about that. Milk toast liberals, sort of so-called quote unquote Democrats, things like that. They're all fucking evil, but I'm not really so sure about. It's an interesting thing. I mean, there's a lot of this, a lot of psyops, you know, like the far left. I mean, it's like, are they even really far left? I don't know. They're all trying to fucking just get like power and money. Yeah, it's secretly historical when loudmouth liberty lovers bang on liberalism. Hysterical. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's facts though. Like, I mean, I totally was like, oh yeah, like there's nothing wrong with being liberal. Like, why wouldn't you want to be liberal? And then it's like, then the freaking the Dems. No, but then the kind of Trump movement and everything happened, right? And it was just like these fucking liberals, you know. It's like, wait a minute, I thought they were the freedom enjoyers. No, they're trying to take the freedom. But that was because of, you know, this whole thing was like they're too far left. I mean, I guess the real problem is with the so-called quote unquote authoritarian left, but again, whatever, you know, I'm just saying words. You know what I mean? But Sam says, I watch and enjoy Trump porn nightly. Gasping emoji. Oh, honestly, same, dude. I'm a MAGA man 5000, dude. What, are you kidding me? MAGA or die. Yeah, but I've never really been a Trump guy either. I mean, I've said this too, like, I get why people like him though, and I don't hate him, you know? People just like him because he's like, he manifests like differently than the usual. But the only reason he got to where he was because he had tons of money and like power. And he was on Epstein Island. But my whole thing has been like, well, imagine though that he really was the guy who said no to Epstein, you know? He's like, no, thank you, Jeffrey. You know what I mean? And I'm saying like, look, it's possible. I'm open to it, you know? but it's still factual. I'm just reading this chat, but it's like it's still factual though that the dude couldn't have even made. Oh, and plus, he's just transgressive. That was you mentioned Shapiro, but it's like he's actually right about that. He mentioned it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but he was talking about Andrew Tate. It's like the only reason people like these kinds of guys is because they're transgressive. You get the whole thing going when feminists and this and that, right? So then if people start talking crap about women, even though it's like straight up evil, right? Then people love it because you know what I mean. You've set this like precedent. This president, am I right? No, but you set a precedent, and then people love it. They want to hear. They want to hear you talk, crap about women, and it's nothing good, right? But you know, but it's just transgressive, you know. But that's tragic. It's very tragic. Connor Swim says Trump is the greatest stand-up comedian of all time. James also speaking of authoritarian. And says Jordan Peterson come shot of Ben Shapiro's sister's brother's face, which I guess would just be Ben Shapiro yet again. Because I don't think they have a brother, but I do enjoy some classically Abby. Love Abigail. My Jewish princess, right? My Jewish American princess. I'm saying though, Gal Gadot wins though overall else. Although she's actually like Israeli, so I say she's my Israeli princess. Sam Cox says you should read Society of the Spectacle. I know that. That's Guy Debord, right? And it makes me think of John Mouse. John Mouse talks about that. And I love John Mouse very much. He's like very much. I think right this album cover right here. We must become the pitiless censors of ourselves. I believe comes from that. I just gotta remember because it's from something similar, something adjacent. It's from, it's Alan Badu. Badu. Or
Alain Badiou.
Alain Badu. Alan Bad Jew? Whoa, now. Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Nah, but I'm trying to figure out. Anyway, he got it from that guy, so it's not the same thing. But he is, whatever, adjacent, right? With Deleuze and Foucault here. Some guy, Jean-Francois Lyotard. Neoliberal tard. Tard. I don't know. But Guy Debord, though, yeah. Society of the Spectacle. Says so this type of shit is exactly the thing that text discourses upon. Classically heavy internet press. So good, dude. So based and good. Yo, what up, Bobby? But that's probably a good recommendation there, that book. I mean, cool title. You know what I mean? These cool titles go a very long way. It does say that it's Marxist, though. Uh-oh. More Marxism. But the Spectacle, though? Situationist. I don't know. It's also one of those things, like I was saying, when it's like, for their time, they're like revolutionary. And then now it just becomes almost somehow mundane. Because it's like, now the culture is the critique. You know what I mean? But it does get into some very cool stuff. I mean, like hyper reality, you know, it's like, but spectacle and the critical theory kind of stuff here. Socialisme. Makes me think of Godard. I do love Godard films. But he got way too Marxist by the end, too. I do not like the movie Weekend. I'm sorry. You know? We were talking about that recently. I think it was KME9. They're like, oh, I love Weekend. I'm like, I don't know, man. It's like crazy. It's like ridiculous. Getting into these like Marxist diatribes. Hold on 1 second. Wait, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab coffee. My mom's going to work, so I'm gonna say goodbye to her and I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back, gang. Did I say sorry? Like, walk almost walk into you? Yeah, I meant to. That's all I thought. Thank you. So I meant to say, sorry, bro. That's all I thought. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I'll just be downstairs. Oh. Hello. Oh, oh, oh. Yo, I don't know what the deal is. My eyes have been bothering me, and then I was like, freaking. Every time I use these drops, and the new ones, they were fine. It was good, and then now, hold on, you're giving me a hard time again. These new drops give me a hard time. They're like soothing drops, and they're making it worse. Anyway, I was just popping off a little bit right now, you know. So let me like, I just had to put some water on my arms. Oh, so seductive. Boo doo 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 doo. I'll take you to the candy shop. Go ahead, girl. Don't you stop. Whoa. Yeah, the water seems to help. It's just pissing me off. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll take you to the candy shop. I know. The cross, though. You read my mind. Except it doesn't really work. Because the images are the wrong sizes, you know? Like, they're all different sizes. But if I do this, no. Like, I had to do this, you know? And then ironically sort of get rid of the cross in this picture. This is a John Lurie painting, by the way. I was pretty happy to find this. Because he does a lot of, like, more abstract kind of stuff. Sometimes it's it's a little too weird, but John Lurie is a legend. And I found this and I was like, this is beautiful. Like, it's very simple, obviously, but really good. But yeah, I can't quite get the, to get it to be like a perfect cross here, you know? So sad, and it's you know, reflective of the condition. No, it's really honestly just that I can't get the images to be squared like that, you know? See, this kind of works. I just, no, I can't do it. Hold on. I don't know. This is good enough like this. This is fine, I guess. Almost. Very close. So, what's going on? Removed like, no like BitBat music. That is horrible. Yeah, I was going hard for a moment. What's even going on? Sam collects any of you smoke marijuana? The dude, it's weird because I was almost gonna take a hit of this joint, and I actually thought of you. I was like, what? what's Sam's deal with weed lately? Because I feel like you went like such a long time not. I don't even know if he's here still, but he went like it was like you went such a long time not smoking, and then it's like you would like occasionally. I mean, that's kind of the right way to do it, to be honest. But anyway, I didn't know if you were smoking again or anything. And it's like yeah, literally. I wonder if that means yes. Maybe I'll take a hit of this doink with you. I've been on this vibe lately where I kind of like take like a hit of like a joint, like a few hits of a joint like a day, if that. Like I've just been smoking way less. I still drink like coffee and stuff, but the doinkage, I don't know. Especially coming on here and stuff, I don't I don't feel as much of the need as the need to do it. But I've been talking about it. Like when I do it though, it's kind of like I just like sink into whatever I'm like doing, which is maybe good if I'm being a little. I'm doing this weird water in my eyes thing. Um. Um. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not that great. It's good if I'm like whatever working on stuff with like music or whatever, but or like watching something or just like listening to stuff or whatever, just chilling. But it's like meh, you know. I'm not the most social, I guess, if I'm smoking weed. Although if I just I meant to say, if I just toke a little bit, then it kind of doesn't make a big difference. But I've been, smoking almost every day for so long now that it's kind of like, it sucks because you have to go such a long time to get it out of your system, and it's hard to even go like a freaking week, you know. Of course, the thing is if you're like busy, it doesn't really matter, you know. Anyway, the point is though, it kind of sucks because if I expect to clear that all the weed out of my system, it's gonna take me like a year of like not smoking at all, you know. Anyway, it's discouraging, right? But then it's like, okay, but you're gonna have to do it sometime, right? The more you keep smoking, the more it's like building up in your system. But I'm saying it's discouraging in that way because you have to go so long. You're like, oh man, dude, I gotta go so fucking long without smoking weed, dude. Oh jeez, dude. Honestly, might as well start fucking vaping. You know what I mean? Not even with the nicotine. Start just straight like that tweet I've mentioned where it's like, dude, get a grip. You're addicted to mango blast or whatever. It's like so funny. Anyway, it's all just bad. Substances suck. I mean, it's like booze is the worst though. Hold on. Which is the ironic thing. I know everyone says that, but it's true. Like, but hey, it's like weed. Weed is not perfect either. Anyway, it just sucks because you have to go so long not smoking. It sucks because you have to go so long not smoking, and so you're just kind of like, well, why bother then? Well, the longer you don't take a break, the longer you're gonna have to go. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I might take a few hits in a little bit, but kind of just chilling right now. But anyway, so the chat though. Thinking about plus this weird like I have kind of a cold or something, and like those eye drops are making it worse. So it's like making me not want to smoke, which I guess is kind of good, but it's like it is pain in the ass. Anyway, the chat though. Something about being homophobic, homophobia. Naka, so good. But yeah, Sam Gog just out of nowhere. Any of you smoke marijuana with alternating caps? It's the best vibe ever. I think Jen Zennial is just giving you a hard time because of the topic of the gays TM. I'm kidding, but the because we were kind of talking about that stuff, you know. It's like I don't think it was because of that. This is all just stupid. No offense, but Karma's Ben says the two of you are going to return to the libertarian ideal. Libertarianism for the win. Right-leaning libertarianism. I don't know. Dude, I don't even know. Like, seriously. I really don't. Like, but the one thing that bothers me about Marxism is that by the end of it, he was saying, like, we got to get rid of the faith and the family because they're the, obstacles to the revolution, It's like, nah, dude. Too far. And then that's where you wind up, where we're at now with whatever the kind of intellectuals, kind of leftist intellectual stuff. But I think you can glean some good stuff from pretty much any ideology that's not Satanism. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a low bar, but God, it's like obviously Christianity is the best, but there's good stuff in like Judaism and Buddhism. Wait, no. Well, yeah, I guess, but like Islam, Buddhism, Taoism. But that's it. And the real based Jews are the Orthodox Jews. And in my opinion, with the Christianity, I wanted to bring this up. I really think Orthodox Christianity is the best from still. I've been watching this. I'm like, yo, this is the best. Orthodoxy, absolutely based. That's the shorthand, Just calling it orthodoxy, which is the best. It's like you don't even have. I mean, look, I get it. You want to maybe whatever kind of evoke the Christianity aspect, but it's like they don't even have to say it because it's like, oh, orthodoxy. You mean Orthodox Christianity? It's like, yep. because it's the one true way. But I know you guys have some interesting takes about it. Hold on a sec here. Speaking of which, I'm gonna take a sip of this True North Pure Energy Seltzer. Oh, that pure energy is just coursing through my veins. As always, I'm pretty sure I've said that every time. SI much, I guess, right? More like sigh, am I right? Winston's mom-esque pun. Yo, where's everyone at? Oh, jeez. You know, it's just like... Blah, 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 am I right? Blah, 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 just like the title here. No joke. He won't leave the bed. So good. Oh. Look, I still think the cucumber lime is the best flavor. I'm sorry. Apologize. I just love saying that. I'm sorry. That's kind of a Charles Carroll thing. I'm always stealing from him. But it's so relatable. It's so good. Even the good thing is him. Anyway. I'm gonna put this on my eyes a little bit because it feels good. Oh yeah, so good. Just like stuff about court. Right. Okay. So anyway. Excuse me. What up, Boba Fett? This is about to go. I was just telling my sister about how amazing Shiba Inus are. I've been getting some good recommendations. Some Japanese cats and dogs videos. So good. I'm about to go balls deep in this. In this bush. About what? Just this vibe right here? Just about the religion and everything? You know, whatever. That's all I have to say about it. Why ended Satanism, you dogmatist? Cops and Beelzebub. Oh, man. Santa? Satan? Coincidence? I know, right? That's one of the early ones. I remember this kid telling me that in, like, freaking 4th grade. Black Pete. The Greek Orthodox Church much pagan. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. They're not pagan. What is this? Stop. Sanyak says, yo, I'm moving to Somerville in September with random roommates. One of them has a dog. Who commonly knows Hinduism. Shiba, you know, anyone in Boston? Boston. Not going to dogs. I think he was on the freaking moon. He's nuts. So good. I'm living on what? Da base? What's it? The other moon? The moon's moon. The moon's moon. Yeah, the moon. That's the moon. That's Jupiter's moon. So sure, that's fucking fine. I live there. Yeah, but I've been pretty open about being in near Boston. I'm not really near Somerville, but you know that's like 45 minutes away. We're gonna have to link up soon, though, Sam. It's been too long. I did run into you. That was fucking almost a year ago now. maybe a year ago at our both of our not to dox you or whatever, but both of our sisters' graduations. That was extremely hilarious. I was laughing for days, dude. You know what I mean? But yeah, I've been pretty open about, being near Boston. So yeah, gonna hang out, dude. Gotta hang out, dude. Frickin' frickin' either get my ass out in the city for once, or you come down here. Maybe we can jam or something. Like the good old days. It's been way too long. I still have mad recordings, dude. I was just looking. I was like referencing that thing when we were talking about when we were like singing and rapping about cigarettes, and then I was like looking through my notes. I was having to delete stuff to free up space, and then I was like, "Oh, I have something right here titled cigarettes. That's the jam session." I'm like, fuck it. This is why I record. I was like, I want to record everything when we're jamming. I should have recorded the last person I jammed with, Johnny Basanti, who I gotta hit him up too. But I jammed with Jonathan Basanti a few months ago, and that was pretty chill. But it was weird though because he's like sitting next to me. It was fun because we got to talk and everything. But we like I was playing on the electronic drums, and he's sitting playing guitar. But we're like not facing each other. So, like it was weird. But the conversation was good. I just don't even remember. I'm gonna have to link up with him again too. But anyway, I just am never jamming enough. I don't get on the kit enough either. Like, but we fucking, me and Sam have had some legendary jam sessions. I've made sure to record too. Yeah, man, exactly. You gotta record it. Like, just do a voice memo. A voice memo. So, oh my fucking god, cigarettes shit goes ape shit. Cigarettes. I know you guys. You guys are such creeps, always with the stuff with my sister and her friends. Even Eric is like, gotta like hook up with that. I'm like, I don't know how she's gonna feel about that. Karma's Pimp, you showed up in my dream last night, but just as your name in the chat, and you had changed your chat to have your name to be some super stylized thing. But it was on someone else's stream. It was on some busy stream. I don't know if it was like Jesse Lee Peterson's chat or something. But it was like you being like, I'm heading out, like, peace, guys. And then I was like, oh shit, it's fucking Karma's Pimp. That was it. Probably based on real life from when I found you on some old Boyd Rice video. And I told you about that. And then just being on the stream here. Some combination of that. But yeah, that was funny. Because I was just talking about how no one from the chat ever really shows up in my dreams unless I've talked to them, like John or I think Melting Zero once. Eric and Rachel obviously have showed up. But yeah, you're the lucky randomly included there. Probably because your name is so legendary. Karma's Pimp. I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but did you make that up? Or is that like a thing? Because it's pretty good. It's kind of badass. So anyway, this is a little bit late, but peace out, Gen Zennial. Our masculine leader, our dear leader of the men's rights group. Hold up, you. Oh man, so that would be crazy. Watch Karma's Pimp comes back through. Get him in the mix. Then we just gotta get Mr. Bobby. Yeah, get him in the mix too. Um, New Hampshire though. New Hampshire's super chill. I like Portsmouth. They got rid of. They had a Bull Moose Records there, but they moved it, and now it's in this. It's less lame because it's like in a freaking mall area. Very lame. I mean, it's still a cool place, but it used to be in the center, and it was with their like coffee places. I mean, it was just like Starbucks and some other coffee place, but you know, I like that air. I like that area. I still do. It's pretty good. It's just the record store tied it all together. But anyway, Portsmouth is pretty cool. I knew this one dude who like lived there for a while. Used to talk to sometimes. It's kind of just this whole area. But if I was gonna live somewhere that wasn't Boston, it might be there. Because the thing about I really love Maine, but it's a little bit depressing in the off season. You know, it's crazy night and day difference. Literally. But yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, I don't seem. I'm just not that type of gal. You know, moving around the country. Because I was thinking about that too. I was like, damn, you guys like have been living like different places. Like, I don't know. That would be cool, but I don't know. I'm probably just gonna stick around New England. Maybe one day though. Just move to straight up, frickin' move to Ireland, my homeland. Somehow I've never even been to Vermont. But you don't know Boyd Rice? I swear I saw you on something. You commented on something. I told you it once. You didn't reply to it, and then maybe I brought it up on the stream. I barely. Yeah, you probably didn't hear it. It barely came up, but I'll find it. He's this musician. Kami9 knows him. Speaking of Satanist people, he has had some unfortunate connections, just like Death in June and all of them. But I think he just does it as like a LARP. I mean, and I've watched interviews with him. Honestly, he seems pretty chill. But he gets associated with, of course, it's not the satanic stuff. It's like the fascist stuff. People are like, oh, they're fascist, and you know this and that. But I'll have to find. It was just one interview. Anyway, that's something I obviously don't like very much about him and them. But like, he's an interesting guy. He's kind of based too, but of course it's only allowed because he's basically satanic, you know what I mean? Like, you know, he's super freaking like I don't even know what you would call him. I mean, probably like libertarian right kind of talking smack about. He's just like this misanthrope kind of guy, you know? He'll be like he just like doesn't like just like this song right here. Yeah, music, martinis, and misanthropy. The misanthropy. This song, people. He's just kind of like he's just got a really dark sense of humor, like about just like kind of hating people and. I saw one song that I haven't listened to, but something about just like kind of being like anti-feminist and stuff like that. You know, the whole 9 yards. But he has a group with this chick, Rose McDowell, who I love, called Spell. That's kind of good. Um, he's interesting. I don't know if he's exactly good, but he's interesting. Anyway, I saw something there. I think it was his interview on a talk show, and I was like, "Holy shit! It's fucking Karma's Pimp in the comments." Anyway, I'm not gonna. I can't find it now, and it's kind of, you know, whatever. I don't need to go out of my way to find it, but you get the idea. Yeah, bro. Let's move to the Midwest. Get a place in Nebraska. I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. Nice though. You made it up. That's badass. Could definitely be like a musician name or something. Kind of sounds like a rapper name. Like a conscious rapper, you know? Yo, why does this keep... Okay, no, it's good. Bobby's from Arkansas. He did say Florida when KME9 was here the other night. Dude, KME9's Last FM is bussin'. I'm using that word now. Bussin'. You guys, hey, follow me on Last FM. I gotta get it going. You guys gotta follow me on all this other shit. Come on. And tell your friends about the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Tell them the whole full ass name. Tell them the whole full ass name. What you guys been up to though? You guys listening to anything good lately? You watch anything good? Dude, I bet Bobby's gonna move to Saudi Arabia. It seems like he'd be nice at home there. What's the what? Nice at home there? I don't know. Oh, right at home there. What the fuck? Couldn't think of that. Crazy. But anyway, yeah, it seems like he'll be right at home there. Bum ba bum bum bum. Bum, doo, 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 doo. Do, 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 do. But yeah, I've never even been to Vermont somehow. I think it's the only New England state I haven't been in. Good fucking hippies. Yeah. Fucking hate hippies. You're joking. Only Bob Dylan? This is crazy. All right, I gotta finally just get into Bob Dylan because y'all, like freaking Bob Dylan has been just recurring in my life so much lately. It's unbelievable. I mean, yeah, he's one of the biggest fucking musicians like of literally all time. But like, it's like he was coming up on, and I was talking to my dad. He was coming up on Eric's stream. He was coming up on here the other night, and now he's coming up here again. Sam's into him, so I give him a chance, dude. I like some. I'm a Zimmerman. Yeah, I'm a Zimmerman head. I'm a Zimmerman. I'm a Zimmer stan. Dude, I fucking hate that shit. Stan culture. Fuck you. Fuck Twitter.com. No, I heart Robert Allen Zimmerman. Dude, Sam's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I like some songs from him, obviously, you know. I mean, fucking what's that song? It's All Right, Ma, I'm Only Bleeding. I heard it I knew it already, but I had heard it in Easy Rider and I was like, "Oh man, this is like really good." And then I know Boba Fett, you said it. Not me, but you know, said it, but I didn't know this. He went through it actually apparently like a super Christian period. I didn't know this. My dad mentioned it. I was like, "What?" I'd never heard that in my life. He almost collaborated with Dolly Parton. I guess at a concert he was like, "Jesus Christ is coming back." Like he went into it. But inevitably he wound up either I don't know what he is now, but I think he went back to Judaism or something. I don't know what his deal is, but I mean, he's interesting. He's pretty good. He Okay, so yeah, that song I like. It's a hard rain's gonna fall. Um, but yeah, I mean, everyone knows you know, fucking like a Rolling Stone or blowing in the wind. I just know songs from him mostly. But obviously, that one period of time from like whatever, just like blonde up. Oh yeah, I do like that song. I Want You. Um, I know it's like, what about George Zimmerman? My favorite musician. R.I.P. Um, yes, Hans Zimmer, right? Just all the classic Zimmermen, the Zimmermen, favorite band. Oh man, oh no. Oh yeah, I'm not that crazy about his voice, but I could get into it. I just feel like it's been long overdue. Getting, excuse me, try to be cute after just a fucking manly ass burp, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm just like tee. Yo though, yeah, his discography, like from whatever, right? Freaking like from the '60s, and then just the '70s, but then like no one cares about anything from him like after the '70s, except maybe what like that one late era album, because everyone has that like one late era album. But yeah, at this point, I've heard a few. I'm an idiot wind freak. I don't think I've heard that song. It's a cool title though. Well, it's like it's crazy. No one ever talks about his self-titled debut. Now Bob Dylan. But then he just immediately on the freewheeling Bob Dylan. It's like crazy. So everything from 63 to, you know, 75. Honestly, not even anything past. Like, it's just blood on the tracks. But I don't even know what is going on after here. I remember Modern Times back in the using Comcast Rhapsody when I was like 12. I was like, oh, this is this new album. Tempest. Yeah, I don't know anything else really from him. But yeah, that's all the. You know how it is. And of course, I know like Lay Lady Lay and stuff. I just know a lot of singles. I feel like I'm missing at least. I don't know. I guess that's it. Kind of named the big ones there. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I know like Maggie's Farm, but I don't even know. It's like his like voice though. Like, come on. Some good lyrics and songs though. Yeah, Chris is pretty based. Lols. So scary. Capital C. Yeah, Chris has some pretty comprehensive musical knowledge. From what I've noticed. From what I've noticed. Dude, I gotta keep restarting this shit. Pissing me off. Yeah, it seems like he fell off after the 70s. Just from my not knowing, just based on the idea that I don't know anything after that. Know of, I should say, you know. Because you have to be fucking stupid not to know a good amount. If you're into music and everything, you know what I mean? It's crazy. You're just gonna know some. But yeah, okay, like Freight Train Blues, I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check out both of these. That's crazy though about the 80s there. Excuse me. I'm not sure about that. Let me just hit on a little bit, I know. Chris, well, yeah, okay. I was wondering how much you might have known from what I was saying. Some of it. But you like a lot of sort of classic stuff. Not that I don't. It's just. Like I've seen. I don't know. It's pretty comprehensive. I can be a little. You know. Eclectic at best. Like. Because I guess that has like a sort of good connotation, but all that means is like going from era to era. I don't know. Going from all just all kinds of stuff. Like, but you seem like kind of like a classic rock head, you know? I'm sort of I'm sort of an indie snob, I guess. I guess if, you know, if you were gonna group me in with some label or whatever. But no, I try to stay kind of eclectic. Like, there literally is good music. Like, there's like genre doesn't matter. You know what I mean? The fuck? Bob just started playing. Talking John Birch Paranoid Blues from his live album 1964. I put my phone down and it opened to that. So it must mean something, right? It's very meaningful and good. Crystal Castles, though, they're all right. I never listen to them nowadays, but you know. Snow strippers. Check them out. Nice. That's interesting. His rhythm, though. School rap reviews. Spawn down listening reviews. I don't think I've heard of that group. Oh yeah, who? Yeah, I don't know. Surf Gang. Well, Sam's pretty freaking eclectic. Maybe even more than me these days. I mean, I just get too I don't even know. Kind of OCD, like just settling on one, like, because I never make it through albums, but I listen to a lot of songs. I just put things on shuffle. Like I have like main playlists, and I'll put them on shuffle and stuff. And then I'll just sort of add stuff to the playlist, like as I find. I don't know. It's too much stuff to really get into, but I gotta try to be a little more. I don't even know, like more. Just listen to stuff, not even really caring what it is, because I just always want to add stuff, like it, add it to the playlist and stuff. It's like you don't always have to do that. Sometimes you just gotta check stuff out without like saving it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I know that sounds stupid, but it's just my thing. I was just kind of OCD about that. You know what I mean? She goes. I mean, wait. But I'll check these guys out, Sam. Surf Gang, Snow Strippers, and Surf Gang. I haven't even heard of them. So that's what I mean. You can always put other people on to other people. So good. We listen to the same very few albums over and over. What are some albums for you, Chris? What are you into lately? The girl accused the guy of a lot of rotten things. Who? He was abusive AF to her? Who are you talking about, Karma's Pimp? Same cog says, I'm gonna hang my roommate. She's talking quite loudly. We're gonna consider fashion at a late hour. Polo Parks has album Punk Goes Drill. That's so good. Like drill samples of pop punk. Oh my god, what is this? Freaking 100 Gex or something? Maybe a little bit better than that. I know you're not that big of a fan of them. They just put out a new album. I haven't even listened to it yet. I'm over them. I've never really liked them that much though. They're just like not that great. It's mostly the vocals there too, like that sort of emo pop punk thing with like the high pitched vocals. I'm just like, no, it sounds bad. And they're weird too because they're like collaborating with like Fall Out Boy and stuff. I'm like, what industry plants? No, I don't know. Like, how did they even get so freaking big? You know what I mean? I mean, so quick, you know? I mean, now everyone, like my sister knows who they are, but it's all because of like TikTok. And it's, oh, God. Just mental illness. But, oh, Crystal Castles, yeah. I know. That kind of screwed everything up. I almost called him Ethan Hawke. What's his name? Ethan Frome. That one book. No, what's his Ethan something. But Alice Glass though, yeah. No, I mean I do mess with. I mostly like Crystal Castle's first album. I'm sorry. You know, the second, like, they have good stuff throughout, and I like the second one too. But that first album to me goes so hard. You know. The thing is though, is I've like listened to it, not the whole album necessarily, but like I've just heard so much of them for years now that I just never really listen to them. But they're like classic at this point, you know. Alice Glass though, you're right. I mean, that really ruined the group basically. Yeah, Alice Glass, the badass bitch. She's kind of weird looking and weird, but she's like, she's cool. I remember watching live footage from back in the day and being like, oh man, it's fucking crazy. Like, they used to have some pretty punk stuff going down. Ah, Ethan Cath, right. R.I.P. Right, yeah, she looks weird now. It's like, oh my god, we get it, you're spooky. Oh, she's kind of hot here, though. She's like... she's weird. I mean... the fuck? she just covered Barbie Girl, and there's footage from the upcoming Barbie movie. Excuse me. Oh no. Something about with Boys Noise, Pussy Riot, Alice Glass, and Boys Noise team up a new song, Chastity. And in quotes, this song will put the patriarchy in a tiny cage and throw the key out. Bro! Oh shit, I'm sick. I'm dying. No, I'm just kidding, but I'm like, come on. I still like some of Boys Noise though. But that's weird. That I can't even believe Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach are doing the Barbie movie. I've talked about this, but it's like so crazy. But what even though with this like Alice Glass Incorporation? Like no way, it's not gonna be in the movie. The fuck? That song sucks. It's like literally one of the worst songs ever. Yo, honestly though, the new Barbie is gonna be fucking dope. Look, it's Dua Lipa. She's so hot. Not gonna lie. Her music's alright. She's definitely pretty gorgeous. Her music's decent. I should maybe show my screen or something. Snow Patrol though, that band though, that's hilarious. You think I'd like it though? Nice. Well, I do enjoy the personalized recommendations, right? I will. Is that from the Surf Gang guy? I'll check it out. Yeah, man, that song, man. The patriarchy's over now. If it wasn't over yet, it's certainly over now. I know, Pussy Riot, like, oh, God. It's like, honestly, if it wasn't for that whole Russian... This chick's kind of hot. But if it wasn't for all that political stuff, they wouldn't have even... No one would have even known about them. I don't know. There's just too much stuff out there that's like this. I'm sorry. It's like it's like when something like it's just confusing. Like when the critique again, like when the critique like becomes the culture, like yeah, I get it. Like they were like arrested in Russia and everything, but like it's just so on the nose, like you know what I mean? Like and like I just feel like everyone does this stuff now. Like how rebellious can it be, right? Or like how like, you know, counterculture, right? Can it be when it's like everything now? That's like my whole thing with this kind of vibe, you know? Sorry, hopefully it's not this isn't buffering too much. I'll close out of some other stuff right now. No joke though, like it's always like that for me. I'm like, okay, but when the vibe is like popular, then I'm like suspicious. I'm like, all right, well, how is this actually like punk, you know? I don't know. Anyway, R.I.P. Alice Glass. I mean, that sucks with everything with like Ethan Kath, but you know, she sucks now. But that early work is great. But seriously though, Dua Lipa though, excuse me. Yeah, I mean exactly, Sam. It's like, yeah, well, that's why you're kind of an interesting because you're pretty based and good. Um, I didn't know. I don't even know what this is about the Doctor Who guy. Um, um, what wasn't the last Doctor? So wait, Sam says psyop shit when something with millions of dollars of funding is supposed to be revolutionary or punk or whatever, for sure. I know it's like ridiculously popular. Sure wasn't last Doctor. Mr. Bobby says wasn't last Doctor Who a woman? What? Apparently Russell Davies is back. Not sure in what capacity. Is he the showrunner again? Nasuti Gatwa, I think his name. Is Bobby the showrunner of She Who is Terrible? Is there just a She version of everything now? I literally had never heard of this. I knew about the She-Hulk, which was like pretty panned. I'm pretty sure it was, but did not know about this Doctor Who thing. I don't know. It's just so crazy. It's like it's so obviously just for money. Like, just so quickly becomes this kind of cynical thing. It's like, yay, like the representation. It's like, except everyone's pissed and it's all just for money anyway. Like, Doctor Whom? What? what does that even what does that even mean? What even is the meaning of that, right? Like some kind of gender warfare? It's all just so dumb. Anyway, smash the patriarchy, guys. We're not doing enough. We're not doing enough to smash the patriarchy, you guys. You guys excited for the Black Little Mermaid? How about Peter Pan and Wendy? You know. Is law whom, where, whomst. It's just stupid. It's absolutely about the representation thing. It's a core part of neoliberalism is the integration of more and more identities into the grasp of capitalism, rendering them inert and de-radicalized. Yeah. I mean, no joke. I mean, I saw this guy, Fox is in fiction, he's a musician. Every now and then I'll talk to him on like Instagram and stuff. And he doesn't even make it part of his like thing, but I'm pretty sure he's gay. Like because I had this other musician friend who I think knew that. I'm pretty sure he's gay. Okay, and he was saying something about this kind of thing, but this musician Night Jewel, Ramona Gonzalez. She's like, so I guess she's like Latina, right? Or you know, Night. She's really good, but there's well, they're both really good, but like, but Night Jewel is kind of a little more. Fox and Fiction. He's Orchid Tapes. I don't know if you guys know Orchid Tapes. It's like a sort of indie label, but Night Jewel though talked about this thing of like corporate otherization, right? And I replied to her and I was like, this is exactly the thing. This was years ago. I was like, this is the exact thing. And then she was like, yes. Like that's what was I gonna say? Um no, you read my. I was literally just going to say, Bobby, though, that I was like, well, but this is getting into some conservative pundit territory, you know? Damn it, Bobby. Damn it. Dang it, Bobby. Dude, I'm going to start saying that every time you say something. Dang it, Bobby. No, I swear, though, I was thinking that. I'm like, but, you know, I was about to say it, but I didn't. I was like, but, you know, it's like, but, you know, this is getting into, like, stupid, whatever, you know, conservative pundit territory. Like, what, you know, it's all just, like, stupid, you know? But I stuck with it a little bit instead. Because anyway, what I wanted to bring that up, the corporate ethic, yeah. And anyway, she like liked the reply and everything. But this was like a few years ago, and I just hope. I don't think they've jumped on the train of anything too ridiculous since then. But I don't know. He said something about it. She said something about it. Like people are awake to it, but you won't hear it from anybody like you know who's got more than whatever 30,000. You know what I mean? Like 30,000 views on their YouTube video or whatever. You know. I don't know what the deal is. You just like you gotta be part of the whatever the message or whatever, you know. But I'm saying there's like a lot of sentiment out there from all different types of people where people can see that, you know. Oh yeah, it was because of the whole rainbow thing, you know what I mean? That was what uh Warren Hildebrand was talking about. He's like, it's oh my god, you know, it's like we can all rest soundly right now that you know Verizon has a rainbow flag. You know, it's like insane, right? And then Nigel said something a bit very similar to calling it corporate otherization, and I was like, that's exactly what it is. But it is that it's like the integration of like identities into some kind of weird like I don't know, I guess kind of like capitalist paradigm. Yeah, I mean whatever. The other thing about this chick that's playing the Little Mermaid is she looks weird. She has a huge space in between her eyes. It looks like there should be a blowhole there. I've been saying this. It's a little bit rude, you know. She looks kind of pretty in some pictures, but then some. You know how it's like Anya Taylor Joy. There's too much space in between the eyes. Like they're all aliens. They're all gray aliens. Just kidding, but there's that thing. I don't know. I think there should be a blowhole there. You know, press like if you agree. I'm just kidding, but seriously, it's like. But hey, I don't know. I mean, she can sing. She's at least feminine. Sure, you know, that's fine. It's just stupid, you know. Plus the whole kind of I guess everyone's saying, "Oh, the CGI is really bad." It's like whatever. I mean, plus like the thing that's so like dumb about it is like, okay, so now people are gonna get mad. Just like it's all planned, you know. Like it's like, oh, then people are gonna get mad, and then like Rolling Stone makes an article like racists are mad about the Black Little Mermaid. It's like, I don't know, just so tiring. The cheek surgery, though. Have you seen this? People talk about this buccal fat removal or something like that. I saw someone put me onto that from Anya Taylor Joy. Freaking weird looking, dude. Gonna make sure to get your buccal fat removal. Look like a fucking freak. I'm sorry. So good. One T800 was toxic masculine. Never talking about. For radical and revolutionary modes of being. That's so funny because modes of being, that's like what Eric says about typology. I think of that all the time. Modes of being. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about how corporations make all identities to be bought and sold and put jails around what you can slash cannot be. So the complex becomes not complex. The only season of Doctor Who is... I'll have to check it out. I consider myself Marxist, and I would argue Marxism has nothing to do with the corporatization and commodification of human ways of being. That's perfect. All representation increases violence and imperialism are both sold all the time. Fucking company get to limit and to measure human expression and being. King Titan has pen being models all the Nicholas Destiny. What the fuck? Well, I got the I look dumb as fuck now, lol. I just gotta get my buccal fat removal done. I just be trying to look dumb as fuck, dude. It's the latest trending plastic surgery, according to today.com, as of December 30th, 2022. I think it's sexy. I love when chicks look straight up anorexic and fucking freaky. Imagine thinking that, like what, like so scary. Hold on. Wait for it. All right, hold on a sec. This vibe right here, though. Like, imagine thinking that, like, the one on the right looks better. Bella Hadid. I'm just gonna make myself look straight up, like, lifeless, like a fucking alien. Looking absolutely insane. So sick and evil, to be honest with you. To be perfectly frank. Wait, I'm gonna fix this vibe. It's a little bit chaotic. You look good, girl. I mean, she looks kind of young on the side, but, like, whatever. She still looks better. It's just more natural. The one on the right looks fucking freaky. Everyone's Deadsville now, you know? All the people who just look dead now. This whole trend. You will regret this trend. So scary. What is this? So fucking scary. Looking like straight up death. Gaunt corpses. Honestly, like, who fucking told these dumb bimbos that they'd look better, right? Looking like this. Honestly, I don't even want to put this fucking shit up on my fucking stream. It's poisoning the atmosphere with its horror. It's evil horror. Oh, but she looks good, though. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, no, but... Oh! Where'd it go? Oh, but she looks good though. I guess she contoured though instead. She still looks kind of freaky, but whatever. I knew for some reason that Bobby was going to say something like, "It's scary, but it isn't wrong though." I think it's wrong. It's like going against nature. It's like going against God's design. Looking like a damn corpse. I don't know. I mean, it's like, yeah, you're exactly right. She looks better before plastic surgery, but I think it's scary, but it isn't wrong, though. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you have the right to do it, but it's freaky. And I think it's like unnatural. Oh, she looks great. She looks great. Anyway, enough of this. I don't know. It's just like sad. You have to make yourself look like a gaunt corpse to look sexy. Didn't you know that, ladies? Look, it's the current year, okay? If you don't look like a straight up zombie out of a horror video game, you're not doing it right. See, it's like this is not how you're gonna look. You're gonna look not like this. You're gonna look like this. This chick on the right, on the far right there. Honestly, all of these chicks. But see, it's cool though, because like all everyone's talking about is how. I'm just reading what Sam's saying, but all these people saying how like bad it is. Whatever, still people are still gonna do it. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Suck the fat out of my cheeks right now, Doc. I'm gonna pay $1 million. Who is this fucking like gypsy witch? Looking good. I'm just saying it's like in the second picture though. Why does it say Joker too? That's a very confusing photo to me. Joker question mark? I click on it. Absolutely no explanation whatsoever. Oh, it's Demi Moore. Oh, they call it a Joker deformity. Okay. It's all in 2021 too. There's just like some sort of insane, I'm telling you, some kind of like scary like post 2020 dead corpse syndrome. People having the life sucked out of them, getting the fat sucked out of their faces to look like zombies. I don't know. Freaks me the fuck out, if I'm being honest. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this fucking hell? This is giving me like fucking mental illness, like dysphoria. I literally like I feel dysphoric like looking at this photo. Like, is that even a human fucking being? Disgusting. I'm sorry. You know? I don't give a shit. Okay? You fucked up your face. You look like death. Okay? You know, I'm supposed to be nice. Oh, no, that's not very nice. Fuck it. People need to know that it's not good. I don't give a shit. Don't do it. I mean, I'm not gonna like, you know, whatever. I'm not gonna, you know, it's your right, you know, but it looks bad. You look bad now. You looked good before. You made yourself look bad. and it's all in some like weird, like, look, it's sad, okay? Because it's like people thinking that they're like what is this? Honestly, don't I kind of look like this guy though? I feel like that I kind of look like this man right here. I don't know. That's how I'm trying to be. You know what I mean? That's me after like just a little bit too much tap water. Just a little too much. Freaking Mountain Dew and tap water. Hey, don't get me wrong. I used to love Mountain Dew as a kid. They say it kills your testosterone though. Fresh tap. This is disgusting. This is ruining the stream, and I'm sorry. I'm acting like the Daily Wire. Shame on me. But I'm not sure. I mean, I sort of think that I look like this and that it looks good is the only thing that I'm sort of, struggling to rectify in my mind. It's like, wait, well, hold on, wait a minute. I mean, this guy looks great. He looks good. He looks straight up good. Hold on a sec. Sexy. Whatever. I shouldn't be so judgmental. But it just looks bad. Don't do it. No, don't do it. Please don't do it. Because one of us goes in and we all go do it. I don't even know why I'm looking at this stuff. It's gonna give me nightmares. Like, so scary how they... when they do these pictures where they censor the eyes and it looks like this. Like, fucking horrifying. Horrifying. Okay, wait. You're gonna see what I see. I'm just kidding. Well, you are, though. I'm just putting this up, though, like this. Male cheek fat removal? A surprising trend. Enough about this. This fucking sick, satanic evil. But what do you guys think about this chick? Sometimes she looks good. Sometimes she looks straight up horrifying. What's going on here? Right? Like, who looks like this? I read, though, that people speculate that she has some kind of, like, disease. See, the thing about her is she has that thing that I'm talking about, with there's too much space in between the eyes. This chick, Halle Bailey, has the same thing. I'm sorry. We're getting into, like, my, like, schizophrenia. But what is going on, right, these days with these freaks? What's going on here, right? Okay. It's like, why did they, like, look, she's pretty here, whatever, but it's like, no. People made fun of her eyes! Oh no! She stopped looking in mirrors after people made fun of her eyes. Well, she looks like a bug. Yeah, I'm sorry. God's not going to be too happy with me. God and Jesus Christ are not very happy with me right now, making fun of these poor ladies. But you know what? Well, nothing. She looks hot sometimes. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, she looks kind of good here. It's just something going on. The Holly weird. You know. the virus. But yeah, even my sister, people obviously notice this stuff. I mean, my sister was like, "Oh yeah, I noticed her, space between her eyes kind of heavy." I saw a wicked funny this picture though. I'm fucking dying, dude. This shit is just polluting my stream right now. But like, she's like, "Oh my god, I have dreads." Look, no one cares, okay? Do you think that's kind of some kind of statement? Because you're a black woman who has dreads in 2023? Like, whoa! I'm shocked. And they look like shit, too, by the way. Not like cool, like Jamaica dreads or like cool afros. You know how like from the 70s? Like, they all just look like shit now because we're all just like depleted from fucking like tap water. So the dreads just look like fucking shit. Going full schizo stream right now. I'm sorry, there's just way too much space right there. But I was laughing at I think it was the Critical Drinker someone did a video where they had a thumbnail that made me laugh my ass off because they made her eyes look crazy. Why does this look so scary? So there's something really dysphoric too about like YouTube style like thumbnail. Like why would they make the thumbnail look like this and make her look like that? You know what I mean? Like, do you see how horrible that looks? That looks like hell. That looks like shit in hell. Straight up freaking insane. No, I'm stealing that though a little bit from the Sam Hyde bit. God. Black Twitter reacts to... yeah, whatever. What is up with these thumbnails? Giving me straight up schizophrenic dysphoria. You know what I mean? Like, does this not, like, trigger you guys in some kind of, like, dysphoric, like, fit? When they, like, alter the faces? Like, I don't even know. It freaks me the fuck out. Who are these people? And why do they look like this? Why would you Photoshop? Why is there fire? And, like, they Photoshop the eyes. It's like, oh, shit. Like, oh, I'm, like, having fucking a panic attack. You know what I mean? Holy shit. Oh, my God. I don't know. I'm just going to keep that up for a little while. No, I'm joking. I like this. I'm really glad that this happened. This was only posted today. The Little Mermaid flops. Actress blames racism. I like it. I sort of like love the discourse of today. I think it's really important and good. The way that things are going. You know what I mean? Where we have Black Little Mermaid and everyone's racist. I don't know. It seems good to me that we're progressing. This seems like progress. I'm thinking. Maybe a little bit of a hot take. But it gives me good vibes, you know? This makes me feel happy to look at. Same with this chick from that Last of Us show. I think that this girl looks really good. Also, she looks just like the girl in the game. Let's see if we get a game versus show comparison. Oh, it's like, oh wow, you know, she looks just like her. Wow. No, it's funny though, because Charles Cat. I'll have to find it. He posted something about it too. She's got something. She looks like she has something wrong with her. Like, I'm not trying to be necessarily funny. Like, there's something where, like, I think they're trying to cast people that are sort of, like, weird looking and kind of, like, almost deformed. Like, I think it all started with, that kid from, Stranger Things with the cranial dysplasia. Gaten Matarazzo. I think it started with him, and then the girl Millie Shapiro, Ben Shapiro's daughter. No, but Millie Shapiro in Hereditary. That chick, fucking gross. And then, no offense, I mostly gross because I'm thinking of that one scene with the. I'm just thinking of that one horrible evil scene in that movie. But anyway, just focusing on her. I don't know, fucking freaky. Ari Aster sucks so bad. Beau is Afraid looks kind of interesting though. Hereditary sucks, and because it's just way overly negative and evil, and the other thing at the end. Oh, Midsummer. Yeah, I'm never gonna watch Midsummer in my whole life. No, I don't know. Maybe I will watch it eventually, but it seems just like women screaming like it's like they're giving birth. You know what I mean? I don't. It's like yeah, it's like 2.5 hours about like a cult and it's whatever. But Beau is Afraid could be interesting. Joaquin Phoenix. But yeah, I mean she looks great. No, it's just there was something funny on. Don't mind anyone. I probably shouldn't be showing people on my Instagram or whatever, but yeah, Charles Carroll. I was like, yo, I noticed the exact same thing. It's the thing that I love about Charles Carroll is like he notices these things. He just posts this picture. He goes, "Anyone ever see The Last of Us? Looks real good. Lol, easily worst game I ever played." Just people are like, "It's a good show," and someone goes, "Why does she look like that?" But I saw people were getting upset. They're like, "That's so immature. You're like making fun of like their looks and everything." This person's like, "Finally, someone said it." Like, it's like, what in the f is that thing? Oh god. And yeah, it's like the game graphics are beautiful, but the show's cast is fugly. Like I'm telling you, they honestly purposefully cast like ugly, weird looking people, and it all started with that. This thing setting and main protagonists are cool. Every other character is gay or uninspired. Lol. This person Eggy finally transitioned. I've heard that. That's the thing. Look at Eggy, because it's this guy. I remember him. He was one of these kind of like 4chan like incel guys. It's this guy. Oh my god, this is intense. I don't know. I kind of feel bad railing on people's looks and stuff, you know? But I'm just trying to point out a certain trend, you know? That's why, honestly, I'm excited for Barbie. Bring back beautiful people. Margot Robbie's overrated, but Ryan Gosling is a beautiful man. Dua Lipa is gorgeous, okay? There's a lot of beautiful people out here. We don't need, this. Just kidding. I'm sorry. She honestly, she probably, I looked it up and there's like a syndrome that like she honestly might have. But they never say that they actually have these things. It's like, that's not fair to, whatever. She's also a lesbian, by the way. Just so you know. Non-binary. I saw this thing, and not to throw under the bus, but even my sister agreed. I know I'm going really hard right now, but this is the last thing I'll say. There's this thing that... Ew, what the fuck is this? Fucking making me sick. What is this disgusting shit? Ugh. Ew. Absolutely evil. Ugh. Honestly sickening. It'd be fucking puke. Looking at this. Fucking disgusting. What is that? Fungus? That's the fungus monster! Fuck you. Go to hell. They're like, well, who can we get that looks like this, right? I have this kind of, sort of the video game has some sort of like kind of conventionally beautiful type of girl. Well, who can we get that looks like that? I mean, we could get her with those dope ass eyelids. Those eyelids looking dope, looking fresh. What is that? Why would you even do that? It's sad though. She looked kind of cute. She's like a cute kid. But then it's like got her in a suit. We got Elliot Page running around. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, but oh right, she's like non-binary or something. I don't know. And it was just something that Lauren Southern said, where she was like, "Just because you're ugly doesn't mean you're non-binary." I thought that was so funny. And honestly, I told my sister that, and she's pretty like, open-minded kind of person or whatever, right? She's in college, But she laughed at that actually pretty hard, and she was like, "That's so true." And I'm like, this is how people feel, but you're not going to hear it because no one wants to talk about it because it's mean. Because it's too mean, It's like, don't be mean, but you're being judgmental. You just go, yeah, whatever. People can do what they want. I had to get it out there. I'm sorry. Caroline Polachek, though, she is gorgeous. I just wish some of her stuff, she's a little bit witchy sometimes. Okay, but like, she's gorgeous. Probably the best, like, pop singer around right now. She's the best female pop singer around. Julia Holter is the best female artist around. Anyway, I probably shouldn't be... Whoa, hey now, porno. I'm just kidding, it's not porno. It's just some weird bodybuilder chick that followed me, so I followed her back. But I don't even... She probably doesn't follow... It's like one of those things, when they follow you, and then you follow back, and then they unfollow you. So I'm gonna have to unfollow you now. Stupid. Yay, they're remaking The Color Purple! Woo! Woo! Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Yay! I hope they're extra, like, sweaty in it, too, In the hair. Sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah, nice. And I hope that it's just really drab and, like, green looking, like in this photo. I hope it looks like shit and piss, actually, is what I hope. Because, don't get me wrong, it's everything. The look that so much of film has, this like digital green yellow look on just in straight up everything, I mean, interestingly though, because I'm saying it's not like a black thing or whatever, like the new Jordan Peele actually had some decent, I mean, they do accentuate his blackness like a lot, but in the new Jordan Peele movie though, I thought it was his best movie yet. And there is some decent color going. I mean, it doesn't look that great here. It's also the tint thing that I have on my, like, laptop. But anyway, I don't know. When we watched it on the TV, I watched it with my dad. And, like, I don't know. The colors were actually pretty good. Top Gun Maverick and Nope. There's, decent colors. But I think it might, I don't know. It might be something about the tint on my screen, too. Because it makes it more yellowish. Because this is weird, because, like, it definitely doesn't look as bad on the TV, except it looks, like, bad here, though, which is weird. So maybe it's just my laptop and my phone. Anyway, I mean, I thought this was his best movie yet because there was no, like, race baiting stuff in it, you know? Nope is a spellbinder that keeps pushing boundaries. Good morning, America. I mean, I don't think it was very boundary pushing, but, you know, it's interesting. It's pretty good. But Bobby had that take about how it's like, this is a cool, kind of cool poster. I like a nice, cool poster. Kind of spooky though. Looks like Saturn in the O. Always got to make sure to have a lot of like spooky occultic stuff. You know. But it's the UFO. Oh, you know, that's what it is. It's the UFO. That's weird though. UFOs looking like Saturn. Sorry, this is a full-fledged schizo stream right now. Ew, I don't like this eye. Ew. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just don't like stuff that's, you know, like sort of gross. So when they get people looking freaky and they get, you know, crazy ass like just gross stuff. Oh shit. Evangelion though, he confirmed a theory. Yeah, there's stuff in Evangelion that's the same. I've talked about that. Ugh, fucking like eye stuff. Like I said, not to be gross, but just like the needle in the eye stuff, like evoking that kind of disgusting. I'm like, no. But I do love some Evangelion. There's weird stuff there, but it's pretty good. It's like honestly like a better like Matrix. It's pretty good. Logan Paul. Logan Paul slammed for review of Jordan Peele's Nope. He goes, Nope is one of the worst movies I've seen in a long time. I love Jordan Peele and Keke Palmer can act their ass off, but this movie is objectively slow and confusing with stretched themes that don't justify the pace. A thread. When did Logan Paul become a fucking movie critic? Or a critic of any kind? Honestly, who the fuck cares about these guys anyway? God. Freaking Jake Paul and Logan Paul. Like, fucking. You can honestly completely miss me with, like, any and all of these kinds of people. Dude, like I want to be just like them. Fuck you. You're never gonna be just like them because you need just like a shitload of money. I honestly, where did they even come from? Yeah, it is a real thing, but yeah, that low FE take. I mean, high FI. I don't know. I'm being a little intense, yeah, but you know, it definitely doesn't make me feel good. But I did want to kind of put that out there. I mean, you know, it's not like it. But you're right about the Matrix thing. I was just laughing at what Sam was saying here. So good. But no, I mean, look, I don't feel, you know, good about just like talking smack on people, especially on their looks, you know? Because it's like, oh, you know, they can't help it, you know, whatever. It's like, well, I mean, with the plastic surgery, they absolutely can help it. Okay? So that's number 1. And then number 2, it's like just objectively true that there is this like weird trend of just casting like weird looking. I mean, this goes back forever, you know, of having like unconventional, you know, like models and stuff, you know, having that chic, like how it's you're like a little, you know, the beauty in the imperfection. Okay, yeah, but this has gone a little too far. Like now they're purposefully like doing it, casting like weird looking like just like people with like deformities and things. Oh man. I'm just saying that's again back to this thing, right? Of like corporatized otherness, you know? But anyway, God, I don't even like having this stuff like on the stream because people are so ugly. But it's not even like it's not like they look horrible in every photo, but it's just like like it's purposeful. I don't know, man. It's just weird. Like because it's not so much about them looking weird and ugly. It's about them being like promoted heavily and like put on the screens. Like the amount of like Last of Us ads that I saw and I had to see that like ugly chick all the time. Like it's definitely like a weird like psyop. I'm sorry, you know? Of like, you know, just like ugliness, just like making things ugly. You're never going to win because people aren't you're like biologically wired to react to that kind of thing with being like, "Oh shit," right? But then your niceness kind of and which you look at like it's good, you know what I mean? The goodness comes in and you're like, "Oh, well, you know, it's a fellow human being, of course, right? You know, it's like you don't want to be too like I guess hateful, I guess if you want to call it that, or just whatever, too derisive would be a better word, you know. Um what was I going to say though? Sorry. The goodness comes in, right? But I'm saying though, you it's overriding that though. And I feel like that's a big thing. Like people like bank on that all around with like all this kinds of stuff. They're like and they're it's almost like they're saying like let's see how much we can push people's like biological drive, you know? Like to notice that thing. Because I'll tell you, people will go to the ends of the earth to be like, that's not very nice. You know, like that's, you know, that person, they didn't choose to look like that and, you know, go. I'm like, okay, but it's not about that though. Like, it's, it's about the psyop, you know? But anyway, try convincing anyone of that, you know, because they'll just be, you know, don't even want to hear it. But I'm just saying it's part of the sort of like this the scheme. Watch though, my stream's about to get freaking pulled. Hope not. Knock on wood, God forbid. But it is a sort of amazing, tragic truth in reality. Oh yes, and also Bobby had a theory about Get Out, and I guess Us had that doppelganger stuff. But at least Get Out was he was saying, and I hadn't really thought about this. He was saying that all the race stuff was like a cover for the like important stuff, which is like the sort of MK Ultra stuff, you know. And I was like, oh damn! I was like, okay, I hadn't thought of that one. Not quite at well, actually, I was like sort of aware of it, but I hadn't thought of it in like that, you know, direct of like terms, you know. I was like, oh, they put the race stuff in there to like so it's allowed, you know. We talk about this stuff a lot. It's one of my favorite topics, one of our favorite topics, of course, ultimately being like how stuff is allowed. Which again, this is it's also very Charles Carroll, but it's so true. I mean, you watch enough stuff, you know, you listen to enough stuff or whatever, and you catch on. It's like they only allow stuff if you do stuff that's whatever. I don't know, subversive or something. You know, so it's like you can make a movie about MK Ultra stuff, you know, but you have to make it all about race, you know, and it has to be just completely like divisive, nothing to do with the reality of the situation, you know. It's about evil white people. It's like no, it's actually about like evil elite. But if you make it about white people, then you can make the movie basically, you know. And it's literally true. Seemingly, I mean, if you want to convince me otherwise, you know, Be my guest, you know what I mean? But you're not gonna find anything. I almost guarantee it. Unless it's completely like super indie, like independent. Like the last really good movie that I saw that was from, the last several years was probably Minari from 2020. It's kind of like the anti like Parasite, which I've talked about. It's about like but it's about Asian immigrants. But it's like the best possible version of that, right? It's like they're basically Christian. It's pretty like pro Christian. It's pretty like pro America. They go through like hardships and things, but it's almost like I call it like the post My Neighbor Totoro anti Parasite. So I love it. I think it's really good. But I almost guarantee that the only way that it got made was because it's about like Asian immigrants. You know what I mean? I guarantee it. Because if you I get that it's whatever, they're immigrants, and so that like it's the American dream kind of thing. So without that you probably wouldn't have had a movie, but if you just had that be like some normal like well, normal. I just, what I mean by normal. I just mean like sort of whatever American, some white family or something, right? Um, then it would be just the movie wouldn't get made. But I guess it would also be too boring. You know what I mean? So there is something to be said about that. Like well, then it would just be too boring. Like no one is trying to really watch a movie about just some random white family trying to make it in America. I mean, maybe they are, you know. I would watch it. But anyway, I'm just saying it's not so much even about the race or anything. I mean, it kind of is, but the sort of industry makes it about that stuff, you know, at the very least. But anyway, the point is like the only way they're able to make such a good movie like that is by making it like about Asian immigrants, like but anyway, hey, if they're gonna come over and they're gonna be like they are in that movie, then go ahead. You know what I mean? But maybe that's the psyop, right? It's like to make you think that they're all gonna be thinking. Anyway, it's not an Asian thing. I love Asian like culture and stuff, so it's not about that, and but it's just crazy. Like if it because it's literally every single like good thing basically. And there are only like two moments in the movie that are vaguely racial. Like they do it perfectly. There's the boy, the son goes and talks to a kid, a white kid, and they're like they say something. They're like, why are your eyes like that or something? And then there's like, oh, like I'm Asian or whatever. And then the other one's just like, why do you talk like that? He's like, oh, I'm Asian, like I whatever, right? Um but then they're both just like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like want to go play?" It's so perfect. It's endearing because the white kids don't know any better, but the Asian kids don't know any better either. And there's no like yeah, whatever, they have that moment. It's like stupid in that way you could say, but I thought it was good because it's like no, that just shows that it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to turn into some big publicity. Oh, the racism. It's like no, it's just a moment of like not understanding because they're in like a rural like Midwest area. There's like no Asians around, right? And they're like at church or something, right? And they just have this like perfect moment in terms of the film capturing it, right? Of like them both kind of just briefest dialogue, right? Of like being like like I'm white, you're Asian. But then it's like, oh, it's whatever, like we both don't even care. They're not even like offended by the questions because they don't even know any better. Like if you don't know, you know what I mean? Just the innocence of the of like children, if you don't know, you're not being told like, oh, that's racist, you're prejudiced. Like you're just gonna have a moment of being like, wait, you're like different from me. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's cool. All right, so you want to go play? So good. So anyway, I love that movie. But I love it because it's like that's how you do it, you know? But anyway, it's like everything good, and I'm saying the only way that they would get away with it, the only way they get away with it is, especially being put on A24, is by having it be like that they're Asian immigrants. But I'm saying they do it perfectly, so it's like that's good. It's like if that's how you're gonna, you know, with immigration or whatever, the integration, so to speak, it's not even a problem, which makes sense because Asians are pretty based. They're honestly pretty based and good. I mean, there's weird stuff just like any culture, obviously, you know. Obviously, you know, America is, you know, has lots of weird stuff too. But anyway, I just like that, you know. It's pretty good. I mean, and like, yeah, you know, Top Gun Maverick is good. The thing about that's interesting about Top Gun Maverick is that there's actually nothing at all subversive in that. Well, not that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Minari is necessarily subversive, but you get the idea. Like, oh, you know, the kind of pro-immigrant kind of thing. But it's like as good as possible, though. You know. Um, but then it's like because it's there's nothing wrong with being a legal immigrant who comes like in that movie. He's trying to make it work with like a farm and like they're like pro Christian, pro family kind of thing. You know, it's good. That's the American dream. You know, it's like and it's yeah, it's difficult. It's you know, it is portrayed as difficult in the movie because it is. You know, but it's good anyway. But the thing about Top Gun Maverick is that the only thing about that is that the only way that they allow that, and I know Bobby's probably not going to like this, but is because it's really just not that great. Like it's like decent, right? Trust me, if they made that movie any shred like deeper, then it wouldn't be allowed. I know now it's just too can't we just have anything, right? It's like you can always find it though, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm just being negative though. Cuz it's like, you know, Super Mario Brothers. What, don't they have like Peach kind of like be the hero? And then the new Barbie movie, well it's all about for chicks, you know. So Top Gun Maverick is kind of like the guy movie. Did I tell you guys that this is my theory too, by the way? I think they're testing out like traditional, kind of more traditional stuff to see how it goes. Top Gun Maverick was like the guy movie, right? And now they're gonna do Barbie, and that's gonna be like the girl movie. And they're gonna be like they're very like traditional, right? And I'm gonna see how it plays. And guess what? People are gonna love them. So I'm wondering maybe this will like usher in a sort of new era of that kind of thing, you know? Excuse me. Yeah, but thanks, Bobby. I really do kind of because imagine, right? Like if you had that same movie with such a good cast and like the same like approach. I don't know, it's good for what it is. I mean, it's Top Gun, right? I mean, I think they're the original and this one are about as good. Some people might even say that, you know, the new one's a little bit better. But, you know, but the point is they're not very deep movies, you know. And if you had that same kind of like I don't know, you're just not going to get that kind of study, you know what I mean? Like you're not going to get you know, an art film study about that kind of thing unless it's whatever. Like God, I know this is getting a little spicy, but like I mean, can you imagine like they're not gonna have like if you were gonna have some modern like movie about like some like whatever Midwest like rural like like you know white sort of conservative American family there's gonna have to be something in there where there's like incest, right? Like, and that's actually a good comparison, by the way, because that's what people think of whatever Midwest Southerners, the Hicks, and you go, oh, there's incest. You know what I mean? There's you gotta, you know what I mean though. Like they'd have to put that in there, or the movie wouldn't get made. Like, yeah, you could say, oh, well, it would be boring otherwise. It's like, yeah, but it would also be like good, like just like some boring ass movie, like sure, right? But it would be good, right? But you wouldn't be allowed to make it though. I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse, but I'm just saying it would be a boring movie if, sure, but it would be good. It'd be boring, but it would be good because then you would have people. It'd just be some basic white family. It's like no, there's gonna have to be like some like incest, or and they're not gonna, or it's not gonna get made. And I just find that so like disturbing. Michael Sarah though, I'm excited. Yeah, there's always going to be some. I mean, it's like, again, Charles Carroll, talking about Wes Anderson. It's like, well, there's always, he said the same thing about Wes Anderson. He's like, there's always going to be a little bit of, he goes, in quotes, he's like, alternative lifestyles in his movies, but they're the best. He's the best filmmaker he is the best filmmaker of all time. And he's like, but he's saying they wouldn't be allowed to make the movies though if he didn't put that kind of stuff in there. Which is, it's really bizarre, but like there's serious truth in that. I mean, yeah, you could say, well, they wouldn't be interesting. I don't know. I mean, it's a trade-off, I guess, but still, I mean, someone point me to the movie, of like the boring whatever white family making it in America without fucking, sorry, I didn't mean to curse, but without freaking incest, or something insane, something evil. And it doesn't exist other than on the Hallmark channel. You know what I mean? It doesn't I mean, literally. Unless it's like the thing that is so tragic about that stuff, by the way, too, is that they never make those movies very deep either. Like the reason no one really cares about like Christian movies and music and stuff, even though there is a lot of it that is really good, but like most of it is very like generic and not very deep. And it's the same with like Hallmark and all that kind of thing, and it's Up TV and everything. It's all like that. It's like very basic. But you exchange that is allowed because it's not deep, right? But then they allow art films and things like that look really good. You know what I mean? That are like beautifully filmed and like deep and things like that, right? But there's like freaking rape and incest. You know what I mean? It's like literally, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh shit, you know what I mean? And it's like, so it's like you get, you have to like pick one. And so my thing, I've been saying, if I was going to make movies, I want to be like the Hallmark Godard. I've been saying. So like Godard is like a French new wave filmmaker. He's like pretty good, but he wound up, I was just talking about it. He got pretty Marxist by the end. He's talking about, the movie Weekend and everything. But like V vs. V is like one of my favorite movies of all time. Like really good. Okay. But like, I just thought that was a really snappy thing to say, right? Godard, to be like Hallmark Godard. And if someone reviewed me as that, I would be honestly happy. I was like, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I want to like, if possible, I don't even think the negative part of me says that they wouldn't allow me to do it, but I would really love to blend the sensibilities of like an art film with like, sort of Hallmark, whatever kind of Christian sort of conservative sensibilities. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't even know if they'd be allowed. It'd be too good. You know what I mean? And it's such a simple idea. Like, is it, why, am I really the first person who's like thought of this, I doubt it. What are you guys even talking about, though? I mean, yeah, be careful here. I don't know. That's not that bad, but well, Boba Fett's black. Well, he's basically black, right? He's Indian, so he's allowed to say it. He gets the N-word pass, and it's with an A. That's not that bad, but let's keep it, careful here. And obviously I'm playing Boba Fett, but that's the excuse, right? It's a kind of a perfect excuse, right? So good. Wow, this is a fun. I didn't expect to get into it like this tonight, but it's fun. Thanks for being here, guys. Um, but yeah, I mean it's really no joke. Well, okay, sorry. Let me. All right, I'm gonna finally address the chat now. Thanks, guys. Popping off a little bit here. You know. Ugh, I'm glad you guys know what I'm talking about, though. It's like, oh my gosh, so good. Really good to get into it, but things like that though, like I almost want to just like do it to do it, to know that I can, and like to show people that it can be done, you know. Um, and it's like, if they kill me, you'll know what happened, you know, because I did it, you know. I'm not trying to have like delusions of grandeur, right? I mean, it takes so much money, and like I keep saying this, we could, to make a film, you need money, you know, people, materials, and vision, you know. And it's like I somewhat have the vision down, right? But I don't have the money, the people, or the materials. So, I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? But it's just interesting to talk about, you know, the trade offs that sort of have to be done, like because I've seen enough stuff at this point to where I realize like, okay, like you kind of can't have your cake and eat it too. Like it's either Hallmark or it's Godard. Like I want to do both. That would be so good, you know. Like give you the good morality and spirituality, kind of vaguely conservative, but you know, kind of primarily Christian approach of goodness, right? And then with the artistic, creative and artistic sensibilities. You know what I mean? Like, that would just be perfect. That's the kind of good film. I mean, those are my favorite films, really. I mean, again, the closest that you get probably is literally Wes Anderson. You know, I mean, he could still be a little bit better, but I mean, there are plenty of examples that I could give. I mean, even David Lynch's The Straight Story is very good. You know, it's literally rated G. But even with him, I guarantee you, they wouldn't have allowed him to even make that movie if he didn't. Look, I love Blue Velvet and everything, you know, but like if he didn't make all of that wacky stuff, they would never in a million years would the Straight Story have ever been made. You know, it's just tragic. I'm sorry, but you got to pay your dues to the Holly Weird evil. So you, but the thing that's interesting is it seems like you get to choose your route, right? Like Denzel Washington. It's like, okay, Denzel, like you're gonna get a big Holly Weird career, right? So what's your, you know, pick your poison, and like, you know, look, you know, no offense, no hate, but you get the idea where it's like, okay, I will play a lawyer defending a gay guy, right? And it's like, okay, so they kind of like give you a pass, so you're like allowed to like do what you kind of want for the rest of it. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I get that. I don't know. It is a little bit ridiculous. Like you wouldn't think that that's how it works, but like it kind of starts to seem like it does though, because you're like, man, how do these people like, you know, how does a guy like Denzel? I don't even really, you know, whatever care that much about Denzel Washington. I mean, you know, I mean, honestly, the biggest role I've seen him in was Training Day, where he plays like a really evil villain, you know. But apparently, he's this like Christian good guy, you know. And the point is like, well, you know, how does a guy like that, whatever? Well, I guess, you know, a Training Day too, but you know, anyway, whatever. He's not that good, but you know what I mean. Like, you got to do something. You got to have something on the resume, you know, that's like, you know, kind of subversive and everything. I'm sorry. I hate to be on my bullshit, but it seems to go down like that, you know? If you're too like square, you know what I mean? If you're too like traditional, you're just not gonna make it. And you're not gonna get the sort of like funding to make your stuff. You got to do some weird, crazy crap. Basically, I love David Lynch, but you got to make some weird shit so that you can. Well, first of all, he's good with blending dark and light. Like, whatever. Bobby was, giving me. He's like, oh, you're gonna defend David Lynch, but what? He's good. He's pretty pro Christian and good, but the point is though, you wouldn't even be able to make this. He wouldn't be able to make the Straight Story if he didn't freaking make a bunch of crazy stuff until then. I mean, that's what's so funny about that movie, and the title itself is kind of like, here's a normal good movie, right? Like, it's like, well, that's like the joke, It's so interesting and good, but all right, calm down, Boba Fett. Jada Pinkett Smith's bald alien ass walking around, raping Will Smith. I'm just kidding. We're getting crazy tonight. So good. Love you guys though. So good. What was I gonna say? Anyway, yeah, you get it. I mean, it wouldn't be able to make that movie if it wasn't for putting in years of crazy crap. Unfortunately. I mean, even it's all is hold on one sec. Robin Williams though. R.I.P. I know you can miss me with that movie. Like, I mean, it's not just even that they're like gay or whatever. I mean, whatever, right? I mean, kinda, but well, it's just campy and dumb though. If it's campy, I'm not into that stuff. It's like, okay, but it's still bad. Like, this still sucks, right? I guarantee that movie sucks. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, whatever. It kind of has to do with with being gay, but it's like, it's mostly just because it's campy crap. Robin Williams like, hoo. Like, I mean, I guess it's like funny in the way that they're almost kind of making fun of gay people, right? But like, based good? No, I'm just kidding, but no, but they're like, yeah, it's just campy crap. I don't like that stuff. Whether it's like just schlock, The closest I get to stuff like that I can enjoy is like Brian De Palma or something, And even he grew out of it. But again, there you go. I mean, even it's not even like Scarface is like that great, I mean, look, it's good, but But you know how it is. You gotta pay your dues somehow to the Holly Weird Evil. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, there's probably people that I'm just, whatever, not aware of, but I mean, can you point me to some other people? I mean, people that aren't like straight up like corny, and it's like, no offense, you know what I mean though. It's kind of like corny, like Christian stuff, Hallmark up TV stuff. Can you point me to anything that's not that, right? That is, like really like good film and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, you probably can't even name one. I mean, there are like a few, right? There's definitely some, but they're like the freaking 1% of like films. You know what I mean? I mean, again, like Jesus of Nazareth is like a perfect movie. Um, Again, I do love the Stray Story and movies like that. I mean, there's plenty of movies I can name, but you're not gonna really get much in the way of that. The stuff that's both like deep and good. You know, it's very, very rare. I mean, like what? Forrest Gump? I mean, like it's all right. Stupid Jenny dying from AIDS. I'm like, all right, freaking weird. And he's like retarded. It's like a stupid movie. I mean, like it's okay, but there's like the terrible CGI, and then it's like the whole like, and then just like the corny sentiment. I don't know. I guess, but some of it's good. It's sort of like overrated and overrepresented, but like still pretty enjoyable and good. Well, it's like, and I love like a Charlie Brown Christmas, and like It's a Wonderful Life. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So good. And Johnny Cash's hymns, Skeeter Davis's Hand in Hand with Jesus. Um, I've been really into this movie Breaking Away lately. Again, that was Charles Carroll put me onto that one too, but turns out it's one of my dad's favorite movies of all time. That movie is amazing. It is pretty good. Um, I'll think of some more stuff in a second, in a minute, but I just want to catch up on the chat here. Yeah, I was talking about this movie Minari. It is really good. Top Gun. Nah. It's But yeah, I hear you, Bobby. Yeah, thank you, dude. Yeah, he's like in the. I heard about that, and yeah, that you're talking about about Barbie, but Michael Cera though. I know. It's like I love Michael Cera. It's so funny. We both love Michael Cera. I mean, he's not that great or anything, but no, I'm just kidding. But he's good. Um, no joke though. Let's go back. Let's go back to the good days when guys dig jets and girls dig Barbies. No joke, man. I mean, what is so wrong with that? You know what I mean? It's like the thing about all of this stuff, right? And the thing that is so like irritating, right? Because then you get called this like super traditional type of person, right? But the reality of the situation is that traditional thing, not to be all Jordan Peterson, right? But it's like that traditional thing is just like a good archetypal umbrella to work under and off of, right? So like anything that kind of deviates from the norm in that way, what are you gonna do? You're not supposed. It's like you're not supposed to be hateful, and you're not supposed to be. It's not like punishable by law, right? You have to like jets and you have to like Barbies. No, but like understanding that that's just kind of the norm, which it still is, right? Technically, knock on wood and God forbid, right? It's like understanding that like that's good, like or it's whatever you want to think about it, right? It's that it's fine, right? For some people you could say maybe it's just fine, but for like most people you could say, well, it's good, right? But the thing about that is like just the way where we're at right now, there's just pendulum swing, and you got to overcompensate for this thing. I always say, we are in the era of overcompensation. So anyway, it's not surprising, that you have years and years of this kind of whatever, sort of more limiting, somewhat oppressive kind of whatever viewpoint of this hegemonic whatever kind of like the the white patriarchy or whatever, right? But then it's like for the last 50 years it's been basically since the 60s, right? We've been on this like slow course towards like where we're at now, which is like the culture, the counterculture is the culture now, right? And so it's like, first of all, it's boring, but it's also just like needless. It's just unnecessary. Anyway, what I'm saying is like, you leave room for that deviation or whatever under the with the understanding that it is that, right? But now we're in this crazy time of, I mean, it's not that crazy, but you know, it's this unusual kind of thing of like, well, basically that it is usual, saying no, it's usual, like this is good, whatever. It's like, you know, like instead of just saying like, yeah, it's unusual, but like it's fine. You know, people have basic human rights. You're not gonna, I'm not gonna, you know, be evil to people, right? You know, because they're gay or whatever, right? You know, it's like, of course, you're gonna treat people with basic like human decency, you know. It's like, but not but I'm saying like, and then uh sorry, what was I gonna say? Oh, but then when there's like a problem, is this time of like indignant strife that is like honestly like self-perpetuated, because it's like, honestly you'd probably be like a lot happier if you just accepted like, yeah, like it's not like normal, but of course I deserve basic human rights, you know. It's like we all do, you know. um but you don't have to like, everything beyond that is just sort of like superfluous, you know. And then you get this kind of corporate otherization thing. It's just, and it's all just this cynical money scheme, money and power scheme. It's just on the other side now, you know. But I'm saying like, if you left room for that, like there wouldn't be any problems, you know. I don't know, like call me optimistic, but I think human nature, like it just kind of corrects itself, you know? Like you don't need like people meddling, like we got to push the, you know, whatever gay agenda. I mean, you know, I know people hate that term, but it's like whatever you want to call it, you know, having this way over representation. I mean, right, it's like, you know, explain to me why it's like 1% of people are trans, but like 20% of the arts and media stuff is like all focused on this like trans stuff now, you know? Including the conservative stuff, you know, the commentators and things constantly talking about it, you know. And it's like, well, that is disproportionate, you know. So you want it to be like proportionate, you know. I mean, God, even if it was like 10%, it would be an improvement, because it would be like, well, at least, you know, whatever, right? I mean, the sort of more creative types and the, you know, they flock to that kind of industry or whatever, right? To be whatever, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm just saying it like it makes sense, but once it like extends beyond that, then it starts to look like a scheme, you know, which it like probably is. And it's just to get more money and power, you know. It's like they don't care about you, you know. Anyway, it starts off as like a decent minded thing of like, well, you know, we haven't had representation for years and years. It's like, okay, well, now you're over represented, and now you're getting people like pissed off. It's not working in anyone's real favor in the long term, except the corporations. Anyway, I mean, you get it. It's like you have to just say like, this is the stuff that's like normal. This is stuff that's like not, but it's okay that it's not normal, you know. Like it doesn't get devalue your like basic human rights, you know. But you know, it's like, stop pretending it's like the norm when it's clearly not, and it's not supposed to be. But that's okay, you know. Like, why can't we all just be okay with what we have, you know? I don't know. because we're getting killed on the street. It's like, I mean, I guess. But still, with the representation thing, I don't know, man. Just, you got to make those numbers a little more proportionate. And then it's going to work. It'll work out well on both ends, you know? Because then, like, you know, you get your representation. Everyone else is not getting pissed off, feeling like it's a scheme. And then that works in their favor too, because then whatever, people aren't getting pissed off and then getting oh my god, the trans people, you know what I mean, they're everywhere. And you know, it's like, don't you want people to be accepting? You don't make people accepting by forcing stuff right onto them, right? That's actually the opposite of how that works, right? And that's what people don't understand, right? It's like, no, you're actually pushing people away and like making people hateful, right? You know what I mean? Having to tune in, seeing, you know, trans people all day, you know? It's like, you know, it's that's not a good idea, because you're making people hateful, you know what I mean? Like, people just don't get it though. People are so simple. They're like, what do you mean? We gotta have more trans. It's like, yeah, just, you're not getting it. And it's like, it's honestly, fuck off. You know what I mean? Because they can't even, it's like, if you don't get it now, you're never gonna get it. You're completely just whatever. You know? But I think honestly more people get it than don't. People just act like they don't get it. So what do you mean? Of course it's a good thing. You know, they're getting the representation. Yeah, they're getting over representation, and it's like making people hateful instead of doing what it's supposed to do, which is like, I'm telling you, if you had it be proportional, right? Proportionate, I mean, right? Like how it really honestly was for years and years, even after the 60s, right? Into like freaking the 90s and the 2000s even. When you have it be like more proportional, I don't know. I mean, look, you're not going to have I don't know. I mean, things weren't, it's not like whatever that gays and, you know, they weren't being treated that well then either. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know the answers. But that's just like a general hunch that I have, right? Is like, if you have the representation be like at least somewhat proportional, then you're going to get rid of a lot of like, you're actually sort of ironically going to get rid of like a lot of hate, you know? Because I'm telling you, the way that you're going to get hate is by like having tons of trans people and drag queens and stuff on TV and everything and in movies, and having whatever you want to call it, you know, normal people being like they're taking over, you know, and then they get crazy, and then what? You're gonna blame them? I mean, yeah, okay, sure, they shouldn't be having that negative of a reaction, but at the very least, they're gonna turn off the TV. They're gonna, I don't know. Anyway, it's gonna be interesting to see how things. I'm sort of optimistic. I mean, in some ways, because the way that it is currently cannot hold. You know what I mean? So they're going to try out Top Gun Maverick. They're going to try out Barbie. You know, we're going to see. And they're going to see that people like this stuff. You know, people want the father stew. You know what I mean? That the reception I was showing that stuff, you know, you get 40% critics, you get 8% audiences. People still want the same good stuff. It's just like this weird time of like, let's just do everything else that's alternative and not even have like good stories and characters and things, but have it just all be about, you know, the message TM. You know, there's kind of just like alternative, like sort of, I don't know, leftist. I don't know what you want to call it, but, you know, just kind of alternative lifestyle stuff. And it's not even anything like deep, let alone good. You know, I could tell you plenty of stuff that I've seen that's like good portrayals of that kind of thing, you know, of that kind of like alternative lifestyles and things. Plenty of some of my favorite stuff, either made by gay people, like gay people in it or whatever. And it's all like, but it's all stuff before, like, most of it at least is before the last freaking 20 years. You know what I mean? Because it was, I don't know. It was just better in that way because it was like more honest, you know. Um, I don't know. It's just so dishonest how stuff has gotten. It's in an effort to try to be nice, but it's not necessarily good, you know. Because and then in the end, you're just winding up getting people pissed off and like hateful, you know, because of what you know what I mean. And I'm not saying like that you should be getting pissed off and hateful. Like, you know what I mean? Because I get it. You're just, you know, it's always gonna. Again, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, right? So you could totally take what I'm saying and be like, well, you know, why are you sympathizing with the people that are getting pissed off? It's like because I understand why they'd be getting pissed off. Like, you know, it's like because it starts to look like a scheme, you know, which it kind of is, but it's not necessarily. It's the corporations though, and it doesn't people are just more than happy, especially like minorities and stuff. They're more than happy to get their because it seems like a good opportunity, right? But it's like but if you think like long term about it though, like it's suddenly not so good, you know? Like because you're just sort of not always, but a lot of times is contributing to this kind of division. I mean, because you got to understand, like, I'm not just saying it's like the representation. I'm talking about over representation, you know? So again, you get 1% of people who are trans, and then you get like 20% of I mean, it's maybe a little less. Let's say 15%, right? Of like arts and media and stuff that's like, you know, very like pushing the message of like kind of trans stuff or whatever. Um, well, then you're just kind of like, okay, like, why the big push? And it's like, it's because of the money and the power. It's not even because of the representation, you know? And then, you know, the conservatives, I'm sorry, you know, it's like they play right into it too, and they give it more representation. It's completely stupid, you know. If people just I don't know, man. I don't know. It's I mean, you just got to watch. You just got to find other stuff. There's plenty of, you know, stuff to watch that and listen to that doesn't, you know, push the message, but it's very rare to find stuff that's like new and good. That's like uh you know, centrist in that way. I mean, there are a few people, you know, like I like stuff from like Joe Pera and like John Lurie and stuff, you know, but and like again, I'm you know, yeah, Minari's decent, you know, in these things. Yeah, you know, you get a handful of, you know, you get Top Gun Maverick, you get the new, you know, Super Mario Brothers, you got Barbie, you know, it's kind of like, kind of, kind of better stuff starting to come out, and you know, I love Charles Carroll and this whole gang, you know, he's got going on there, um, but most of it's crap, and it all is homogeneously, you know, kind of pushing the same kind of stuff. And that's why people get pissed off and hateful, and it's like again, it's wrong, it's not good, but they're reacting to a reaction. You know, it just goes back and forth like that. And it's very stupid. But they're always just gonna go for what's gonna make the money, what's gonna get the power. So kind of just gotta wait for the pendulum to swing to be a little more normal. We can only pray to God and Jesus Christ. Thank you, God and Jesus Christ. Amen. But I'm sure they. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Hold on. Because like yeah, Bobby says maybe we've been so abused and battered when we saw Maverick, we felt so thankful. Yeah, literally. So good. Oh yeah, I don't even remember that guy. Yeah, okay. What did he have to do? Based and good. Training Day though. Um. Yeah, he's a criminal. I don't know. That's kind of based though, right? Having a black villain, because I thought of that too. Um, but I hear that though. There is a lot of some that actually is there is some reality, some amazing truth in reality to how people treat black people though. I know that's a little bit of like blue pilled whatever cold take, but it's actually true. Once you get deep into it enough, you realize that, right? Like the whole thing of like making black guys like cross dress and everything. This stream is just getting too based and good. But like no joke. I mean, everyone knows. Chappelle talked about it, and all that good stuff. Um. Oh, nice. Eric Strauss is here. Now it's a party. Let me just catch up completely here. But yeah, Maverick is good. Okay, wait. Yeah, I mean, I saw there's this guy I follow. I almost replied to him because he was talking about this kind of thing. Just like the rappers trend, the post. Um, I hate to say it, but like I mean, I thought Young Thug was interesting when he came around, but he kind of helped further that psyop. Just kind of like the soft, black guys wearing dresses kind of thing, of like, because this guy was saying he's like honestly like this is like he didn't say psyop, but he said something like this is a psyop. They're like demasculinizing or what? Sorry, emasculating black men. And I almost replied to him, and because this guy he posts stuff all the time. He's like this kind of guy, very into the race stuff. But this one thing I saw, and I almost replied to him, and I was like, dude, honestly, I was like, I hear what you're saying, but I didn't want to, I didn't want to intervene, as a white male. I'm like, what, you know, um, dude. But that's one of those takes that's like literally true and good. Yes, the Evil Dead movies are pretty good. I like Army of Darkness the best. Well, first of all, Brian De Palma. Okay, so like the early stuff, his sisters, but it's not that good. But like the schlocky stuff. Well, oh, Dress to Kill. Speaking of trans people, dude, Dress to Kill is yeah, it's questionable, but it's good schlock. Yeah. He's like the schlock king. Um, God, I can't even think of other De Palma right now for some. Oh, Blowout. Well, Blowout is actually like genuinely good. It's a little tragic. I mean, it's like in the end, it's a little bit tragic, but like, um, that's a really good movie. It was based on the movie Blow Up that I still need to watch, but it's Blowout. John Travolta though, and this chick I forget her name. John Lithgow is the villain. He's a weirdo. Wait, am I thinking of? Am I mixing them up? No, I think he's in Blowout, and then there's this other guy, this news guy. Anyway, that's a good one. Blowout is really good. Um, but yeah, De Palma. I mean, he did Carrie. I still haven't even watched all of Carrie, but yeah, he made his mark with that stuff. And then I thought The Untouchables was kind of boring, but obviously Scarface is pretty good, and there's other stuff from him that I still need to watch. But yeah, he's good. But yeah, I'm my favorite. Honestly, my favorite of the Evil Dead trilogy is Army of Darkness. I'm sorry, it's the most fun and good. I mean, Darkman is pretty good. I haven't seen that one. I still need to watch This Is the End. Anyway, nice. I'm caught up. What's up, Eric? Thanks for being here. Reacting. Sissifying, yeah. Stream men. Yeah, Carrie, like, because trans people is confusing. It implies they work in the transportation industry. And I was like, they're like stewards and stewardesses. Oh god. Well, I was kind of just going off about a lot of just kind of culture stuff, and I don't know. I just feel like it sort of ironically works against the yeah, exactly, the bus drivers, trans pilots, trans people. No joke. That's so naive, and that would be so endearing if like like just had no idea. You literally thought they were talking about transportation people. Oh, trans people. I thought you were talking about like bus drivers. John Carpenter, though. I haven't seen that much Carpenter. Obviously, I've seen Halloween. Halloween's decent. I really like They Live. Obviously. Um. Well, I was just my whole like point, my like thesis, is that like the sort of overrepresentation stuff is just like ironically, just causing like more hate because like, it's like no, if you have things be proportional in terms of like representation of groups of people to the statistically how they it's like okay, it's like 1%, it's like 1% of people are trans, right? But if you have like 20% of like art and media coming out having some kind of, well, I don't know, like, yeah, just kind of like trans thing stuff going on, then like, well, then it starts to look suspicious. Not on their parts as people necessarily, but on like the industry's part. And then you've got people who then wind up becoming like just being like hateful and evil over it. And then, but I'm saying it's like, it's tough because it's like, I'm not trying to like sympathize with them too much, right? But I'm just saying, like, in the long term, though, I don't think it works really well in anyone's favor because, like, the industry just cares about the money and the power. And then you get, like, the sort of, there's no real, like, there's no, like, good way to say it, but whatever, the kind of normal people or whatever, right? Whatever. And people are just kind of like, well, what is this? Why is everything like this now, And then, I don't know. Then you just wind up getting more, just like division and hatred, and yeah, the conservative stuff. Then they play into it too, into the, ironically, that fight scene though in They Live is amazing. Literally the best, like one of the best scenes in any movie ever. Yeah, trans rights. That's good. This is when they, because Karma's Pim says, so when bus drivers go on strike, they're fighting for trans rights. We deserve more rights. Oh, you here for the trans rights rally? Yeah, dude. I'm a professional bus driver. They don't pay me enough. They don't pay me enough to do this every day. So he says, anyway, yeah, that fight scene is unbelievable. Roddy Piper and the other guy whose name I always forget, but they're both amazing in it. Ugh, catching a cold. Roddy Piper was okay. So I don't know if the representation is as big as the attention given to it. Well, look, that's what I've been saying about this whole like sort of. I'm sorry. Look, I'm starting to get tired of it too. I really am. But the Daily Wire and these kinds of people, every other video being about, dude, it's the best though, because it starts to go. This is what I think starts to happen, and I don't know if I'm stealing this from anybody, but the way I see it is like the fight. He says that fight goes on way too long, then it goes on far longer. Laughing emoji, and I'm like, it starts to become too long, but then it's amazing because it's so long, you know? Like that's how I see it. It's like I don't know. I am stupid, so I was riveted the whole entire time. The longer it went on though, the longer it went on, the more I loved it. But I could imagine though you're watching it and you're kind of like, okay, this is going on way too long. But I feel like then it kind of tips over into being like amazing because it's so long. You know what I mean? Like uh like a long song or something. I don't know, just the way the scene goes, you're kind of like it could be too much. Like if it was any shorter, but it's long enough to where it's just perfect. He was exactly right, TJ Law. Yeah, I'm glad you get it. Cause Morning Stars. What are Morning Stars? I'm thinking of like shurikens or whatever those things, those throwing stars. Oh man. Ugh. Just got kind of a headache. Pissing me off. Anyway, enough about all that crap. Um, I was really laughing, Eric, when you typed the main man, Oliver Linehan. I was rewatching a little bit of it today. I was just going through my history and I was like, I don't know why. I put it on for a minute. And then it was the part where you mentioned, you were like, he said, he was like, oh, I really love like thrillers and like horror movies. And then you were like, oh, like, well, have you heard this movie like Pinata Island? And he's like, nah. And then you're like, well, it's this a very scary movie. Like, there's a bunch of people, it's like college age people. They're all on an island, and it turns out like the pinata is cursed and starts killing everyone on the island. And then Oliver goes, very scary. And then you're like, yeah, I don't know. That was pretty good. So I looked up that movie and like no one even knows about it. It's like very niche. And not very well received. I don't know if you're surprised to hear that. But that was great. It was funny on both of you guys' ends, but it was something about Oliver just going very scary. I was laughing. I died laughing at that. Big Trouble in the... Oh, I didn't realize Carpenter did that. We actually, I think we talked about that on Eric's stream once. We were like, that's the best title for a movie. Big Trouble in Little China. Oh my god. Very scary. Man, yeah, that was good though. Oliver, nice dry sense of humor. Sort of a good straight man there. I wonder what kind of movies I would love to hear more of what some stuff that Oliver likes because he didn't cite any examples. To be honest, I don't even generally love horror movies that much. You know what I mean? But when they're good, they're good. Like, but it's more like I don't know, more of the psychological stuff and things like that are interesting. But it's okay. That's what those things are. I thought it was called like a flail. I guess it's probably the same thing. Yeah, those are pretty underrated weapons. I'd like that to be my weapon in some kind of like Street Fighter game. In Tekken. I loved Tekken growing up. We've been listening to some of the music from those games lately, and it's really good. Yeah, I mean, you know me and my frickin', horror stuff that I like is, of course, all the fucking kind of artsy stuff. Like Persona or like Lynch, or like whatever. Eraserhead, even though Eraserhead's kind of messed up, but Eraserhead and Pi, Videodrome. Of course, there's some classics. Night of the Living Dead is decent. Psycho is decent. Silence of the Lambs is decent. Oh, did I mention? Yeah, Halloween is decent. Silence of the Lambs is decent. Some super spooky movies though, where it's like freaking. I've talked about crazy movies like Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, Man Bites Dog, and like Funny Games. Both the original and the remake. Benny's Video is kind of like a horror too, but Funny Games are kind of the classics. But those are all movies that interestingly take on like film itself. You know what I mean? Like sort of being like, are horror films like good? Kind of thing. That's why I like those. Even if they're fucked up and kind of evil, there's like, kind of interestingly almost a good message. Again, it's that thing of like, they wouldn't even allow it if they, if it wasn't insane evil. But the messages are actually kind of good of being like, is it actually good to like, it's kind of questioning if it's really, good to watch horror movies at all. You know what I mean? Oh shit, look who it is. It's Oliver Linehan. I literally was just saying, I was laughing at that bit in your typing session when you guys were talking about this Pinata Island movie, and you were like, very scary. It was just making me laugh. And I was just saying I was curious what kind of, like movies you're into, kind of like horror movies and things like that. So I was just rattling off some names of stuff that I enjoy. Oh, yes, and I was going to say I also have a sort of soft spot for like the Blair Witch Project. And I recently watched Paranormal Activity, and I honestly kind of like that too. I tend to like the stuff that's sort of properly framed in that way, Again, sort of like how in Blair Witch that chick just wants to. I've talked about this a lot, but it's like she just wants to get more stuff, and her like big folly, right, is in the investigation. It's like stupid idiot, getting too involved, right? And it's like in Paranormal Activity, there's this whole element of like the camera itself too, which like I just find all of that kind of stuff very interesting. Because it's like there's something there of like, dude, like stop the camera, the stupid boyfriend, right? He's like, he's like, come up and get me, It's like, dude, you're literally making everything way worse. And he's got the camera. Like, yeah, it's stupid, but it's actually like kind of properly framed. He's, no pun intended, because he's got the camera going, and it's like, dude, they don't like to be filmed, You gotta get keyed into that kind of logic, in order to appreciate it. Only true. It's what like Dunning-Kruger or something, right? Only true based good kings and queens and legends and rulers can understand the genius of Paranormal Activity. Nah, it's just funny though, because people don't even like that movie. It was so corny though when they promoted that movie. I don't know if you guys remember, but they would have It's literally just like, oh my god, it's so scary because it's a digital camera and like a door moved, and then they would show the It's interesting Eric mentions this. Okay, but like then they show the audience in the commercials, and the audience are like a guy and a girl, like a couple. The girl's hanging on the guy, and they're like, ah! They like jump, and like the popcorn goes everywhere, like it's from fucking Scary Movie or something, which is perfectly relevant. The Scary Movie movies are very funny and good. I mean, they're stupid, obviously, but they're pretty good. The first one, I don't really like the second one because it's kind of gross and stupid. But the first and the third one, I are like guilty pleasures. You know, especially the first one, which of course reminds me of like Scream, uh, which is decent. And I saw the fourth one in theaters for some reason when I was a teenager, but that one was okay. Um, yeah, I can't really think of any others right now, but the third, like, I remember being a kid and watching that at like some of it at a hotel in Maine with my family. I was like watching something. I was dying laughing. I was probably like 12. I was like dying laughing at that funeral scene. It's like so horrible, but it's like so funny when they get the chick is in the coffin and Anthony Anderson and the guy, they're like, I don't even remember what they're doing, but they're just being incredibly. They're trying to like wake her up or something. They're just being super disrespectful to like the body, and everyone's like, "Oh!" They're all like passing out. I can't even remember, but something. It was just so like ridiculous, like dark comedy that it was just hilarious. I haven't seen all of Airplane though. Oh, you know what that reminds me of though? Shaun of the Dead. Edgar Wright though. Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz. Those are pretty good. But I never watched Dawn of the Dead, to be honest. Neither the original or the remake. But I know they're both considered pretty good. I mean, like, whatever, George Romero, but like Zack Snyder though, who like obviously like Zack Snyder sucks, but people seem to speak highly of the remake, Dawn of the Dead, which was what Shaun of the Dead was spoofing. But that movie's kind of good. I always thought the title was kind of dumb because it's directly spoofing that, like making it seem like a scary movie type movie. But I feel like Shaun of the Dead, like acts. I mean, stands on its own. You know what I mean? It's not scary movie. It's not like spoofing a bunch of like. I get that it's a direct response or whatever to Dawn of the Dead, but it really works on its own. Same with Hot Fuzz. I never watched all of The World's End though. That's kind of the third in the Cornetto trilogy, I guess they call it. My parents got me the trilogy for some reason for like Christmas one year. So I do have The World's End. I saw some of it. I thought it was interesting how Simon Pegg is like he's kind of this overgrown like teenager type of guy, but he's pretty funny and good. I don't know, man. He's kind of good. But yeah, that one was what's the vibe there? Is it zombie, but it's also like the apocalypse, I guess. I don't know. Antiquated, but anyway, yeah, antiquated tech, paranormality is a story arc. Yeah, I can't think of too many others. I mean, there's some movie rec like recording in brackets. I never watched it, but I saw Quarantine, which was a remake of that. I rewatched that. It's not a good movie, but just that era, right? Oh, like Cloverfield, right? Yeah, Cloverfield, those kinds of movies. But that's like not exactly antiquated tech, but yeah, it's an interesting thing when they do that stuff. Like in even in De Palma, like Blowout. Blowout is really really clever because in the beginning, well, actually, I don't know if I want to ruin it, but let's just say I don't know if I want to ruin it. Anyway, whatever. There's just stuff about they kind of make fun of horror, and there's like sound editing stuff. It's pretty good. Um, but yeah, I like when stuff like that comes into the picture because it's just interesting and kind of good. Because it's all kind of related, and that's how they capture the stuff. You literally capturing spirits, capturing film, capturing spirits. Right? And that's an old belief too. You know, of like the camera gonna steals your soul kind of thing. That's like some voodoo belief. I don't even know what it is, but something. Arcade Fire, flashbulb eyes. What if the camera really do your soul? Oh no. But when that stuff comes in, that's when you know it's real. All the best. But there aren't too many like I don't know, like traditional horrors that I'm like that into, I guess. Especially not I don't know, like slashers. Well, cuz even Scream is like about that stuff too of like the movies being part of it, you know. Which is what's so weird about Scary Movie and how it's a movie about a fucking movie making fun of movies. The fuck? Confusing. Either way, it was a good vehicle for that spoof movie stuff, right? I mean, it's like such a dumb genre, but it's pretty funny. And people hate those movies too, which is really funny. Like critically at least. Like how dare you, right? Making fun of our secret, art of movies or whatever. It's like, yeah, but there's so many dumb like tropes and things that you can make fun of, like especially in horror movies. They're like the biggest offenders of that stuff. And I was like, why is that, All of that stuff gets the well, I guess there's tropes in like everything, but anyway, I don't know. Most horror kind of sucks, but when it's good, it's good. Well, yeah, and then that reminds me, by the way, of like Hitchcock, but I can only really think of Psycho. I gotta watch Marnie. You guys were talking about that the other night. You have the birds. We're gonna watch the birds. Which is kind of a good bad movie. The birds are symbolic of the fucking something demons. I don't know. I saw some interesting commentary on it that was like, oh, they're eating up the frame or something, probably about film itself. I don't know. The chaos of the birds. Zizek, maybe. Again, the best stuff he ever did is film analysis. But yeah, Leslie Nielsen, though, kind of a legend, I gotta watch more of his stuff. And Naked Gun and everything. Sort of surprised I haven't. Yeah, you know what, though? You're right. Those were around, like, way before that dude, David Zucker, right? And Leslie Nielsen. So that stuff's been around for way before Scary Movie. And it wasn't even about horror. So that's pretty good. So I was buffering a bit. I don't know if you guys heard me, but I was saying, like, that stuff's been around way before horror stuff. Like David Zucker, Leslie Nielsen. So that's pretty good. But it's fucking buffering again. Kind of gotta get back into watching more movies again. I've been listening to more just like music and kind of hopping on here. My attention span watching movies, I'm just like, man, I don't really feel like watching that much right now. Wish we could just watch stuff on here. We get fucking copyright infringement. Unless it's public domain. But, you know, there's plenty of good movies that are in public domain, but, like, not most of the good stuff that we, I don't know, right? That's, like, really, you know, like The Thing or something, you know, like Carpenter. Like, that's not going to be available. Well, actually, maybe the original, but not the remake. Everyone always says I haven't seen the remake, but everyone says it's really good. Or like Dead Zone or something. Stephen King. Christopher Walken, though. Christopher Walken is kind of scary looking. He's kind of like a Dracula or something. Vampiric look. Kind of a spooky man. Yeah, and then it's like, what is the deal with his like later era? He's in like Adam Sandler's Click. Like what? I gotta watch The Deer Hunter though. People also search for Natalie Wood. Natalie Wood is gorgeous. It's too much to even. So many good movies though here. I gotta watch freaking West Side Story. The original and the remake. I heard the remake's good. I don't know. There's no way it's gonna top the original, you know. I'm down to watch it. But Natalie Wood, she's probably, you know, gonna go up on the wall here, you know what I mean? She's gorgeous. The original is a remake too? I actually think I did know that, but I forgot. You're talking about... Oh, I'm not talking about, Wait. Let me just make sure. It's based on a novella. And then there's the 50s movie, right? And then they got, you know, 82. But then there's 2011. So are you talking about that? Because I don't think... Wait. Yeah, because I think... Well, that there's three. I knew that, but I wasn't thinking of the... I'm thinking of Carpenter, though, you know? Kind of the definitive version. So, I mean, like, are you talking about the 2011 version? Because, yeah, I mean, who even cares? Like, I don't even know what's up with the 2011 version. Mary Elizabeth Winstead, though, and Joel Edgerton. I know them. But I don't know any of these other people involved. Oh, or like Eric Christian Olsen. I've seen that guy. Just because he showed us up on Tim and Eric one time. Freaking Dumb and Dumberer when her and Lloyd. Yeah, then he was in freaking. Oh shit, he was in Not Another Teen. That's another one, Not Another Teen movie. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber when Harry met Lloyd, and then yeah, he's on. Oh my god, the hot chick, and yeah, he's on Tim and Eric. So good. He's not credited here though. Pretty sure he shows up. I remember him being in the credits. Hmm. It's weird. When did So I'm just trying to like understand why I thought he showed up in this. I swear he was credited, and that's how I knew about him. Bizarre psyop. I'm just kidding, but whatever. You can't find it. Just say bizarre and evil psyop. Whatever, can't find it. I don't know. Anyway, not another teen movie though. With that hot chick though. Speaking of, no pun intended. Kyler, Ray, Lay. Just gorgeous. Anyway. Right, the rest of them though, everyone hates them. And they probably are pretty bad. So, basically I knew about it, but I, wasn't really thinking about the 2011 one. Yeah, not another teen movie though. So bad but good. Oh my god, Good Charlotte plays at the prom. Dude, that was like that was probably my first favorite band. It's embarrassing but true. Amazing truth and reality. Right, and they had the soundtrack. Wow, this soundtrack though, where they had everyone covering like 80s songs. That's wild. Man, they used to just like crazy how this isn't even like you wouldn't even get something this good anymore. And it's not even like good. It sucks. But they went hard for the soundtrack. You see, like, I don't know. It's not like that many good bands, but they got like, you know, I mean, it's kind of stupid, but yeah, Marilyn Manson, boo. But Smashing Pumpkins though, it's pretty good. System of a Down, decent. Scott Weiland, decent. Good Charlotte, amazing. That's pretty funny though. But yeah, they're saying they didn't get Anna Faris. Love Anna Faris. Got a crush on her too. Totally. Her showing up in like Lost in Translation too. So funny. Thomas Pym says the humor is campy current references which are already dated on release. Literally. So goofy. I just realized that because I'm just reading about Anna Faris. The girl's name is Cindy Campbell, right? And it's the character is Sidney Prescott in Scream, played by Nev Campbell. So Cindy Campbell is like a play on it's a play on the character, it says, but I just realized it's like Sydney, they make it Cindy, and then they make, Campbell. That's pretty funny. Only real heads know. That's pretty good. This movie 43, though. Like, what the hell was this? I remember watching some of it with a friend, but like, it's considered just like one of the worst movies of all time. Chicago Sun-Times called it the Citizen Kane of awful. I don't know if that was no, it wouldn't be Roger Ebert, but when did this come out? 2013, I guess, yeah. It's bizarre. Oh yeah, and she was in the remake of Overboard. Which is bizarre, but my mom likes the original movie, which is funny. Seems kind of underrated. Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell. I've seen some of it. It's on TV sometimes. Roger Ebert actually kind of liked it. It's funny. About comedy doesn't age well. They're on steroids. Those spoof films of the early 2000s. The Gun series is still here. It still probably doesn't age all that well, though. You'll have to watch those. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess they don't age well if the movies that they're parodying don't age well, right? So, like, some maybe will, like, stick, but some won't. And even then, I mean, if you're, like, into movies and stuff, you maybe will know them, But, like, I'm not sure about that. Like, I hear you, but they probably wouldn't necessarily age terribly, assuming some of the stuff they parody remains relevant, But hey, it's like I'm not going to be watching spoof movies very often. Such a weird thing to, like, I'm just sitting on my own watching spoof movies. Yeah, they'd have to be, like, on TV or something, or that's the kind of thing I feel like you watch maybe with, like, friends or something. Family, I guess, too. Yeah, just like the original Naked Gun. I'd watch it. Well, yeah, I'm when I say spoof movies, I'm talking about like the crappy ones from like not not Airplane and Naked Gun and stuff. Like those would be like worth. Those are like classic. But sitting and watching like a superhero movie or something would be pretty bizarre. I love to look at the category on Wikipedia of living people. That's beautiful and good. Let's start from A. No, we'll start from 0 to 9. 1 point cuz. He's a Swedish rapper. Okay. Oh, finally move this. Ah. How's it hanging, dudes? Mother Teresa the musical. Wait. What? It was pretty funny. And it's like wouldn't even be allowed now. But it's pretty funny, especially since people. Yeah, I was just reading this. Like, I mean, because people say like Mother Teresa was like crooked and stuff. Here's an exclusive interview with her on the side here. Amazing Truth and Reality. But yeah, people saying this. See, there was. But I was saying people were talking about it in the comments though. But I was thinking of it when I watched it. But there's people talking about it here, and this interview here, and another interview right here. Man, there's so many good free movies on YouTube now. They've been really upping their game. Like, dude, they got The Fifth Element now for free. Like, I still haven't seen that, so I'm trying to watch that. It's pretty crazy, but I hear it's pretty good. Oh my God, you're right. O.J. Simpson, R.I.P. Oh yeah, that is funny. I remember that for some reason. I think, like bullets, my one weakness from a superhero movie. The cramp me up. OJ co-stars. I know that's wild though about OJ. R.I.P. Yo, the thing about the thing though, I'm realizing is like, dude, it's Antarctica. Amazingly Antarctic. Very conspiratorial kind of thing, you know? What's going on in Antarctica? Hold on. Huh. I forgot about this. From the movie Observe and Report. Controversy. Is the Seth Rogen sex scene in Observe and Report date rape or harmless fun? I forgot about that. How she's like wicked drunk and they do it. I didn't realize this was like, you know. I didn't realize this was like a problem or whatever, but. Because she says to, you know, keep going or whatever, so it's like not. A problem, but anyway, it's just like people were talking about it. Rolling Stone, lols. Alright, that was like a weird dark comedy. As it says here, dark comedy. Like, who even is Jody Hill? It was just 9 hours ago. So this Rolling Stone article about Lady Bird, which I like that movie. Frances Ha and Lady Bird are both really good. But yeah, it's crazy because again, it's the same chick that's doing friggin' Barbie. No Baumbach. Yeah, Saoirse Ronan, my favorite. One of my favorite crushes. Uh-oh, they launched into a Dave Matthews sing-along. Don't get Eric in here. It's so funny. On the stream the other day, he's like, they were like, ah, when Dave Matthews comes on. That was hilarious. Turn this off. I'm scared of Dave Matthews and his band. This is hilarious. A lot of good movie talk here. As Bobby put it once, with me, Bobby, and Karma's Pimp. He's saying it's pure movie talk, which is so good. With like alternating caps, I think. What is this though? Eyes are on Marjorie Taylor Greene after drag video services. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, she kind of looks like a man though. You ever notice that? What if it turned out that Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually a man? It's a trans woman. So bonkers. Here we go, some kind of political theater. Oh, okay, it was her boyfriend. Fucking who fucking cares? Fuck off. With just, I don't know, just with all this kind of stuff. But she really does look like a man. In drag, which is sort of interesting. It's all just a psyop, you know what I mean? straight up political theater. Sorry, yeah, there's a ton of those weird vibes in Carpenter. Crash into me, Eric. Yeah, right. What are you talking about though? With the pure movie talk? Crash into me. Boom, 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 boom. It's so funny how much um Eric's Eric hates the Dave Matthews Band. Ah, yes, Antarctica, right. We said about Antarctica. What does he know, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I forgot about all that. Well, I didn't see it, but I know that there's like Antarctica vibes, but that's like a very popular kind of. Well, yeah, it's like a very popular conspiracy theory of like what's going on in Antarctica. They were just talking about it the other night on Flow State stream, an epic stream, but again, it's like they can't even help themselves. It's like probably right a whole bunch of SPs, right, types. They're getting into start talking about sex and stuff. They get some chick on who's like talking about BDSM and how she left the scene because it was very dangerous. What a surprise! Kind of like not into that, but it was so hardcore. There was a guy in there. He was getting so pissed off. He was talking about flat Earth and stuff. Do you see any of that? It was pretty wild. He's like, "Fuck you, Scott." It was really funny. I checked too today. I saw it today. I was like, "Oh my god, it's like 11 hours." That's like one of my streams. Speaking of which, how long have I been streaming for? 5 hours here. Pretty good. Yeah, no, I know it's like They Live is amazing. Yeah, I mean it's not like, you know, it's like good in its own way, but like I I do enjoy that movie. It's it's like just it's pretty good. So what on a flow state? I myself. Yeah, they were talking about that. It just came up briefly, in the midst of all of the amazing truth and reality. It's mostly just flat Earth stuff, though. This one guy was getting he's just like heated. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if I'd be. I just. I don't know, man. It seems like people that becomes like their thing. You know what I mean? Like Okay, so I'm a flat Earth guy now. I'm just like, well, what is it? Look, it's kind of based in good because it's like about God and stuff. He said that. He's like, well, it's like about God, but it's like, well, okay, like that's cool, but it just like what is it? I honestly don't know. I'm wondering like if you know or if anyone knows like why it becomes like people's thing, right? Is like I'm a flat earther, right? I'm a flat earth guy, like you know. It just seems like yeah, maybe it is flat, I mean, make that your thing. Like that's your thing now. I don't know. Not to act, so above it or anything. It just seems like a lot to. It's just like one thing to focus on, right? Yeah, I can't. I barely mentioned Cronenberg. Ti Dom weirdness, similar vibe you gave from Cronenberg. Yeah, yeah. I mentioned Videodrome, which I love, but even though it's kind of in, ridiculous and depressing, but like uh, Scanners, Videodrome. I did not really like Existenz. What else? But yeah, he has that kind of thing. His movies kind of leave me cold. Like they're interesting, but they're not exactly good. I mean, except like Videodrome is pretty good, but I can't even think of like. I mean, Oh yeah, well I still haven't seen The Fly, but and Crash. I was thinking about that. Well, there's actually I should probably. There's a few I gotta check out. Dead Ringers. No, sorry, The Fly, Dead Ringers, Crash, and A History of Violence. History of Violence seems kind of interesting because he started actually doing more like drama stuff. Um, but yeah, his kid made freaking Possessor, which was weird. I didn't really like that. I mean, Jennifer Jason Leigh is in it; she's cool, but it's an interesting motif in it. But I didn't even understand what was going on, and it's crazy and just super violent. Again, more just like fucking needles and eyes stuff. I'm like, oh, fucking horrible and evil. Yo, he made a short film called "At the Suicide of the Last Jew in the World and the Last Cinema in the World." So good. And he has a novel called Consumed. Whoa, deep, scary. That's crazy. Based and based and good. Just reading about it a little bit right now. So good. I'll have to watch that. To be honest, it's kind of good. Carson says, "Yeah, exactly. I like them because the bizarre dissociated vertigo feeling he leaves you with, feeling rather cold and off." Yeah, I mean that's why I'm kind of like iffy about them. But I mean, some of them are good. I mean, like Scanners is pretty crazy, and like the ending is kind of gross, but it's pretty good. It's a little bit evil, but it's kind of good. And then obviously Videodrome is good. That Existenz was such poorly like it was just too gross and kind of evil. I mean, it was enjoyable. Well, I'm saying it could have been enjoyable. It had potential to be really interesting and good, but it was very squandered. But no, there's actually quite a lot. Oh yeah, right. I was trying to look at. I got distracted because I wanted to sort of look at his filmography. But yeah, I think there's honestly a lot that I haven't really seen from him. Yeah, you're right. I haven't even seen Naked Lunch. I've heard Naked Lunch is pretty insane. Possibly evil. Is it like, is it good? I think it was Vincent Gallo who was talking in the interview that got leaked, where he was like, yeah, now they're making a film of Naked Lunch, and he's like, that was a mistake. That is a mistake. It's William S. Burroughs, though. David Cronenberg. It's one of those movies, though, right, where people are like, you know, probably have to eventually see it, but I don't even know. I'm kind of spooked to watch it. You know what I mean? Well, I don't even really know what the deal is in it. I just sort of know that it's. People seem to think it's kind of insane and evil. I think Arquette stars in it. Rosanna Arquette. She's cool. Hold on. No. I mean, it's not credited here. But it's strange, though, because Rosanna Arquette actually shows up in, of course, Vincent Gallo's Buffalo 66 as the chick that he was, like, had a crush on in the when he was young, and then she shows up at the restaurant, or the diner, I mean, and it's pretty good. What's the name that it is? It's like, Cindy Bal, wasn't it? Wendy Balsam. So good. I'm Wendy Balsam. And then Layla's like, that girl has the same name as me. Like, and then she looked a lot like the girl in the picture in your locker. And then he's like, girls stink. He's like, they're all evil. But then he's upset in the bathroom. He goes back and gets her, and then, you know, they get together. And then in the end, obviously, no spoiler alert, but yeah, they get together in the end, and it is really good. It's literally almost basically a perfect movie. I mean, it is, it's basic. It's definitely, it's obviously one of my favorite movies of all time. Almost perfect. Almost perfect movies. Obviously, literally one of my favorite movies of all time. Um, People like to imagine that everything's a lie, and what better to encapsulate that than the Earth is flat? Well, like, it does get into interesting like creationist stuff. Something about like the firmament and like people just start saying the science doesn't add up and all this. Lost Highway, scary. That's might be the scariest Lynch movie I've seen. I mean, there's a Racerhead, obviously, but Lost Highway is pretty, I guess, pretty scary and evil. But it's also kind of based in good. It's kind of depressing, but it's pretty good. Well, because it just ends on a pretty depressing note, but it's a good movie. Horror movie. What did he call it? He always calls his movies interesting stuff. Like, oh yeah, his Psychogenic Fugue. So good. Judy Bloom. They just made a movie out of that book. I can think of two things wrong with that title. It's good. Yeah, Wendy Balsam. I always think of it as being like the balsam like tree, like spelled that way or something, right? Fir, whatever it is. But yeah, I like that spelling. Pretty good. But it is a fun name. That's why the movie's amazing. Um, yeah, I'm like, what's up with this movie? I didn't even really look into it, but I'm gonna look into it now. Oh shit, Kathy Bates is in it. That's how you know it's good. No, I don't know. Freaking Rachel McAdams. Oh yeah, I think I saw that. She's Rachel McAdams and Kathy Bates. I don't think I read this book. Or no, I don't know. Maybe I did, but I read some of those Judy Blume books growing up. Nancy Wheeler. That's the name of the mom in Stranger Things. That's strange, no pun intended. Benny Safdie, though, one of the Safdie brothers. Okay. Rachel McAdams, L. Graham. Oh, I don't know who this is, but yeah. Harry Ryder Fortson. Benny Safdie and Kathy Bates. Interesting. Hmm. This could be good. Assuming there's not too much, you know, ridiculous stuff in it. But what's it rated? Like PG or something? Can't even find it. Doesn't say. Yeah, it's PG-13. Let's see what Rotten Tomatoes has to say. See, because it's all about the audience reception. Nice. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. It's got a 99 critics and a 95 audience. Not bad. Might be worth a watch. I'm just waiting to people be like, this is fucked up, you know. I don't know. Seems pretty good. Uh, James Woods, my favorite actor. Only sometimes. James Woods there. Right, Peter Weller, I guess is his name. I was just reading that. Oh, stop stalking me. It's like, Margaret, you've prayed like 10 times today. Calm down. I get it. Puberty is really difficult. There are kids starving in Africa, okay? My favorite trope that people say. It's true. It's always true, though. Just to make sure to compare, to belittle like any tragedy, any difficulty you're going through. Well, there's children starving in Africa. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Damn Africans. I'm just kidding. Little Mermaid. Let's see what's going on here. 72 critics. No audience score yet. I'm scared. It's funny though. Even the critics aren't even that into it. The audiences are definitely not going to be that into it. New Wes Anderson coming out though. I gotta watch the trailer. Not so sure about this blue orange scheme, but Asteroid City gives some kind of future kind of sci-fi angle. It's like different for him. I'm just looking at this. Let me get this. Red City, Indiana Jones, and Killers of the Flower Moon, which is Scorsese. So good. Some good stuff coming out. Oh my gosh, is this a spoof movie? The Blackening? It looks like it. Dude, they got a new spoof movie coming out. Basically, it's The Blackening. This seems kind of horrible though. The Blackening centers around a group of black friends who reunite for a Juneteenth weekend getaway. I guess that's a thing that happens now. Only to find themselves trapped in a remote cabin with a twisted killer, blah blah blah, that skewers genre tropes, and everyone's black. Who dies first? That's funny though, because is that even a real thing where like the black person always dies first? Because I don't even think I can think of one example of that, right? But that's what people say. I don't know. I guess that's the thing. Anyway, that's just pretty. Regardless, though, it's just funny if you got a new spoof movie coming out. I didn't realize they were still making these. It's like, yes, score one for America. I don't know. How was that new Guardians movie though? I still need to watch these movies. It seems like they're all kind of good, like kind of enjoyable, good movies. Eric says, no matter how much food Africans eat, they can't stop starving. And I was like, what's going on over there? Some kind of like food processing issue. Why don't we just airdrop in a ton of food? And then it'll be solved. And then it'll be solved. They need a bread maker. Just remembered like having a bread maker. My mom making like bread with it, as one does. It's pretty good bread. It's pretty good bread, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. In 2023? I'm just impressed they were able to meet up on Juneteenth. I'd feel unsure about which day it was. And what's up with that day anyway? Like, The Blackening. Only examples I can think about are films spoofing it, right? I think it was a joke and scary movie, wasn't it? Probably. the the chick getting killed at the movies for being too loud, which is pretty funny because then the killer doesn't even have to kill her. Metro Boomin, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, like what the? They got a new one of these coming out. Enter the Spider-Verse was okay. It's decent. It was the same. It was interesting animation. They had that whole thing going. The Lego Movie, right? And then they made that. It's interesting too because it's like, Miles Morales and the is black, and then they have well, I don't want to spoil anything, but anyway, it's just interesting because the dad is like a cop, but he's like a good guy. That's all I'll say, which is like, just timely kind of thing because this was in like 2019, something like that. I was like, oh, that's a little bit, that's a little bit unique. Although they do also have, of course, the kind of the yeah. Well, I don't want to spoil anything, but there is just a little bit of stuff, but it's not that bad. But like, that was a pretty good movie. And then a kind of goofy bit about like, oh, they got Nicolas Cage as like the one of the freaking Spider-Men. That's kind of funny. Noir, Spider-Man Noir or something. All the different, iterations of the whatever. All these kinds of multiverse movies. I'm kind of over that psyop, like everything, everywhere, all at once. Ugh. Like I didn't realize Jamie Lee Curtis is in it too, and like it's just not. I'm like, there's no way it's that good. Come on, like, trust me. And it seems like the kind of thing I'm like, oh, like maybe it's kind of good. Meh. And then it like wins like Oscars and stuff. Like Jamie Lee Curtis. I even just saw a comment on Write Your Music that was like, how did Jamie Lee Curtis win a freaking Oscar for that? She's like barely in it. Anyway, she sucks. But yeah, I'm kind of over that side up. Just making things just chaotic and confusing. Multiverse, this nothing matters. Yeah, okay. Because that's literally, I even saw that. People are like, oh, it's like making like nihilism like cute. It's like, you trying to make that cute? Get the heck up on out of here. The plot. Well, right. Once it started getting into all that stuff, it starts goes right out the window. The plot. The animation was the best part, probably. Right. I mean, almost like freaking Linklater, like freaking Waking Life and Scanner Darkly and stuff. Like rotoscopic animation. Rotoscoping animation, I guess it's called. I feel like that's probably what they did. Let's see. Dr. Google. Or ChatGPT. Dude, I like stopped using ChatGPT. Not for any real reason, but I just stopped. Mostly just because of going on here. It's like, I don't know, the appeal isn't as much. It's a good few months. It's good for analyzing writing and maybe getting some answers on certain stuff, but other than that, it's just kind of like stupid waste of time and energy. Ultimately, a stupid waste of time and energy. But let me see what's going on here with this. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, shit, dude. They drew inspiration from Hayao Miyazaki films and Akira. Amazing. Very good. No, sorry, I meant to say pretty good. Ooh, I gotta watch Sailor Moon. I'm in love with Sailor Moon. Yo, but seriously, I don't know. It doesn't say anything about using that technique, but anyway, it's similar because it's like a freaking comic book, like a real comic book style. Which, if I go remember it, I saw it in theaters with friends. Like, it can be a little bit jarring in the way that that style is, but like, it's pretty good. I mean, it's again, it's like this person is saying here. Yeah, exactly. It's unique. It's pretty original. Halloween. Adorable Genocide is a good title. What is that even a reference to? Sort of some kind of cute metal band or something. Kawaii metal. Hardcore metal. The Halloween multiverse? What? Get out of here. The story whether there aren't any more Care Bears. Ah, I see, yeah. Gosh, yeah, the Care Bear genocide of 1987. Their whatever universe they inhabit. Man, Care Bears though? I'm about to go freaking watch Care Bears. It's pretty wholesome and good. Yo, look at these. Look at these good friends. Wow. I totally forgot about Care Bears even existing. I don't know, man. Pretty good. Sailor Mars. Okay. Let's see. She fiery. Fiery. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Whoa. Dude, I'm definitely about to start watching Sailor Moon, like, right now. Just like, legendary classic. Is it the original Powerpuff Girls? Right? It's just something occurring to me right now. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, right? But hey, the comparison is there. And this Golden Age Cartoon Network vibe. Oh man. They were kind of like where it was at for a minute there. I watched more Nickelodeon stuff. I never really watched Disney, but Cartoon Network was like the alternative that I would check out sometimes, and they've kind of had the most enduring legacy overall, I guess. I don't know. It's just a little bit niche. And then you get Adult Swim, which was just like all I watched as a teenager. It was like, well, a tween and teenager watching Adult Swim and Comedy Central. And they were back to back on the TV, so it's just all I watched for a long time. That's good. Eric says, plot holes are the potholes of feature film avenue. That's crazy. I've never thought of that. Making for a bumpy road. Am I right? Crickets. No joke, though. I'm not gonna lie, though. This is something I've noticed. I don't really know that I notice plot hole stuff, unless it's like really glaring or just straight up dumb, you know? Like something like that, it's like that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I'm inclined to just be like, just go with it. I don't know. Unless it's like really bad, But I don't know. I can't even really like think of a time where I was watching a movie and I was like, oh, this plot like that doesn't make sense. Like that's stupid. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think of like Lord of the Rings. Like, why didn't they have the eagle like drop the ring into the volcano or whatever in Mordor? They talk about that in like Clerks too, but that's like a popular one. I still gotta watch the third one with the boys on the Discord. Oh man, yeah, I gotta get back on there, but because we watched the first two, I gotta watch the third one. They're pretty good. I mean, Peter Jackson, meh, but pretty good movies. Good story and characters. Tolkien, though. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Classic song. Oh my god, what are you talking about? Kesha? It's the only one you can think of. Blah, 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 blah. I bet Eric's a really big fan of Kesha. K dollar sign ha. I know the plot was before they happen. I'm built different. That's next level. That's really good NI there. I love these around the web like spam links to like gossip stuff. The truth about Sasha Obama is no big secret anymore. Okay, this kind of is crazy though. Shiloh Jolie Pitt. Shiloh Jolie Pitt's transformation has been simply stunning. But all I notice is that she really does look just like Angelina Jolie and like kind of Brad Pitt, but like she looks a lot like Angelina Jolie. That's crazy. But these are so funny. The truth about Donald Trump's son is out now, and we're surprised. What could he possibly be? He's gay and retarded. Isn't he? He's like autistic though. Just saying. It's more of a comment, really. It's like a Norm Macdonald bit. You guys, it's more of a comment, really. Remember that though? He had like a fidget spinner. He's like not paying any attention. There was another one here about like the Queen, the secret comments. I don't know. Those are very specific, like a niche interest. Blah 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 by Gigi Agostino. Maybe that's a classic song where you're from. No, I'm just kidding. But I actually have no idea what that is. Don't want to get copyrighted, but okay. I don't know this. It's got a shitload of views though. Literally 200 million views. So I'm in the minority here, right? Like crazy. That's crazy, dude. The comments are pretty funny though. Someone goes, I love this. My dad played this my whole life. It's just so pure and beautiful, heart. What even? Yeah, no, I'm not playing it. Literally me freaking out about Baron Trump. My favorite Trump. Family member. Just barely beating, what's her name? The daughter? I can't even remember. I keep wanting to say Ivanka, but that's the wife. That's his wife. Oh no, that is the daughter, but it's Melania is his wife, and it's Ivanka is his daughter. Doi, whatever, whatever. Same fucking thing. No, but they're all. It's all the same. Political theater. Uh-oh, Ron DeSantis. Yeah, whatever. You can catch me. You can miss me completely. Tucker Carlson looking ass. No, I don't know. I mean, it's just whatever, you know? I mean, it's not whatever, but it's, I don't know. I'm not into it. Not my vibe lately. Because I'm so cool. I'm so above the whatever politics. You gotta get involved because it's your vote counts. Really? Really? Sure about that? Are you sure about that? I don't know, man. Donald J. Trump is gonna change this country for the better. He's gonna build a wall. So easy to just fucking make fun of that stuff. It's low hanging fruit, okay? I won't do it. It's literally speaking of Norm, that's what he said. He's saying he's like Trump ruined comedy because it's all that people have focused on. Anyway. Lamau from the Bleeding Hearts Club. I don't know. AI Trump. Oh shit. That stuff is really funny, yeah. As an intuitive, you were light years ahead of me with all of this tangible, real world tabloid news center stuff. What are you talking about? I don't know any of this shit. I'm just looking at the Rolling Stone around the web spam fucking links. I was saying that stuff is really funny. Dude, honestly, not even trying to whatever, defend myself here, but I don't care about this stuff at all. Like, I mean, I just never look at this stuff at all. Like, but the spam links just make me laugh, The truth about Sasha Obama is no big secret anymore. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to click on that. Find out what's going on in her life. Because my life is just so fucking boring and miserable. I got to find out what's going on in other people's lives. In celebrities' lives. I mean, it's true that my life is miserable and boring. I shouldn't say that, but it's like, but I'm not gonna freaking invest in celebrity gossip. It's crazy. I don't know. There's something very like mentally ill about that. But hey, it's like no hate. I get it. It's like, did you see what Jessica Simpson was wearing? No one's talked about her for fucking years. Oh man. Nah, she's the best. She's the best. She's my favorite pop singer. My favorite pop singer. World of Warcraft? I don't know. What game? What game have you been playing? It's another thing too. I've never really been much of a gamer. I've got my faves though, you know. I was talking about it a little bit with Karma's Pimp the other day. Just like I was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I like some stuff, but I just never get into it. I don't know. Gotta do this now. Oh. The fuck? You're the second person who said that. No, it's Sybil Shepherd in the fucking Last Picture Show. Doing a cute face. It's a little bit different, though, from... I don't know if it's an outtake. I think it's an outtake. So that was cute. Because I had another one up the other day that was, like, from the film, I think. Or I'm pretty sure. And this seemed like some kind of promo shoot outtake. It's in the vein of the lineage, okay? So don't fuck with me. But yeah, Jensennial said that too. I'm like, what the hell? You know, you're kind of right, but you guys are ruining it for me. But you're right, because he's doing the smirk. You're probably like Jenga. Oh my god. No, but Scrabble is all right. I like Scrabble. Board games? Well, board games. Whoo! Oh boy. No. You know what the best game is, though? And I mean literally life. No, but the game Life. And life itself. But the game. Life. Candyland? Connect 4. Scrabble goes fucking hard, though. Checkers, right? Any Checkers fans here? I used to kind of like that game Mastermind. I remember my mom put me onto that one. I was kind of like, I don't know what. It was weird though. It was almost. She was like, it was almost like, oh, like you'll like this, and then but I did wind up kind of liking it. It's interesting. Like, don't tell me what I'm gonna like. But I did kind of like it. It's pretty good. But, board games though. Dude, Life. That game is fucking awesome. That's my like favorite game. Trouble's all right. I like the cat, right? But the game is okay. Shoots and ladders. Okay. Never got into Risk or anything. I never even really got into Monopoly. There's those two. It's so fucking complicated for me. I felt like. I mean, but I never really played it with people that much. I don't know why. I kind of want to get into it. I always feel like I was like, dude, Monopoly, like, oh, fucking Monopoly. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. Clue, though? Interesting game. This is such a niche genre. Checkers is like chess for retards. That's true, though. I was gonna say chess. I never played chess. I could not fucking learn it when I did a chess class. I don't know. It was weird. I got fucking. Again, it was like my mom's idea. I was like, do a chess after school thing. Could not fucking do it. And then, but then one time a few years ago when I was up in Maine with my friends, I was waiting. One of my friends, we were talking about chess, and he was basically showing me how to play it, and I was like, oh, this is actually not that difficult. Like, but I haven't played it since then. Mousetrap always seemed fun, but I never really played it. Sorry, I never played. Is pretty fucking awesome. Jenga's number 2. Nah, Jenga's alright though. The fuck is Bananagrams? Yeah, fuck Cards Against Humanity. Fucking bullshit. Bullshit ass game. Evil game. Anti-human game. Nah, I'm joking. But, like, I don't even remember. I don't know. I just don't like that thing of, like, oh, okay, like, the cards themselves are, like, trying to be funny. Don't tell me how to be funny. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll come up with my own shit. Dude, I'd rather play Mad Libs, you know? Fucking get some Mad Libs up in here, dude. It just makes me think of my mom, who's like totally ESFJ, maybe ISFJ. It's like, ooh, like Mad Libs. Yay, like fun NE, you know? That's why I think I'm sort of better at it, you know? But it's like, well, you know. I get it, though. Just like the idea of doing like word games, you know? It's like that, oh, that's my like little NE, you know? But no, Mad Libs are fun though, because you can just go crazy with them, you know? Twister though? What is up with this scary ass fucking... Hold on, I'll show you. I really hate this style. And I'm going to show you in 5 minutes. No. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you my ass twerking with a trans person. There's a picture of my ass twerking with a trans person. Sorry, that was Ben Shapiro's ghost coming out of me. Because he's dead. R.I.P. I'm going to say that, and I'm going to wake up. He's found dead tomorrow. 2 bullets. With found dead by suicide. 10 bullets in the back of the head. So funny. That shit is morbid. That's dark, but that makes me laugh every time. So, look, I am really frightened by this cover art. And this kind of style is very haunting to me. It's like, why do they look like that? What's the reasoning behind this, just outlandish cover art, right? Yeah, thanks. Ben Shapiro is really in my wheelhouse of like, can actually do a pretty good impression of him. People seem to like the Shapiro. No, I probably didn't have to tell you. It's just sometimes I'm not sure if people really even fucking know. You know what I mean? Like who he is, like what the vibe is, you know? I mean, it's not like he's like a household name or anything. I mean, you have to be kind of online, I feel like, to know really what the vibe is. Hold on a sec. I guess you guys would know, so I wouldn't really have to say. But you know what I mean. Just like, generally speaking, doing Jordan Peterson kind of. Oh, God, I can't even fucking read. No, I'm trying to get the... I'm just trying to get Pornhub going. Wait. Anyway, sort of upset by this photo. Oh man. So literally like dysphoric. Oh god. I always hated this game because it was just fucking so much work. Okay guys, it's time to like it's I guess it's the most SE game ever, right? I mean not really, but you know. Like what? Weird ass fucking game. Too physical. Uno though? Ooh, I almost forgot about Uno. Uno goes fucking hard. You know what? Top 5. Good memories with that one too. I used to play with my grandparents all the time and like I still play it with my family sometimes, you know what I mean? It's a good vibe type of game. Very cause pretty simple. You can just fucking go hard, just play for hours. No, I don't know about hours, but it's a fun game. Mm. Gonna have to make my list of my top 10 favorite board games. I know you'll all be very interested to read that. The hell is Chairs and Ladders? This little Asian girl playing that? What is that? What they have in Asia? It's kind of mean. But like seriously, what is that? I don't know what. Excuse me. Here in America, we play Chutes and Ladders. I don't know. I thought they put that here. Though. I guess not. Apples to Apples though. Pretty fun, yeah. Code names? Never heard of it. Oh yeah, Scrabble. Pictionary. Anyway, good stuff. Right, it's not here. There's just Chairs and Ladders. This Asian knockoff. Joking. It's just the girl in the picture. But I'm confused though. You can't just take that. You can't just take that. Yo, Chinese checkers though? Speaking of, this kind of reminded me here. This image. This vibe right now. This cozy image of gameplay. That's right, I'm doing a gaming stream. And it's just me playing checkers with a hot babe. Honestly, that would probably that might do numbers. just got her like boobs. You know how the gamer girls are, and it's like just embarrassing. But we're playing checkers. So good. I never played Yahtzee, but I enjoy the idea of yelling Yahtzee. For sure. For sure. Rock, paper, scissors is seriously underrated. Pickup sticks? Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we got card games, right? Like, freaking blackjack is fun, right? I don't know. I never got into poker. Yeah, Go Fish. Old Maid. Bit of an Old Maid fan myself. That's an offensive name. Cancelled. You know, just one of these people. That's gonna be canceled. What's next? Canceling. Old Maid. Alright, I'm gonna close some stuff out. You can see I can Powerpuff Girls open. Yeah, that's right. 27-year-old man looking up Powerpuff Girls. So what? Okay, it's a great show. It's a good program. There's a whole train of thought here going with the tabs. And with Anna Faris. Lunch. With Burrows. Awesome. Anything else in your Care Bears, Sailor Moon, and Powerpuff Girls. Amazing Truth and Reality. Nah, but I'm closing out on all this stuff. And then, hold on, I'm gonna get rid of this. Yes, now they're called Unwanted Women, which is so much better. Oh. Bingo. Bingo goes hard. Goes hard in the paint. It was a pretty fun game. What about tag? Or hide and seek? Nothing like getting a group of people together, a group of friends, and playing tag together. Playing hide and seek. Good games. Then there's always Manhunt. The adult version. What even is Manhunt? You try to find the person. I remember we did that in like my old neighborhood. There was like a big bunch of kids, and it was like, I guess you'd try to find the people. Dude, tag is fucking stressful. I'm actually a big Marco Polo fan. We're in the Marco Polo fan club. The idea of hide and seek, but actually playing it sucks. Well, it sucks when it's easy. Oh, that's right, man. And there's like hide and go seek tag where you grow a team of it people from one person. That's badass. My brother's never Marco Polo. Well, I've never had a pool, not a real pool. We might play it at like a hotel or something, you know? Or whatever. Some vacation pool. You know, it's a pretty simple game. Pretty basic. Grounders. Not sure about that one. Yeah, you would play that at both places, I guess. Unfortunately. I enjoy running up and down the halls in in hotels, if I'm being perfectly honest. To this day. And then going on the elevator and going up to all the different floors and down to all the different floors and going in the lobby at 4 a.m. Good stuff. Hard to believe. Or a motel, even. Grounders, someone is blindfolded and has to catch the other it people or not it people. Oh, damn. Yo. I'm into wiffle ball, though. I'm a professional wiffle ball player. That's funny, though. I wouldn't really think of, like, hotels as such as being, like, privileged, right? Or, well, especially not motels, right? Like a motel. Very, very distinct delineation. No, that's just you, Boba Fett. I'm sorry. Sorry to tell you. It's gross. You know, the ball we played is colored red, but you take a hard rubber ball and whip it against a... Oh. Well, that's painful. But that reminds me of the game that we would play at recess when you throw the tennis ball against the wall and you catch it. And we called it suicide. What the hell is that? Not canceled. Yeah, that's freaking gross. Are you kidding me? Why would you go out of your way to do that? Like poor housekeepers. They deal with so much. Their lives harder. I know, I don't even know why they called it that. And then you would go, cherry bomb, and you would throw it from like far. Nuclear bomb! Really far? Hell yeah, dude. Fucking badass. Not really understanding the suicide pun, though, right? It's so crazy, though, being like 8 years old and being like, yeah, we're playing suicide. Oh, shit. It's hardcore. It's pretty badass. It's pretty based. It's pretty good. Ah, okay. He says, lol, I've never done it. Well, alright. I believe you. Probably gonna wrap this up at like 7 hours, right? Pretty good. Lucky number 7. The choking game, right? Yeah, the thing about that is it's not a game. It's actually a straight up drug. I mean, is it like, is there any competition to it? Like, you do it as long as you can or whatever? It's probably something like that. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. The swings are always good, yeah. It was kind of my vibe. The monkey bars were too hardcore for me. The monkey bars were too hardcore for me. Didn't have enough upper body strength. I feel like there was a time where I could do them kind of well, but I never really committed to it, you know. I'm laughing at the comments. I know it's like so fucking just fucking entrenched in typology that I'm like I immediately thought the same thing. Like what, you know? Like, oh, that's SE. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. My grandma, and then my grandma, he goes, wow, SE. I used to hang upside down on the swingy parts of the monkey bars. My grandmother ran outside yelling at me to get down. Lamau, wow, SE user. My grandfather put together a swing set with monkey bars when I was way little. Wow, ISDB grandpa. I don't know if I like that. Dude, good to see you here. Friedrich August the Third. That's the chord for you. A sweet song for my friend. MBTI demon possession. Something that seemed so harmless becomes harmful. In theaters this August, speaking of which. Nice chord. So good. Thank you. I don't even know what the exact chord is. Just how I play, it's just like super creative, like super NE, you know what I mean, dude? No. It's actually just because I'm fucking retarded. Kid. No, I'm joking, but I do just sort of play things. You know what I mean? I know some chords, but then like that, whatever I just did. I guess, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Something jazzy. A ninth? An A7th? A ninth? I don't know. What's an in feeder? It's Macaulay Culkin. I'm just kidding. I had to say it because everyone keeps fucking saying that. But it's Sybil Shepherd in The Last Picture Show. Yeah, fuck you, Fly Guy. I beat you, okay? Just kidding. That's funny though. Mr. Intuitive over here. Because he says, I don't know chords, I just play what makes sense. That's amazing. I mean, I just know the forms, Like, so literally from, like I talked about it in the typing video. It's like, I basically learned the forms for the certain chords one night. I was like 14. And then it's just like, been the same ever since. Where I just mess around with the forms and kind of, I mean, I can learn how to play new stuff all the time, but I don't know exactly what I'm really playing, I'm not expecting you to know. I'm just saying I beat you to the, punch. But it was good. It's good. I did it well because that's like the third time's a charm. Comedies in threes. It's not really an amazing movie, but it's definitely pretty good. And I just think Sybil Shepherd is gorgeous in that movie and in general. She's in Taxi Driver too. She's really good. It's too intuitive to respond in time for you. My dreamy space brain intuitive world. Do a Christian Slater voice. My dreamy space brain intuitive world. In my dreamy space brain intuitive world. Wasn't Sybil Shepherd some schizo who was molested? Oh God, I don't know about that. Is that true? Great, now I have to look this up and it's gonna be ruined. It's gonna be fucking ruined now. I hope that's not why Charles Carroll talked about her. At least from, Taxi Driver, but, I like her in that. I'm fucking scared, dude. Let's see what happens if I look at her wiki. I mean, she's still alive. Seems like she's doing pretty well. I'm scared to read about it. Uh-oh. No. No. Unless there's something that's, not Wikipedia safe or whatever, right? Somehow. No. It's so scary and sad. I put some schizophrenic girl who got molested as the picture. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's so good. She's so good. It could be some kind of, hidden, not hidden, but like it would be some kind of, whatever, allusion to that. But it's not. And that's not a thing. But it does say, in her religious beliefs, Shepard was raised Christian, but stated that she eventually lost touch with her religion. In a 2007 interview with Metro Weekly, she described herself as being a goddess-worshipping Christian pagan Buddhist. But in October 2014, Shepard said that she had reconnected with her Christian faith. Basted good. Basted good. She also appeared in a Christian-themed movie in 2015 called Do You Believe? And of course, the aesthetic is this vibe that's it's just never a good aesthetic. I'm sure it's got, great morality, but it's this font that they always use for the serious Christian movie, and then I'm sure that it's just like not, that good aesthetically. I was just talking about this stuff, because you can never have both, Oh, this guy John Gunn who did The Case for Christ. Oh no, he did the live action or whatever. Not live action, but the whatever adaptation of the story. Beautiful. So good. Mira Sorvino, though? I might be sort of a big Mira Sorvino fan. She was in a movie called Human Trafficking, or no, it's a mini series. What the hell? This show though? Oh my gosh. This is no joke. Hold on a sec. Sally Field. We were talking about her because Bobby was saying, "Oh, I love Sally Field." Dude, check this stuff out here. Wait for it. There's some show with this ridiculous with this ridiculous I'm just gonna do this. Whatever. Wait. With this like horrible font or style, right? It's like very garish look, like just like really low budget. But Donald Sutherland's in it too. And it's literally called Human Trafficking. And the title and the Robert Carlyle too. It's a miniseries. And the frickin' tagline is this cheery little number. Every day young girls are bought and sold. I'm sorry to laugh, but what the heck? This is really based in good though, right? Watch though, it somehow is like pro-human trafficking. Yeah, it was pretty random. I've never even seen Sally Field in anything, but he was like, I love Sally Field. Like, so good. But anyway, this is crazy. This is my new favorite show. It's on Lifetime. It's probably so. Again, it's like probably allowed because it's unbelievably sordid and heinous. I love that word. But maybe based in good. It's a harsh public service message built into a clever suspenseful thriller. Wow, well, it turns out it avoids the seedy sensationalism that cheapens so many television depictions of the crime, and that it is a harsh public service message built into a clever, suspenseful thriller. Yo, that's badass. Can you even imagine, like, a show like this being made now? I mean, this is from 2005. Honestly, though, what's going on with this cover art? I'm saying it's underrated. This is my new favorite show. They're not messing around. It's literally called human trafficking, right? Like, every day, young girls are bought and sold. We're gonna catch these evil bitches. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm into it. Probably not the most pleasant show, but yeah, it's probably pretty good. Dude, I'm into it. Mira Sorvino. Okay. We're gonna be watching it. Live streaming. Wait. Too many, just so many things here. Human trafficking. Lols. It's the alternate title. Noise. This is kind of a badass cover. Who's this guy? This guy on the right is probably some kind of friggin' evil pedophile. It really honestly must be messed up to play. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a good guy somehow, but like, or but like it must be really messed up to play that guy, to like play the evil pedophile guy and then be like typecast as that. What the hell is this? Netflix teen prostitution series Baby, accused of promoting sex trafficking. God, Netflix is straight up evil. Uh-oh, Fox News. Seems really good. I'd like to watch it, personally, Honestly, anything with baby or daddy or, anything like that in the title is definitely good. Or anything with starring Jason Momoa and or Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Black Adam. Okay. Why is that picture so fucking scary? Is that even a human being? Fucking scary. Anyway, here's Jason Momoa. I really love his eyebrows, I think that they look good. And I sort of feel like I look like him, don't you think? Kind of, doing a little bit of a Jason Momoa thing. God, what a fucking freak. Straight up demon. Dude, is this really what he used to look kind of normal. I'm telling you. What the hell is this? I've got tiger blood. Right? It's like, it's scary, dude. Uh-oh. This picture. Satanic. Jason Momoa is doing fine amid COVID-19 diagnosis. I'm scared of it. Oh, man. So much good content tonight. It's crazy. I love when they do the quotes, man. Jason Momoa is quote unquote doing fine amid COVID-19 diagnosis. And then on this one, right next to it from Esquire, Jason Momoa says marrying Lisa Bonet made him believe anything is quote unquote fucking possible. Like, why? Then right next to it, no, sorry, it's close to it. Jason Momoa says one of his films was quote unquote turned into a big pile of shit. I mean, I get that they're quoting him, but like, so crazy. What the hell is this? I'm telling you, this absolutely insane, just evil. Jason, my mama. I know, right? Though I'd sort of, yeah, kind of give off a bit of a Jason Momoa vibe. Yeah, it's weird that he's Samoan too. Like more like Jason Samoa, right? What the? He's got a nice smile, though, right? He's definitely one of these guys who's like, chicks just want to bang so fucking bad, straight up, dude. Like, fuck, so fucking hot. Kind of looks like this chick got some buccal fat removal. We were talking about that kind of thing. Her cheeks. I mean, maybe not, but maybe her cheeks just look like that, but. Again, just more fucking pictures, more quotes. Another one from page 6. Jason Momoa on wearing pink, quote unquote. I don't really give a shit what anyone thinks. Oh right, and yeah, I was gonna say, and the cursing. It's like, oh my god, dude, calm down. Well, he looks great, and he's must be really in touch with his sexuality or whatever. That's really good. So different and unique for nowadays. You can go hang out with Harry Styles, go wear dresses together. Straight up, dude. He's like, I feel so free. He's probably like, I'm bisexual too. I'm not really into labeling my sexuality. Whatever, dude. Fuck off. Fuck off. It's just like trendy, you know? Honestly, it's like, I just love feminine men, That's just like, well, with weird, like a weird mixture of like masculine and feminine, with an eyebrow shave vibe. Oh no, man. I'm being too judgmental tonight. This guy, dude, he's going on. Look at that. He's got a guitar. Cool. This is a Jason Momoa fan stream only. Only fans stream. It's not good for you. Jason Momoa nearly sparked a feud with MCU star Chris Pratt over environmental activism. What the fuck is going on here? Why does he look like that? Something's wrong with his eye. However, things could have gone south when he called out the Marvel star Chris Pratt over single-use plastic back in 2019. Who gives a fuck? Bro, I love you, but WTF on the water bottle. No single-use plastic. Come on. Dude, literally Fly Guy on my video, on my stream. Can someone comment this, please, on my video? Bro, I love you, but WTF on the water bottle. No single-use plastic. Come on. I definitely think that I look like Chris Pratt. Kidding me? Get that fucking water bottle out of my face. I'll fucking kill you. Just kidding. I'm being crazy right now. Popping off. Pretty hard. What a king! God. Imagine winking like that, you know? If my wink looked like that, though, I think that it does. I'm just gonna, be straight up. I'm going straight up with you guys. Oh, the Momoa children. Honestly, I mean, look, he's got a nice smile. Okay, he looks like he's having fun. I don't know. Maybe he's a good guy, you know. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm really just obsessed with Jason Momoa. I'm sorry. He's got a striking look. He's a striking man. A handsome man. Sounds like Tim and Eric. So funny. Anyway. Whoa. Anyway, nice. I'm going to be watching this show, Baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Jason Momoa. Momoa. Model behavior. He says, well, the actor's job is to model behavior for a generation of people. I mean, entertainment. The actor's job is to entertain. That's what I meant to say. I mean... No joke, though, right? No lies detected, bro. Anyway. What's doing in the celebrity gossip? No, I don't know. I don't give a crap. I don't know. I was having fun tonight reading about human trafficking. No. I was just whatever. The celebrity stuff is kind of funny. This is a bit of a celebrity stream podcast. I still call it a podcast. We're podcasting right now. I'm about to watch Shit My Dad Says. Feel me? You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh, you can't even see it. Here it is. Here he is. On May 15th, 2011, CBS canceled the series after one season. R.I.P. We hardly knew ye. Been into saying that lately. It's kind of my new thing. You know, you gotta have a thing. Some people's thing is being a flat earther. My thing is saying R.I.P. X, you know, the rapper. No, but R.I.P. X, you know, we hardly knew ye. I don't know. At least they gave him a whole season. Fly Guy says, I don't know. At least they gave him a whole season. Shouts out to William Shatner. That guy is very quirky. One time he said he loved death grips. Just like imagining him. He's like, it goes, 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 guillotine. Yeah. Sit in the dark and ponder how I'm fit to make the bottom part of the floor, and they all fall down. Yup. Of course, that's, you know, one of the songs everybody knows from them. It's the first song I heard. Yeah. It's so funny though. William Shatner. He's a quirky guy. Whoa. Wow. Fucking weirdo. If I'm being completely honest. Yeah, he's goofy. I never watched Star Trek though. I was just thinking, I'm like, yeah, you know, this is like this big thing. Never got into it. Never really got into it. I never really became Inuit. Look who it is. Oh, who's that? Who's that sexy man? Is that Jason Momoa? Is that half Samoan superstar Jason Momoa? Oh, wow. Okay, he's looking good. He's looking different, but he's looking better. Is he on a new fitness regimen? He's in a new fitness regimen? I don't know. I've never really seen anything that begins with the word star. You know? Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate, Starman by David Bowie. Just kidding, but that's more of a thing for nerdy people, not for people who naturally resemble Jason Momoa and The Rock. Well, you know how it is. I mean, I'm kind of an ESFP, ESTP hybrid with a bit of ESTJ, ENTJ tendencies. Basically, I'm an SETE superstar. Okay. Which kind of makes sense with the, you know, wording there. I like look how many people are watching. Wow. That's crazy, dude. What watching? Oh yeah? Well, the one person watching, it's Barack Obama. To the bank. Just waiting for that laughter to kick in there. No, like, I gotta watch that stuff, but it's just like, it's just not really my vibe. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, you know? Rock superstar. Love Cypress Hill. The boys. Well, thanks for being here, Fly Guy. Turns out people aren't really hitting up the stream at 4 a.m. on a Wednesday. Only real heads. Only true based in good legends are on the are on the Chill Island oasis of truth and reality at 4 a.m. on a Wednesday. Just watch the Kardashians. Just watch Jersey Shore. Just watch things that appeal to you. These are my... You're just naming off all my favorite shows, all my favorite programs. Well, the honest truth and reality of the situation is, like, I really don't watch that much, like, TV, like, shows. That many shows. I don't know. There's some, though, that I need to give a shot. I mean, Night Person and Boba is in a weird time zone. Yeah, well, samesies. And yeah, Boba, though, is an Indian legend. Anime. I mean, it's like, well, yeah, I was just talking about wanting to watch Sailor Moon and the Powerpuff Girls. Is that anime? No, but Sailor Moon. I gotta keep watching Cowboy Bebop. But I was just thinking about some anime like that as far as shows go. But yeah, I like these guys, Joe Pera and John Lurie, whose painting I have here. But I don't know, just like as far as like shows go, I mean, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I should probably check out some. I mean, obviously, the stuff I just mentioned. I don't know about Stargate, but obviously, the stuff I just mentioned, like, it's pretty legendary. Sam loves Star Trek. He was kind of like, "Oh, dude, you gotta check it out. Like, it's like pretty good." um, I mean, I just can't even like think of like any new shows. Well, just especially new shows. There's plenty of like old shows that I could like watch. I'm into Little House on the Prairie. I've seen some of that actually. It's kind of good. It's more into films and Star Trek and stuff before I got into anime. Yeah. Well, it's like at the risk of repeating myself. I mean, I've got a whole kind of list of anime kind of movies and shows I gotta watch. So, you'd mentioned Paprika. I should probably check out. Obviously Miyazaki stuff. But shows I've heard like Gurren Lagann is good, and like I think you mentioned Attack on Titan, which of course is like legendary classic. No, Eric loves that show, My Hero Academia. Seems kind of chill. I found some interesting show about some girl. I'll try to find it. It was actually like, it actually turns out it was newer. Some anime girl like rock star show. Do you know this? Now I'm not going to be able to find it, but it's. Is it this? Oh, hold on, I'm gonna put it up. No, I think it's this. I saw some funny meme about it, and I was like, "What is this show with these anime girls with guitars, right?" And it kind of looked somewhat wholesome and good. I mean, relatively, yeah, somewhat wholesome and good. Yeah, I thought I remembered you saying you weren't really into it. You're saying it's mid or something, which I remember for some reason. SI? No, I don't know, right? But I definitely remember that. Oh, yeah, and remembering that stuff, yeah. not sure. Well, I know you're into anime stuff, so I don't think you're really joking, okay? But you know, you're you're a jokester, Fly Guy. But I know you're kind of into, some of the anime stuff, so I assume they were genuine recommendations. But I gotta find this because I kind of loved the vibe. I don't know. Is it this? I don't know what this is. What is the anime? Oh yeah, it was called like Rock something. Yeah, Baki the Rock. Like, yeah, and it turns out it's like newer. It seems kind of goofy, but I was kind of like, yeah, like check it out. It's like, I don't know. It actually looks like it might be kind of cool. The name is kind of goofy, but like, I don't know. I guess it was a manga and then some show. But there was a funny, yeah, this picture. I thought this was hilarious. They're all doing the kawaii thing. He's like, wait, hold on. Would have trouble recommending something for you because I find it's hard to understand your taste. You mean in general or with like anime? Because of course I don't really know my anime. I don't know. I was just kind of talking about it. I mean, I'm sort of eclectic taste, I guess, which is like not trying to sound cool or whatever. It's just genre stuff just doesn't really matter to me. It's like, yeah, I can be kind of an, I guess if you were gonna genre label, maybe like, oh, kind of like an indie snob or whatever kind of thing, right? But it's like, I don't know. At the end of the day, though, if it's good, it's good. Like straight up, dude, it's pretty good. Anyway, I'm a pretty big fan of these girls, you know. But it was some meme I saw that was just like, all right, oh yeah, it was a Whiplash meme, which is kind of like, we're gonna fucking, that the dickhead, the J.K. Simmons in that movie. He's like, oh, fucking get your shit together, and it's just these girls. It's on Crunchyroll. This is the thing that Eric always talks about. There's just so much, right? Anime. I'm like, I don't know. It seems kind of cool though. Anime girls with the guitars. Sounds pretty good. Like, it also seems pretty wholesome and good too, Cool vibes. That's the thing about anime too, is they're always just like, it's just next level animation. Obviously, but the style, like, it's just, are you kidding me? These vibes? The fuck? I don't know, it's pretty good. Berserk though. It's a big one. I'm kind of familiar with all this stuff, you know? But I'm not, I never peeped. Unlike anime. Give some random anime. Well, he says, but you mentioned Cowboy Bebop first. It's probably a good thing to try out first. Honestly, the only fucking anime I've seen that's not a movie like well, just like Akira, and then like My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away. Uh, like legit anime, right? Then it would be Evangelion, right? The show and the movie. I think that's it. That's like all the anime I've ever watched. But they're all good. They're all really good, is the thing. I think Cowboy Bebop probably kind of fits up there in that upper echelon. Well, I still gotta watch Ghost in the Shell, but Cowboy Bebop's kind of in like the upper echelon. And probably like Attack on Titan and stuff like that. I'm gonna watch that. This is probably a good thing to watch first. Some random anime, just jump into it. It's like an anime. And like anime, I hated anime, made fun of it on a whim. I watched all of Berserk in one sitting on YouTube and loved it. Started watching anime. Ever since then, just saw a thumbnail or maybe a clip. Maybe AMV. Decided off that. So it's just do the same, right? If you got 7 hours, you can eat through some anime. Yeah, that's true. It's like with this though, at least I'm kind of like doing something, you know. But I do feel that could be like worth a bit of engagement. Attack on Titan, I imagine, could appeal to you. It's very popular, right? What's that supposed to mean? No, but I know what you mean. It's like got popular appeal. Usually those things, for anime at least, are kind of, you know, I would imagine just like good places to start. What's the other one that Melting Zero played some of once? Had some kind of crazy name. It wasn't that crazy, but it was like... It's one of the bigger ones. Well, and then of course people talk about Full Metal Alchemist. I'm not sure about that one. That's a big one. But what is... Oh, right. And I gotta watch Sailor Moon. So good. But this Beatles parody cover, that's pretty funny. Damn. Whatever. I'll think of it at some point. I mean, I think it has a narrative you'll enjoy, the quality of it, and a depth in the story that will tickle your brain. It's probably because it's good quality, I think. Nice, yeah, that sounds pretty good. That's cool. Honestly, CG, from the subject matter, if I were you, Full Metal would be near the top of my try to watch list. Well, I saw something that was kind of not like ragging on it for being kind of like Gnostic or something, but they did the same thing with Evangelion, which, like, okay, it kind of is, but I still think Evangelion has a pretty good message. It's not really explicitly Gnostic either. It just has that weird, like, there's a lot of weird stuff in it, but I saw a bit though where it was like Full Metal Alchemist, like, it doesn't have some whole like anti-religious weird bent to it, does it? Because I don't know. But you're probably right. I mean, I'm saying that was on the top of the. It probably should be on the top of the list, but I just, you know, it could be some whole thing of like, because it's something, you know, something, some person, right? Some fraud, but maybe it's good, you know, like some huckster, some con artist, right? Somehow they kind of were using it as like some kind of, oh, it's like anti-religion or something, you know, but I don't know. Plus it's like, okay, well, I can be aware of that and still, you know, watch it and understand the what, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm not going to be like, this got a point, you know, it's like, walk away from it being like, I hate religion now or whatever, right? It's like, fucking, you know, whatever, dude. Some anime changing my whole perception. Get real. I'm just saying, I could totally, you know what I mean? It's like, whatever, else I could still check it out as long as it's good, especially if it's, it's pretty legendary classic. I'm gonna watch Sailor Moon now. I was going to force me to watch Sailor Moon soon. Where's the tuxedo? In Cali. Okay, the main character is a skeptic, but has ideas challenging. Might explore a story around that. Oh yeah, she really is. I was watching the chat, watching my stream a bit the other night, and laughing at some of the stuff she was saying about the music and things like that. It's pretty funny. She mentioned, well, I made a joke about Sophie PC Music, and she was like, "Fly Guy hates PC Music," or whatever. I thought that was pretty funny. Stuff like that. But yeah, absolutely. That also does sound interesting. That it goes back and so it goes a little back and forth about that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty good. Just man care, but yeah, exactly. Yeah. So. Yeah, always a welcome presence, of course. Both of you guys. Very good. I don't know though. Yeah, like Sailor Moon just seems kind of fun, and it's like you get like pretty anime girls and stuff too. Like, whoa, what's this Sailor Moon top costume? Hey, now, whoa. I mean, I like the style though. I don't know. I think it's also just kind of that '90s anime vibe. It's like, oh, it's kind of vintage, right? Pretty good. Oh, I don't have the window. Oh, yeah, no, I do. It's here. I'm into it without even watching it yet. You know what I mean? So funny. I don't know. I guess it's maybe a little bit girly, but whatever. That's just kind of the psyop you have to wade through. You know what I mean? For that positive content. I don't know if it's actually that positive. I don't though. You know what I mean? If it's actually that good. But I bet that's a thing. I'll posit that. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be bad, but I'm impressed. Like that '90s simple anime style. I do enjoy that stuff. Yeah, it's very nostalgic to me. You know. I mean, I don't know. Just very. I don't know. It's just very nostalgic to me. Yeah. I do enjoy a lot of stuff about personalities and strong energy, so I'll have something to like about the show and the elements, so maybe there is some flavor, maybe I'll enjoy. I don't think we're at all a demo. I mean, honestly, I have no idea what the show is even really about. What is this? American Sailor Moon? No, thank you. The fuck? The fuck is this? I'm kidding, but that's just funny though. Yeah, well, I mean, it does seem pretty girly, but I don't know. This is weird in that picture. They're just well, I don't want to spoil too much, but whatever. It's pretty standard. They're trying to save the solar system. Pretty standard stuff. You're right though. There is a weird. They're all planets and everything. I don't know. It's kind of cool. But yeah, there's definitely, astrological elements. Well, this thing this part on the Wikipedia here says take Takeuchi. Okay, so a chick made the manga, but then she said the production staff was mostly male, and she feels that the anime has a slight male perspective. That's not that bad, but that's still kind of interesting to consider. Yeah, dude. It's for dudes now. Like, I'm sold. We're watching it. Yo, it influenced Totally Spies, my favorite show of all time. Obviously. Did you guys know that in France, Totally Spies developed a cult following? They even made a French prequel film. Totally Spies, Le Film. And then The Amazing Spies with a Z. That's bizarre. It's so interesting when things catch on in certain places. Like, the fuck? France? Something about, like, because it's about spies? About chick spies? There could be something about the aesthetic, like French, like noir or something, you know? I don't know. That's interesting, though. Fucking CIA, PSYOP, French, communist stuff. Probably somehow. Probably somehow, literally, CIA. No joke, though. Still pretty funny, though. So I can kind of appreciate that for what it is. French spy television series. Counter-Strike. John Mouse has a song called Counter-Strike. I wonder if that's what he was referencing. It's an unreleased track. I was just reading someone saying, oh, I love that song. I'm like, I barely even heard it. Interesting. Oh, shit. CIA. Uh-oh. Christopher Plummer. That's a guy. Yeah, it's just funny though. And plus that John Mouse there, it says CIA. Mentioning that. And Karma's Pimp was like, oh, it's a psyop like Jim Morris. Who were the people you mentioned? Fucking everyone ever. Fucking Andrew Tate. Oh yeah, Frank Zappa and Jim Morrison. But yeah, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate. Embarrassing. Evil. But Shin Chan, that was a weird show that was on, I remember that being on Adult Swim. Weird animation style. Crazy. Why is his ass out in two of these pictures? Fucking weird. Why is he naked here? The fuck? It's like this show's weird. There's so much butt content. What the fuck? I'm sorry, but like, no, thank you. It's too much. But I do remember, I don't know, I'm not trying to just write it off immediately, but what the hell, though? bizarre. All this nudity. I mean, like, is he supposed to be a kid? You say kindergartner with the mind of a high schooler? He's troublemaking, vulgar, and a real brat. Freaky. Freaking Japanese freaks. Honestly. But, I don't know, the style is kind of interesting. Because it's so ramshackle. It doesn't look like literally anything else that I can think of. I mean, and if you recommend it, I mean, maybe it might be worth watching. I don't know. Interesting. It seems like it might be kind of wholesome and good. This is weird, though, all this content with the nudity. Yet again, as I'm saying that, of course, but I don't know. Some of it looks kind of wholesome and good. Anime's so funny. All the expressive faces and stuff. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah, we say the psyop thing gets pretty say it a lot. Hmm. That's cool about the I've heard of that Hunter X Hunter. Yeah, I don't know Yu Yu Hakusho though. He's made anything he's made something that's cool. Yeah, it might be good. Oh yeah, it is kind of probably like that. Weird later. Yeah, well, it's kind of like Evangelion. Which is probably hugely influential. It's one of the first big anime in the West. French anime. So I didn't realize it was French animated the whole show. I thought they made that stuff, after the fact. That's why I was laughing. Les Film. But no, yeah, you're right. Actually, it was made by a French company, so it's really not weird. Never mind. I guess it's kind of niche, kind of interesting, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, the psyop thing, so funny. So, like Japan, Simpsons, or Family Guy, or South Park. Okay. Might be worth a watch. Crochet. Outfit. Unfortunately, not much else. Looks pretty cool though. Yeah, I like the style. It kind of makes me think of, I know it's a normie kind of thing, right? But it sort of makes me think of like Dragon Ball Z or something, which I never watched, but I guess it's not surprising. But to be honest, though, it's the first thing that has made me think of that so far. So I went a long time, right? At least I didn't say Pokemon. No, but it really does give me that Dragon Ball Z kind of vibes. Hmm. Let me see what Hunter x Hunter is, though. Oh, are they both? This kid's in a green suit. I don't know if that's just something I'm noticing, but it looks kind of cute. This vibe. Look at the hair going on there. Similar kind of vibe. But what's that called? Yu Yu Hakusho? Just looking that up again. I guess it does seem a bit different. But they are both wearing green. Oh, right. They're the same guy. You said they're the same guy. I forgot about One Piece. Yeah, people love One Piece. Super long, but seems pretty good. It could be worth checking out. That's a big one. Adult Swim, Toonami stuff. They used to have the coolest kind of ads and stuff for it. I never got into it, but you know, the aesthetic I can enjoy. The old Adult Swim ads and Toonami ads and stuff, just the coolest stuff ever. That's a special thing when the fucking ads are literally good. I used to be so into those Adult Swim bumps and things like that. Pretty formative stuff, you know? Pretty formative to my life. And I remember this weird Toonami guy. They were trying out a CGI type vibe there, but it's still pretty legendary. Not as cool as the other stuff, but still pretty good. Man, the old Adult Swim vibes, so good. I was also thinking of Gundam, too. Which to me is like, you know, synonymous with Toonami. Sailor Moon, Toonami commercial collection. So good. Oh man, my freaking suggestions right now are the best of all time. Of all time. Just on the side here. So good. Oh, Tokariro todo the koto. All sorts of like weird little noises. Oh, Okianto. Ai. Ooh, kawaii. Something sexual, kind of, you know? Kind of sexy. Again, kind of weird ass Japanese people. You know? You gotta love them. You gotta love them, literally. Even better. You're crazy. Right? The friggin' otaku, weeaboo culture. Yeah, the Boba Fett said at the same time. Yeah. With tickling themselves with Hitachi wands. No joke, dude. It's not though. It's like in everything. And then do a little star thing on the forehead, and they got one tear kind of thing, and it'd be like, oh, it's like kanai desu. I was doing that on my intro to the Chill Island thing the other day. Oh god, so funny. Yeah, I kind of want to watch Sailor Moon. The fuck? Oh, kind of a nice voice. I think you like that. Dude, I do like it. Makes me fucking horny, dude. Ooh. Hey. Oh man. Yeah, I gotta edit extreme blush on your cheeks, starry eyes. Oh, it's pretty funny though. It's pretty good. Oh right, so okay, Gundam came before Transformers. Damn, that's pretty badass. Yeah, the robot alien thing. VTuber? Is that some kind of like porn? What is that? I'm scared. VTube. Virtual YouTubers? Make an anime avatar of myself? CJ-san! Right, the anime filters. G1 Transformers or Gundams just made them so much cooler. Are they related? Are they brothers and sisters? No, but did they, I'll just read about it. Damn. Gundam began in 1979. Yo. Damn. Might have to check this out. That's crazy. I had no idea that it started that early. And it's Bandai Namco Filmworks Incorporated. So from fucking Namco, the best. Well, it's Bandai and Namco, but I like Namco. Sunrise though, wow, amazing Truth and Reality. But what I want to know is like if Transformers were actually an offshoot of it. Doesn't look like it. But you're probably just saying they stole it. But G1 Transformers sounds like it could just be like a freaking Gundam 1 stands for that or something. It's Generation 1. So, okay. They're probably inspired by it though. Optimus Prime really is a badass name. That one sticks. Well, this is all Transformers though. Megatron, but yeah, exactly. It's OG. Gundam. OG. Oh shit. You guys are dropping some knowledge on me right now. Transformers is technically several Japanese toy lines combined into a single universe / story / mythos. Okay. Amazing Truth and Reality. Transformers, robots in disguise. It's a pretty good cover. I put some heart and soul into that vocal delivery, so appreciate it. The Shia LaBeouf. I'm a LaBeoufster. Yeah, I mean, well, it's Michael Bay, who's kind of like probably one of the most sort of derided filmmakers alongside like Zack Snyder or something, right? But it's all just because he makes these CGI heavy spectacle films. So, I'm just saying that's the only reason, Doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad. But they've made a fucking million of these movies. I can't even, like, what? How many of these damn movies they gotta be making? I'm down to watch like the first Transformers movie, right? But it's like, you know, but yeah, people really hate on Michael Bay a lot. BuzzFeed, Megan Fox on body dysmorphia and Michael Bay backlash. I bet it's all about how the thing, Well, because she was like the pinup girl. I mean, I remember when my friend had like a poster of her on like the motorcycle. Oh God, she's a mess. I mean, whatever. I'm sad to whatever hear she's got problems, but God, man, she's a freaking mess. Well, that's what happens, That's very tragic, though. But I guess she spoke out against him. She said, "Oh my God," she compared him to Adolf Hitler. What? About the way he runs the set or something, right? I feel like I vaguely remember this. That's funny because he's like not even good. You know what I mean? Wow. She really fucking went hard on him. BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed sucks so bad, but like still, it's pretty funny. I mean, just the way that they portray this. Ugh, whatever. Bullshit. Megan Fox sucks. Anyway. Transformers, robots in disguise. Yikes. Balenciaga just treated us to the crossover of our dreams that unveil the fucking blah 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 Simpsons. The Simpsons. No. I guess it's only. I guess that's one thing conservative media got right about the, anti Balenciaga movement after all that weird stuff with the kids. There's just stuff saying drag, no pun intended, but it's telling me to fucking drag the link. Why can't I just fucking click it? Oh, I guess I gotta. Okay, whatever. I guess I can't fucking read it. Why did I oh, because of the Transformers movies. Damn, Goddard. That's a deep cut. So good. What? Dude's major spoiler alert, dude. Whatever. I'm probably never gonna watch it in my whole life. I mean, maybe I'll watch the original at some point in my life, but I don't know. That's funny though. I just got into the whole Michael Bay thing, and Megan Fox. She is lying. Then what is the truth? Maybe Melody. Well, probably like Jenny Robot would be higher than Goddard. Jenny Robot. Oh man, dude. I swear I had like a crush on Jenny from fucking My Life as a Teenage Robot. Really weird psyop though. We're saying it again. I'm sorry. Because it's like getting you to fall in love with robots. I'm kidding, but right? Very weird. Honestly, prepping us for the fucking modern day where you're having your, like, you know, robot waifu. Yo, that show was, I don't know, not even good, but it's good. No, but that show went hard. I feel like I can't even really remember any episodes, though. But I was definitely 5 years old and in love with Jenny. Or I guess it started in they had a short on Oh Yeah Cartoons. Amazing. In 1999. And then they finally aired it in 2003. So I was 7. It's pretty close. My life is a teenage robot. What? The theme is something like that, right? God, so relatable, right? Right, girls? Being a fembot. I'm sorry, I just read that, okay? A gynoid or fembot. God, so much weird stuff, dude. But there was this show, The Bionic Woman. Freaking freaky. Let me guess. The Japanese, yet again. The technology, am I right? It's like, technology is gonna do the great things. You're just having sex with a fembot. It's basically it. It's pretty much Endgame. It's pretty much Avengers Endgame. Literally. Amazing truth and reality. Life is a teenage robot. Wow, Invader Zim too. Let's watch a little bit of that. Whoa, hello! This pink robot here. Alright. Listen. You liked her belly button screw hits way too hard. Because I wasn't gonna say anything. But I did. Isn't that weird though? That's like a weird thing, right? To like put in a kid show, but like it's yeah, you know, that hits different. It definitely hits different. Is that a thing? Like, did people talk about that? Because that was definitely a thing. I remember like feeling weird. This is a little bit personal, but I remember kind of feeling weird and bad about it. And my parents, and especially my mom, would always kind of make fun of me for being like, it was because of that show. Again, I wasn't going to mention this, but now I have to. Where I'd sort of felt weird and bad about that. About like noticing that, like liking it, and then being like, saying something like, I like flat stomachs or something like that. This is like truth or dare at the sleepover. Thing is that, but like no joke. Weird sexual awakening. Fucking My Life as a Teenage Robot. It's like, dude, it's a robot, right? Like, bizarre. Anyway. I don't know. The way that they did, it was the allusion to the female form. I don't know. Now I'm just thinking like how that's weird for like a kids show, but I don't know. It's not that weird. It's just that vibe of the girl wearing the belly button shirt or whatever, right? 3D printed. Freaking Sybil Shepherd in the Last Picture Show. Yeah, it's the movie. I didn't even see it until like last year. It's pretty good. It's not as amazing as I thought it would be, but it's definitely pretty good. And Sybil Shepherd is amazing. CJ Endgame. I don't know what's up with this pink robot. Pink robot lady. Bicentennial Man though. That fucking whack ass poster. So funny. Uh-oh, it's the Bicentennial Man. I'm scared of him. This thing right here that just says bisexual man. And it's him. Yeah, that's funny. This like would be some weird niche thing I'd be scared of as a kid probably, but I wasn't, but it like would be, Oh, let's get the Bicentennial Man. Fucking scary. Hmm. Wouldn't it be funny? I put up Jenny the Teenage Robot on my freaking wall or whatever. Well, I guess she's a teenager. I don't know. That's a little bit, scandalous. That's the funniest thing ever, though. Just like her belly button screw. It's fucked up. Fucking disgusting. I'm just kidding, but. This chick, Cree Summer, who's just voiced every single person in everything ever. From fucking Rugrats. She was in Drawn Together. Some Barbie thing. And wow, a lot of stuff. And then whatever this we were just talking about. My Life as a Teenage Robot. Jenny Wakeman. Oh, you don't know Jenny Wakeman? XJ9. So funny. Sheldon, though. I remember that always stood out. That is something I remember because someone was like, oh, like Sheldon's like the most like ugly name ever. Or I don't know if that was from that, but I don't know. It made me think of that. About 16 years of age. That's cutting it close. But the freaking age of consent. I'm talking about literally. Her weird. Her weight is 600 pounds and her height is 6'6". Damn, that's tall. Weird though, right? The sixes? Excuse me. That makes 3 sixes too. Scary. Artificial intelligence. The beast, It's really no joke. You know, you gotta be really scared about ChatGPT. Can do my job better than me and you. It's gonna take over. It's already taking over. It's too late. Elon Musk told me himself. Yo, the original Jenny Wakeman. Oh, she's all bashful here. Anyway, that's really funny. Complete, like, gonna have to, you know, put her up on the next stream. Anyway. Mass Effect. Can mate with your crew. No, I've never played any of this stuff. To be honest. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's just zoomed in pictures of her belly button. Oh, this is fucking weird. Nah, I can't look at this stuff, man. It's gonna ruin my whole life. I really do just wonder though if there's like a sort of support group out here, you know, or if people know the vibe. I guess they do. The belly bolt on the fandom. Well, it does also function as an alarm clock. That's interesting. That's amazing. But what I want to know is if people are like, oh, dude, like, fucking Jenny was the sexiest. She was my crush. What about, recommendations, Danny Phantom. The goth girl, right? People have talked about that, though. It's not exactly a hot take. But I feel like the Jenny is niche. Niche. I don't know. I can't seem to really find anything. And again, it's like, I don't even know if I really want to, because this is some weird pictures. Well, nothing that bad, but there's just like one kind of weird picture. Ew, there's one where she's like fat. The fuck? No, she's skinny. Yeah, I don't know if I want to find more about this, but that is very funny though. Danny Phantom though. Samantha Sam Manson. Freaky, her name Manson. Yo, this show though. Right, this one where she was like pretty in that one episode. There was always that vibe of like, you know, getting them together. But see, it's funny because there's a thing here that says, why does everyone hate Sam Manson? Character analysis, Sam Manson for Danny Phantom, you know, didn't know, blah, blah, blah. She gets criticized. But it's funny because I was thinking, I never remember her being that, like, great or anything, you know? Like, I mean, I guess she's, like, pretty. But am I wrong? I feel like her character is kind of, like, tough. She's the deuteragonist? I've never heard of that. The heck? The person second in importance to the protagonist in a drama. I'm pretty sure that's literally the first time I've ever heard of that. This and a tritagonist. Yeah, exactly. These Arky fan art. I don't know if that was what it was, but there was something bizarre. From Clip Art Max. What is... Ew, this is upsetting, yeah. But yeah, it was definitely a... I don't know what Arky is. No. Yeah. Right, the fact that... Yeah, I didn't realize this was a thing. I'm scared of it. That's hilarious. No, right, it's so good. Makes him getting all these pointless relationships. Remember that one, though? Where she's... That Ember one? I always remember that song. No pun intended. Ember, you... I just looked it up. Uh-oh, almost searched Arca. Search Arca robot. Don't want to be seeing that. Freaky musician, you know. Guys, trans, getting insane with the transhumanist stuff. It's too much. I had to unfollow. Plus, I tuned out of the music a while ago. Like, he's ridiculous. But yeah, Arc robot. I don't know. Oh, maybe you're talking about... Oh, you're talking about this Transformers person. All right, I got you. You haven't... I don't think you referenced that. But if you did, that's a good call. Because that song goes hard. I always remember that one because I kind of like that song. It was funny too. It's so symbolic, right? I'm gonna say it's so representative, right, of the Hollywood Illuminati. Oh man, so much good stuff. Oh. Okay. Who could forget it after just one listen? Oh, it is so catchy. It's hilarious. Ember, you remember my name. It's fucked up. Fucking evil. Disgusting. It was so disgusting. Anyway. Bye. Nah, JK, but... He's a phantom. Oh, man, it's just bringing back... It's just so, just so many memories, you know? Danny Phantom's weird. Straight up. Danny Phantom. I know, I thought of that. I literally remembered you talking about earworms, Fly Guy. And I thought of it. I did. Because the thing is, it's a CIA earworm. The thing is, though, is that that's the joke or whatever in the fucking, you know, show. It was like, you know, I think that was the thing. She wanted like star power, you know, the whole thing. Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron's a king and a legend. Incomparable. Or incomparable. I don't know, whatever. Metalocalypse. Well, Metalocalypse is good from Brendan Small, but one of the best shows of all time is Home Movies. Hands down. It's like top 10 for me. Easily. But yeah, Metalocalypse is pretty good. So different. But, you know. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good show. Fairly Odd. Well, yeah, I mean, Fairly Odd Parents came first, and it's obviously that's like the one, right? Danny Phantom was like the spooky follow up. Not that it's even that the animation is pretty like, you know, kid friendly. It's not scary. It's not like fucking Invader Zim. You know what I mean? Fucking scary ass show, right? But you know, nah, Danny Phantom was relatively chill. But Fairly Odd Parents is clearly the whatever, the better show, and like just the legendary show. Now that I, you know, could remember just like tons of episodes, right? Yes, nice. Home Movies. Literally one of the best shows of all time. Courage the Cowardly Dog is scary. Yeah, people are usually pretty freaked out by Courage. I watched some when I was younger, and I don't even really. It definitely did have a, to use the word Carrot says about Zim here, it's like, well, similar. Haunting. Sort of a haunting vibe. I don't know that I was really that scared by it, though. Although, I didn't watch that much of it. The thing that most stood out to me was like the weird kind of wasteland they lived in. I don't know. There were there were some scary uh there were some scary elements. But Invader Zim was like fucked up. The germs, you're right about that. Oh my god. I like forgot about that one. That one's fucked. But the one that always fucking grosses me out, it's fucked up, is the one where he like doesn't he straight up fucking take all the people's like organs and stuff? It's like fucking evil. Gross and evil. The that one, that's the one that I always think of as just being completely fucked up. Did you guys know what I'm talking about? Crazy. I don't even know how that show, like, you know, got on air. It's crazy. He says, yes, Zim is for teen. Appetites get out. I don't watch so much either. I'm a poser. Courage and feelings. Actually, honestly, I just missed it so much. I know. Courage, I always feel like I kind of. Well, it was always on late. They would have it on at like 10. And I remember that because I remember one night when I was a kid, my cousin let me stay up and watch it at like 10. And I was like, yeah, I can stay up until, you know, past 10 or whatever. And he's like, okay. I was like, you can watch. So I did. So yeah, I would usually miss it. It was kind of a special occasion type of thing. But I never watched it that much. Especially not really enough to get like freaked out by it. But I saw quite a lot of Zim, Invader Zim. Unique sort of ideas, especially with like the, you know, Dib trying to like prove him and, you know, whatever, prove that aliens exist and all that. I remember quite a bit from it, like Zim and Gur and their names pretty funny. Dib and what was the girl's name though? Like the sister. Remember that one with like the weird like pig, like the pizza pig? Freaking disturbing. This show was fucked up. Like what the hell was going on? Who let this air, you know? And it wasn't even the 90s. It was like the early 2000s. I remember watching the like pilot cuz like, you know, I was like a Nickelodeon kid, so honestly, I remember the night that like Fairly Odd Parents premiered. I was like 5 years old. I remember that shit. And that's just because it sticks out for whatever reason. I remember coming home from something and then maybe like watching that later. There's this new show, Fairly Odd Parents. So good. What's this? Varg returns. Classic. I like this comment. Absolutely deranged, 10 out of 10. This person goes, explain. As if it requires explanation. Amazing truth in reality. There's this weird show on Nick called Action League Now. It was something different. Well, that was, yeah, that was Kablam. Which, I loved that show, yeah. It's Kablam! It's a little bit like, oh yeah, cartoons. Which, by the way, that's also where the Fairly Odd Parents got their start. I remember watching them, and they did this interesting thing where you couldn't see the parents in the originals. You would just see their legs. It was a little bit like Charlie Brown. But I don't even think in Charlie Brown you could see their legs. That always stood out to me though. The original shows just seeing their legs. I don't know if they did it in the early episodes, but no, I don't think they did. And then they inevitably then the parents in the show strikingly contrasting. They were like pretty prevalent. You know, like kind of stupid parents. I was talking about it with Melting Zero once, and he made me realize I was like, oh yeah, this is kind of a tragic element, right? Because like I never thought of the parents as being like horribly nefarious or anything, but they're definitely dumb and kind of inattentive, and that was the whole joke of like they'd be like, "Where'd you get all this stuff?" and he'd be like, "Internet," right? It's pretty funny, but then it's like he's actually a neglected child, right? And then they have the babysitters, like the evil babysitter, take care of him, and like that's the whole thing, and like that's why he gets uh fairy godparents because they are like basically given to, oh my god, it's such a deep show, right? Because he's like miserable, right? So he gets to have fairy godparents. But if Vicky was not there, if things were not the way that they were, then he would not have them. He has to basically have a bad life in order to be granted fairy godparents. It's like, damn, it was like fucking deep. But the thing really was that I never thought about, the like parents being like really bad. I mean, it was obvious that they were kind of neglectful, but in the way that being neglectful is bad, it's like, yeah, it's pretty bad. I just always thought of them as being sort of like ne'er do wells, you know? I like that word, you know? They're like ne'er do well parents. But like, yeah, still pretty bad though. And that's, again, that's why he gets the, the godparents. Because his life is crap. Where's my fairy godparents? No, I'm just kidding, obviously, but it's like pfft, fairy godparents, more like fucking devilish, hell's angels. Am I right? Demons. I'll never let my children watch that. My cartoons were mostly as honestly I hated them. Well, what did you watch? Oh, like much old shit. I remember on Cartoon Network I used to actually watch Boomerang a lot, watching the old stuff, watching like the Flintstones and like the Jetsons and stuff. It's kind of funny when I think about it. I'm like, wow, yeah, I watched kind of a lot of like different stuff. That was pretty cool when they had that. Looney Tunes though I never really watched, to be honest. NES? Well, I mean, I've talked to him about it. Um, Maybe. Does he have a YouTube channel now? I haven't talked to him for a little while. Oh yeah, Scooby Doo is good though. I mean, honestly, I liked the fucking live action movie when I was a kid. Both of them, but mostly the first one. But I mean, they're like kind of bad though. But the show obviously like yeah, Hanna Barbera like kind of good. Which reminds me of the style that the Ricky Gervais show did it in. They purposely had it be like that. And that's probably the best thing that Ricky Gervais ever did. I mean, I get that they, whatever, created The Office, but freaking the Ricky Gervais show is actually really good. So funny. It's all Carl Pilkington, but he's so good. Flintstones, Jetsons, Scooby Doo. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Mm, I wasn't really into like Yogi Bear or anything. um, hmm. I think that's it. I can't even think of. Anyway, yeah, that was the best thing Ricky Gervais ever did. Yeah, I guess it was chill. I just remember not really being into it. But I would watch a little bit of Dexter's Lab now and then. Those kids. I miss a lot of the good 80s cartoons. Yeah, I never watched any of that stuff. That's pretty classic. Michigan. Don't want me to fucking swear. Why did I. What did I say something about it? Like, I mean, I'm not trying to. I say, maybe you're talking about how I was saying I try not to swear or something. I mean, I do, though. And I've been pretty lazy about it tonight. But, happens. But I try not to, I do it pretty, I don't know, I've been mindful of it tonight, though, more than you might think, because it's so tempting to just use, just like curse words as like filler. It's the psyop. No joke, though. But like, you try to fucking, oh, see? That wasn't even a joke right then. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. No, but seriously, you try to just like speak, right? And you're like swearing, and I'm like, whoa, dude, hey, calm down. Anyway, I just try to watch it a little bit, Because it's so. automatic. You try to do a little bit of rewiring the brain, I guess, a little bit. I hadn't really thought of it like that, but you know what? It kind of is, you know? That's one of the many good ways of kind of doing that kind of thing, you know? Anyway, wow, that's hardcore, Boba. I don't know what Captain Planet did to you, but I hope you're good. Nature's Last One was not actually a good cartoon. Are you talking about Yogi Bear or Dexter's Laboratory? Because you're probably right about at least Yogi Bear, but I don't know about Dexter's Lab. I never really watched that much of it. But I do remember some elements of it. Okay, yeah, Dexter's Lab. I mean, yeah, I just remember the sort of basics of it. I remember the characters, but I couldn't even tell you, like, really a single episode, I don't think, being honest. Powerpuff Girls, I would occasionally catch. Mostly, I remember having a sleepover with kids when we watched some of that, and it was like interesting. Samurai Jack, yeah, I never really watched. Like, Cartoon Network was like the second. Like, I mostly watched Nickelodeon, and then every now and then would tune into some Cartoon Network stuff, but almost never Disney, which is good. I mean, I think occasionally I would watch like Even Stevens. That's it, you know. I had occasionally caught some Life with Derek too. The more mature programs. Oh man, that's hilarious. But like, nah, I don't know. I wasn't really into that. I wasn't really into that crap. But not saying there maybe wasn't some decent stuff, right? But like, nah, man. Nickelodeon is in Cartoon Network. Where is that? Where it was at? I mean, but the right though, Dexter has a lab. Then Dee Dee breaks stuff in it. That's usually the plot. It's like D is that? Am I confused? It's like I'm thinking of like Pinky in the Brain or Dexter's Lab. It's like Dee Dee, you idiot. His voice though, so good. Carson says, "Captain Planet sucked for real." I was like, probably thinking, what the fuck is this fruity shit? Captain Planet. No one even cares about Captain Planet. Yo, this dude's hair is badass though. Definitely a an aesthetic choice. What? Don Cheadle doing a parody of fucking Captain Planet? That's so bizarre. Dude, that's like scary. Cause he's got kind of like a big nose. I'm not gonna lie. So it looks kind of scary. Well, it's just like when anyone does like any kind of face. I guess he's doing blue face here. So good. The Planeteers, though? Dude, we're gonna save the planet. Are you kidding me? Yeah, what is this fucking bizarre like, environmentalism? Get out of here. I mean, I'm not saying it's whatever, like, bad to care about the environment. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. There's just something weird about some of that stuff where it's like, okay, you care about the environment, but it's like, do you really care about like human life though? And it's like, where do you think the Earth comes from? I don't know, right? It's just weird. It always seems like they're at odds somehow, but it's shouldn't be. Doesn't really make sense, and yet it kind of is. It's a very worldly mentality. No pun intended. No, but I'm not anti, whatever, pro environmentalism. But it's just kind of like weird psyop stuff, right? Captain Planet. This is fruity ass shit. Pinky in the Brain, though. You know, it's crazy. There's so many cartoons that I just like caught as a kid, just like watching a bunch of stuff. I mean, obviously the best ever was like early SpongeBob. I mean, I can't even. We haven't even brought that up because it's probably just so obvious. But I mean, that was really truly legendary to me. Or the first like few seasons of SpongeBob really just like frankly formative, life changing television. Dude, like see, just straight up like season one is genius. Um, but yeah, Scooby Doo is kind of retarded. Yeah, I mean it's like the same thing every episode. Another psyop to what? Disprove ghosts. It's always some person, right? Some like evil person fucking being gay and retarded, pretending to be a ghost. Like, why you gotta pretend? Like, what? Maybe people do that. It's all just fucking CIA programming. So scary. But no, it's just so funny though, because you could just say that about anything. Maybe not Alvin and the Chipmunks though, right? It's a psyop about singing chipmunks to make you think that nature, that animals can sing, that they've got the same, that they're the same as us, and it's not true. We were set apart. How about that? That's pretty good. This fucking evil demonic singing chipmunks. Honestly though, what the fuck? With like the high pitched shit. Sounds like straight up shit. Oh my god. Proto PC music. Listen, I'm sort of an Alvin and the Chipmunks fan. I want to see what their ratings are on Rate Your Music. It's so good. To get a fucking 0 or 1 out of 5. So good. So good. Ren and Stimpy is weird. Yeah, I don't know, man. Fucking freaks. Fucking freak show. Imagine Captain Planet drowning in an oil spill. That's funny. Feud between 5 children? So scary. What the fuck? Yours says the show wasn't good. I did hate it as a child or is he just summoned by them like a genie? They also didn't like Scooby Doo, Alvin and Chipmunks. Everyone hated Captain Planet. That's pretty based. It's pretty based and good. Everyone's just like fuck Captain Planet. That's so good. Because it's like even then, and it's the same as it ever was, right? You could be getting preached to like that about the environment. Fucking gay and retarded, dude. Fuck you, dude. Horrible evil. No, I'm just kidding. But it's definitely just corny, right? At the very least. It's stupid. It's just dumb. Like I said, I think I enjoy Scooby Doo's brain knowing mind. Time filler, brain smoothing. Literally making his nice and smooth. You combine ring powers. Oh, that's the ring thing? Is that what that's from? That's sort of legendary. Did they kind of invent that? I will say that's a bit of a flex. Is that like, but I don't know, is that Justice League maybe? I don't know. The thing where they put the rings together and they're like, secret whatever fucking ring powers activate. They combine ring powers and it turns into Captain Planet. The kids remain themselves. Yeah, they don't merge into some fucking scary evil fucking uh fucking one person. So scary and evil. Earthquake / water floods, fire, forest fire. Yeah, some blob. Some scary person. Just one person. That's kind of gross and evil, but I'm just saying. It's kind of gross and evil, but it's just kind of like being into one person. So good. Earthquake, water floods, fire, forest fire. That's just a stupid premise, lol. They go on solving mysteries, and they're all crazy people dressing up like ghosts to scare people them out. Classic Tom and Jerry. I guess you can't really go wrong with Tom and Jerry, right? I mean, you know, maybe a little bit violent, but you know, it's not that bad. Pretty classic premise. Cat and mouse game. Wonder Twins did the ring thing before Captain Planet. Okay. I don't know. There was Wonder Twins. Captain Planet is completely derivative. The Wonder Twins are from the Super Friends. Right. Okay. Wait, I think they use a ring. Yeah. One ring to rule them all. One ring to bind them. That's the whole thing. One ring to seek and to find them. And in the darkness bind them. Yeah. Okay. The Ring verse. It was posted on March 6th. Okay. Oh, God. Too bright. One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And in the darkness bind them. So good. Somebody say so based and good. Yeah, I know. It just made me think of that. Yeah. A little bit of Annie. No, I don't know. It just made me think of it. Ring elements. Having rings. What's up with that? It's kind of like Shrek, but boring. Yeah, Shrek kind of sucks. It's too gross. Is the problem I found growing up, and it's all just like, I mean, some of it's good though. I don't you know, I don't know. It's weird. Donkey though, look, it's kind of legendary, right? But it's kind of this weird like anti fairy tale vibe and like a lot of gross stuff. But it does retain just enough to kind of, you know, just like be like a PG rated kids movie kind of vibe. It's not like, you know, utterly and ridiculous. It's still kind of cute, I guess. The animation is just kind of like weird, you know. But it's pretty good. I would just say that like Donkey is kind of the main attraction. The main attraction sounds kind of weird. He's just kind of the king though, right? I like waffles. That shit just being hilarious from day one. I like parfaits. Yeah, earth, wind, fire, wind, water, and heart. That's, oh, I see what you're talking about. It's beautiful. Each kid had a different element, fire in a ring. Fire, earth, wind, and the end was something like peace or love, not even an element. Shot their fire. This guy became Captain Cap P. It's my rapper name. Captain Planet. And he says, okay, it's earth, fire, wind, water, and heart. I've never seen Food Fight. In fact, I hardly even know what that is. I mean, it sounds familiar, but I like this definition of a food fight itself. A food fight is a form of chaotic collective behavior in which foodstuffs are thrown at others in the manner of projectiles. These projectiles are not made nor meant to harm others, but to simply ignite a fight filled with spontaneous food throwing. Thank you, Wikipedia. So good. Food fight, exclamation point, 2012. Dude, I've never even heard of this in my whole life. This is too late era. Was practically graduating high school. What is this? Oh, it's all the like food label people. I sort of remember that. Yeah, the 1.3 out of 10 on fucking IMDb, 11% from fucking Rotten Tomatoes. What? Dude, this is epic. This is an 11% from audiences. Oh, that's awesome. These reviews are hilarious. No, these are critics. This person goes, with its horrifying half-finished visuals and an ensemble cast of sex predator corporate mascots, Food Fight provides a steady stream of nightmare fuel. This person goes, the absolute ugliest animated feature that has ever been released by something resembling an actual animation studio. This person goes, it's Common Sense Media, the best. It goes, odd adventure comedy, has lots of innuendo, cartoon violence. Yeah, it's only PG. We gotta watch Food Fight. Like on Rate Your Music or like Letterboxd. I know, like what even? It's weird though, because I vaguely remember this, and it's got a crazy cast. Charlie Sheen, Eva Longoria, Hilary Duff, Wayne Brady, Chris Kattan, Larry Miller, who I don't... Wait. Yeah, he looked familiar. He's in, like, everything. I've seen him. Harvey Fierstein. I know the name. I kind of recognize this guy, too. And Christopher Lloyd. It's like an all-star cast. Cloris Leachman shows up. Jerry Stiller, Cloris Leachman. Haley Duff as well. Both the Duff sisters. Okay. That's insane. Like, what this movie was made. And just had straight up every, like, celebrity in it ever. In 2020, Esquire. What the fuck? This is insane. These reviews are unbelievable, dude. Have you seen this stuff? I won't read everything, but like this is insane. And this person goes, in 2020, Esquire's Tom Nicholson wrote that the film was The Room rendered in horribly sharp polygons, and that it was easily the most horrifically ugly, confusing, and unsettling animated film ever made. Dude, they were gonna make a video game, and it was canceled. This is hilarious. Wayne Brady. Yeah. Yeah, except for that one Chappelle Show sketch, which I guess that's kind of the joke, right? Feel like I'm sort of almost just getting that now, actually. I mean, I knew he was on Whose Line Is It Anyway? I never exactly thought of him as being necessarily like a Christian family-friendly entertainer, but yeah, and then he was in the Chappelle Show sketch, so I guess that's kind of the thing. Because he's like being like evil in that. That was funny. Like, I get that it's funny because it's him, but I didn't really think of him. Yeah, like, anyway, he's like a typecaster. That's kind of like his character, being like this good guy. Yeah. It is a very American name. It's always makes me think of like an athlete or something. Oh my god. Food Fight though. That's great. It's weird though, dude. I remember hearing about it. I remember being like, "Oh, that's interesting, like they got all the logos, you know? Oh, like, that's interesting. They really got all the logos. Dude, this is fucking awesome. Unrate Your Music right now. It has literally like every fucking tag like genre tag. Computer animation, comedy, adventure, children's, war, fable, food, neo-noir, surrealism, giant monster, ephemeral film, which I guess is like a promotional film I'm reading now, low fantasy, war again, and gross out comedy. Anyway, I just remember that, and I completely never heard about it again. The fuck? Someone on May 18th just writes, The Worm Film. What does that even mean? Maybe they mean war. Because this person just keeps going. This person goes, like, someone just goes, war. This person goes, oh yeah, because I guess it's a food fight. That's hilarious. I know, it's crazy. I guess there's like a lot of weird like sexual innuendos and stuff. It's bizarre. Kind of evil. Either way. It's funny that these comments are hilarious. This person goes, this is the most mean-spirited piece of shit I've ever seen. This person goes, this was an event. What? Because I can't believe the last shot in the film is the anti-Semitic nose confirming that the dog detective is Jewish. Somehow hilarious and diverting. It goes Lamau, the neo-noir subgenre. Oh, because I guess he's a detective, right? That's funny. I'm starting to understand this. Yeah, this person goes, I was saying, this is pretty good. This person goes, how can people give this film a 0.5? It's infinitely more entertaining than this week's straight to Netflix drama. So good. I know, like, people need to fucking calm down. Like, it's clearly fucking horrible, but it's like, I don't know. It seems pretty funny, though. Amazing Truth and Reality. It's a clean film. Not so clean with a title like Food Fight. Yeah. It's straight up epic. I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I think this film is fantastic. Yeah, man, it's about that time. It's about to be 6 a.m. I mean, you know, gotta head out. I'm kind of hungry too, so Speaking of, plus pretty much no one's here anymore. It's probably a good time to head out. Oh God, that's hilarious though. What a crazy media festival at the end of this. Well, we've been talking about mostly movies. What a surprise! But a lot of good content kind of got me. Just think about a lot of just mostly just funny stuff, just cartoons and crazy movies. Crazy movies. But I'm not gonna lie, there's some stuff in here that's like pretty good. You know, like the mostly some of the anime stuff. Gundam. Can't believe that's from fucking '79. That's truly OG. Um, I don't know. It's get me by. Yeah, I just want to watch like old cartoons. It's just like nothing good. It's like new. It's like all the old stuff. I don't know what the last thing. I mean, honestly, what maybe the regular show or something. People love Adventure Time, but I've seen so like the regular show seems kind of funny. Just as far as like Cartoon Network, not Adult Swim. You know. Again, best thing Adult Swim's got going is one of my favorite shows around right now is Joe Pera Talks with You. And Painting with John Lurie. Again, I got a John Lurie painting up here. Right here, this amazing boat and cross. He's going to be returning in June. And yeah, Painting with John. I got to watch Fishing with John, of course. But yeah, Painting with John. Really good. Um, I also got the two Johns right here, John Mouse and John Lurie. I do gotta get some new pictures and stuff up. Kind of slowly revamping the aesthetic here. It's pretty good. I mean, what are you gonna do? I like doing the kind of minimal, simple aesthetic, keeping it good. 100. Didn't smoke any weed tonight. Managed to not do that. I only just been I've been distracted and I've kind of got allergies, so it's kind of like I don't know. Is it even really worth it? Honestly, I even go 1 or 2 days. It doesn't even make a difference. It's like there's not much need to do it. I really think it stays in your system, like not like you're fucking high, but like it just kind of you know sticks around to where you're not really like, oh man, like I'm fucking, I need to smoke weed. I don't know. It doesn't really work like that. At least, especially now. But I'm saying, well, yeah. Boba Fett says legal in your state, TJ. I was just gonna say actually, like, it's because it's like dispensary quality too, which is like pretty good. So I mean, I don't know. The I've been doing pretty good, kind of weaning off. So it's like getting on this vibe, man. It's been pretty good though. The stream helps, like, cause it's like I don't know. It's just interesting, cause it's like might as well be. I don't. It's hard to explain, but it's kind of like it's probably some weird thing of like I've just smoked so much weed that like I don't need to smoke anymore. I don't know. It's weird, or at least I have to smoke much less. But it's like I think it's residual effects, I guess you could call it. It's like I'm not high, but I don't need the constant intake, especially because the weed is so like good. I have a weed seltzer though that I kind of want to drink. Um I'll probably have some of that tomorrow or something. Um, but you know, we'll see. But I'm saying though, like, I almost feel high without like needing to smoke. It's an interesting thing. And I really think it's because it like builds up or something. So you don't really need it like that often, especially if it's like, you know, so-called quote unquote good weed, right, from the, you know, dispensary. Which it's like, look, I'm as skeptical as the next guy, but it does seem to be pretty, you know, good. Kind of have this just like indica joint. And yeah, it's crazy. It's so easy to get and it's getting cheaper, which again, it's like makes me skeptical almost, but it's yeah, I'll show you it if you want to see. I'm not going to have it right now, but it would be kind of ridiculous to have it right now, but I almost did have it tonight, but I'll probably just have it tomorrow night. They're not particularly strong or anything. They have to legally, you know, whatever. There's like a limit to the amount of like THC or whatever they can put in it. But yeah, I'll show you. It's pretty cool. Hold on. It's making me want it now because it just seems like it's like cold and it'll like taste good, but it's like no, I'm not gonna have it now. Fucking 6 a.m. Been up all night. But yeah, here. I'll turn on the color. It's a very special moment. Uh-oh. The thing I've noticed is that it actually looks better, the camera in black and white, because it's so dark down here. So I've just been keeping it on black and white because I think it looks way better than the regular. Mm, yeah, I'm not... I guess this is good enough. It just looks a little weirdly colored, but it's fine. Actually, it looks kind of good. It looks alright. It's just a little warmly colored. But yeah, it's this nectar, like, watermelon gelato seltzer. You can see the, like, sort of ingredients. I've never seen anything like this either, so... Until a few weeks ago. I mean, I knew that they had, like, edibles and stuff at the dispensary, but... I'd never seriously considered it until I was thinking about it with this True North, this sort of caffeine seltzer. Well, because they've got booze seltzers, now they get caffeine seltzers, now they got weed seltzers. So I'm like, well, let's see what they have on here, and I'm like, sure enough, they actually have weed seltzer, watermelon gelato. Sorry about the light there; it's a bit intense, but watermelon gelato, and I'm saying you can like see. Sorry, you know, it's kind of like contains THC, like not for kids. And then it has the like facts at the bottom. Ingredients: carbonated water, natural flavor, and Vertosa cannabis emulsion. And then it just says a bunch of stuff. But there's like facts at the bottom, you know, of like this what it is. Like the content. Anyway, it's like 0.5. There's no sugar, there's nothing in it. I mean, you know, relatively natural, I suppose, right? I mean, that's at least what they, say. I believe it. I don't know if it was just because I had kind of a cold or something, but it didn't taste as great as I thought. But this one, I don't know, maybe it would be a little better because, well, if I kind of don't have as much of a cold now. It just had like sort of a not that great aftertaste, but I think it might have just been because of the cold vibes. The cold vibes. But I'm just kind of looking at this. So anyway, there's not that much THC in it. It's like 5 milligrams, right? So, whatever. Mild. I mean, I drank half of one, like, whatever, a few weeks ago, and I drank half of one, and then I think waited a little while, and then had the rest of the half, and to be honest, it barely did anything. But I also smoked a tiny bit of weed, and then I'd taken like a half of a Klonopin or something. But I didn't really notice. I honestly didn't really notice anything. I wasn't like, whoa, like this is fucking, I'm tripping or whatever. It's pretty mild and chill. It turns out, even like, people like they've caught on. That like my cousin's community of all places kind of sounds bad, I guess, but they weren't, whatever. People weren't like drinking seltzers, getting, you know what I mean. But we talked about it. They came up, and I guess like my aunt and uncle have them, and then we were talking about it, and then it was funny because then my cousin came in, and I was like, "Oh, we're talking about these weed seltzers," and then she was like, "Oh, I love them," and I was like, "What do you?" I'm like, "You guys are all having them." I'm like, "You guys aren't allowed to have these," It's like, but I can't even believe that's again. It makes me skeptical because they're so lamestream. I'm like, how is this allowed, right? Like, honestly, even like 10 years ago, it was like freaking. You had to go to California, right, and like get some special thing. Now it's like go down the street. It's only like $7. I mean, I don't know what that is in your currency, Boba Fett, but it's like, I mean, it's not that expensive for a weed drink. I mean, yeah, like a regular soda would be like like $2, right? But a a weed seltzer for $7, that's pretty good. Um, anyway, relatively, again, relatively natural according to the whatever ingredients. But that would be pretty good having it with just like a tall glass with lots of ice. It does seem like they do a decent job of whatever screening the stuff. I mean, that's why they put all the info here. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be messing around. I mean, it's like, again, I guess you gotta. I mean, I'm just saying, you could look the stuff up if you want. You can, like, really investigate if you want. But I don't know. I mean, it's good. But yeah, I'm gonna wait. I might have it, like, tomorrow night or something. Can't even believe streaming all night, 9 hours. Pretty good. It's been good, guys. Thanks for being here, man. Can you order this shit in? Well, what's the? Oh, I gotta fix this. Hold on. What's the legal status for you though? Cause like, yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, my cousin also compared it to taking like a melatonin, which like, it's like, yeah, of course it's gonna be a little bit more psychoactive than that, assuming you're actually feeling the effects. But it's not a horrible comparison, if I'm being honest. Like I don't want to be too blue pilled about it, give a cold take here. But at the end of the day, especially since it's like 5 milligrams or whatever. I don't really know how much that really is, but of THC, it's really not that much. Um, so my point being, yeah, it's like a relatively mild kind of uh buzz. You know what I mean? But the it's that's the legal kind of limit, at least around here. He says quasi legal. He says, "Cool, man, take it." Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll head out in a minute. But just tap tap on an app, and here comes weed. Guy with your goods. Wait, can you really understand? Oh, you're asking me if that can. Oh, okay. Um, I thought you were talking about like, can you import some seltzer? And I'm like, well, yeah, you have to tell me, right? What the legal status is, because I don't know really. I figured. I mean, you had said it wasn't legal, but I know you smoke, and like, I mean, whatever. But like, I didn't know how legal it was. Quasi legal. Yo. Meow. Sorry, the app crashed. Well, cause I think it's cause I'm like messing around with. I was messing around with the filters on the camera, but it's India shutting me down. I don't know. Obviously, I'm just kidding. Obviously, it's just this filter stuff here. But uh, yeah. Okay, right. The import or whatever. No. Yes, there is something like weed maps or something, but I think that might just tell you where a dispensary is. I think you can get it delivered, which I know it's crazy. This is all like somewhat. Developments. Um, Let me just search weed delivery. Weed. Yeah, Leafly. Some places, yeah, basically, right? Like some places do it. I figured that, but I wasn't really sure what the deal is here. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, weed maps and like delivery, Leafly and weed maps, basically, yeah. So yeah, you can do it, but I don't know how that works. I mean, you might. It's funny, right when I'm reading this right here. Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but you might need like a medical card or I don't know. Hold on one sec. Can you It's funny because I was thinking about that recently about the Omegle thing. That's funny. I just gotta be careful about the running into any nudity or anything, right? That's funny. The cringing. Yeah, those were good times. Just just fucking going into it. It's like, what up? I'm just like, what up? Just talking to random people. Yeah, that was. It's like, it is very awkward. Hopefully, I wasn't too cringeworthy, but it's definitely kind of a cringeworthy model. But yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, that's the way it was around here for a very, very long time. Then the medical places started to crop up. You had to have a license. Probably what, 5 years ago? A little 5 years ago or so, and then slowly but surely, then it finally the legal status fully changed. Hello, showing vagine. It's funny though because literally Indian though. I'm sorry, but amazing truth and reality. Bob's and vagine, so classic. So horrible. No, I mean, yeah, but anyway, slowly but surely, right? Wound up having the dispensaries. Now it's like freaking getting cheaper. It's like it's wild, man. The I don't know, the sort of lame streamifying. You do still have to like you go in and you have to like scan your ID and you know you can only go in once a day too. I found out. I mean, you literally can't even go back in. Like I like messed up an order once, and so I went back in, and then I they were like, "Yeah, I'm sorry. You get." They were like, the guy was super chill about it. Everyone that works there, you know how it. I mean, you can only imagine. It's all just fucking. Even the security guards are like chill. You know, they're like freaking. They're like, "Yo, They're like, did you just come back tomorrow, or you can go to this place like down the street?" They're like still trying to help you, but like the whole thing is legally you can't go in twice a day. But even if you just left and come back in, you can't do it again. You know, so they still have certain regulations, which I guess are kind of like good, right? But you know, dude, honestly, it's probably going to be the next 5 years. It's going to be like you can just walk in like it's a store. It's already basically like that, but it's very close to that. And all the people there, it's just so funny. If you ask them, they'll recommend. Oh, dude, it's kind of cringe though. Like, but they'll call them like bud tenders. I'm like, oh no. Like I got this, and there was a chick behind the counter who was like, "Yeah, like these are really good." She's like, "I had one of these the other day." I'm like, "Whoa, dude." So funny. But they're all pretty nice there. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, they're probably doped up or whatever, right? But still, I don't know. They're not. They're pretty good there. Have a nice day. Like have a good day. Everything pretty good. Not, can't can't really hate too hard. It's still kind of a weird thing. But it's like, what are you gonna do? I mean, especially when you got booze readily available, and. That's another thing too, by the way. You cannot sample it. I asked them once. I told them this is kind of weird, but it seems like I've been kind of allergic to some. Was a true thing, by the way, because there were some ones that I was getting that seemed to be like tickling, like it seemed to have a little bit of an allergic reaction to, which might have been a coincidence, but I don't think it was because I was smelling the certain kinds and it was a whole vibe, and I had to, um, which I don't know if you remember. That was like last year, and it was about probably this time last year. And I was like, so anyway, I go in and I'm like, is it possible that I can like smell it before I get it? And then she was like, no, I'm sorry, you can't do that. So yeah, they still have a lot of rules and regulations, but they're relatively minor, right? It's like there's also a limit on how much you can get a day, but it's like a ridiculous. It's probably you no more than an ounce. You know what I mean? Something ridiculous. Also, it might have been COVID too. Like, I figured that. I was kind of like, yeah, it's fine. Like, she was like, but you should look into the terpenes and try to find. They're pretty helpful and good. But yeah, they have certain things, and I bet that's probably part of it. I think they do have them sealed up and everything, though. I mean, I don't know, but that's probably gonna be next, right? Um, it's it's an interesting thing. They do really have. You have to try climb a mountain and speak to some tribal folk. Also a charmer to that scene. No way. I know they're right. It's like, yeah, you gotta be careful with the whole thing, but it's kind of like, um, yeah, but the way they're streamlining it, it's crazy. It's like you're in and out in like 5 minutes. Is it really that big of a hassle? Yeah, you can't smell it. It's like, come on. I mean, if you were in like Amsterdam or something, right? They've been ahead of that for years, right? You could probably sample it or whatever, right? But or at least smell it, but nah, not here because they package it up and everything, right? And so I guess they can't really. But that'll be I bet that'll be next. They'll have like stuff sample be able to sample it. I've had friends smuggle some from there into here, all nice bags with cute names. Lol, yeah. Right. So the medical or recreational stuff, yeah, it's pretty funny. They package them up. They put all the information on it, the percentages. How much THC and CBD and THCA and CBDA and like all the science. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, my whole thing is like, look, as long as it's relatively trustworthy, you know, um, it seems like knock on wood and God forbid though they do a pretty good job, Probably because they know people are going to be on their ass. Not only the like feds or whatever, but you know, the customers. Like I said on the Seltzer, you can just look up like every last thing. Which I don't know. I mean, that's good. I like that because it's kind of like okay, above board, and that's like they want to have good product. So it's just another capitalist whatever thing, right? But that's the thing. You got to have good product and not be trying to sneak any crap in there. I just hope that it stays that way, kind of natural, organic vibes. Is there another typing with someone else, maybe? Kind of. I mean, I thought about like Spacey, maybe hitting him up. Um, I don't really know who else I'd be really that interested in talking to about it though. But it might be interesting. It might be worthwhile. I mean, who else do you think is there? Like, oh yeah, Asura Psych guy, Scary Smart, I get up a lion, TJ. Well, I know there are a few, like freaking and like the Voltology people, right? But I don't know. Like, I guess it couldn't hurt. Yeah, I didn't know if DSP did them, but he does typing sessions. I didn't know that. Yeah, DSP, CS Joseph and stuff. Michael something. Doubt he types, but well, are you talking about Michael Pierce? Yeah, I don't think he does typings, but he's one of the big. He's like the only guy other than Eric who's like, amazing. You know, I mean, it's not Frank James, doing like the classic, basic stuff. But DSP is kind of out there. CS Joseph is obviously seems like he's just like wrong about a lot of stuff. Um, Asura Psych though, I don't know much about. Voltology, again, it's a little out there, but I wouldn't be totally opposed to it. It's a little weird, but I mean, it would be worth seeing, I guess, right? Um, I can't think of like, ooh, sorry, I'm cracking the neck there. But that's the thing. It's like who else? I mean, if Michael Pierce did typings, I would do that in a second. But honestly, other than Spacey, who I had talked to on the Whereby back in the day, I probably wouldn't really care to get typed by anyone else other than Spacey and like I don't know, maybe the Voltology people. I would check out Asura Psych if you think that, or actually, when you say Jungian, it reminds me of like Socionics, the Socionics people like Jack or something, but I don't know if they really do typings. Who's classic Jungian? Asura? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I trust that more. says no voltology. You think it's bullshit? It's definitely fucking weird. Trying to type me on my like fucking body movements and stuff. Like, get your fucking filthy eyes off me. Give me just a basic, typing session. Like I don't need all that crap. I mean, it might be kind of interesting, but I don't know, man. Some of it's just kind of like, damn, analyzing me. Yeah, Sora, check his stuff. I'll have to though. I mean, because I've been hearing about this guy, and I remember a while ago seeing him. I wrote. Oh, I just realized Top Chat is on. Hopefully, I'm not missing anything. But I like. I kind of wrote him off, I guess, because of like INTJ stuff. Well, it was just the comments. I now I remember. I think Fly Guy was there. I was kind of reading comments and being like, this is bullshit. But maybe this guy himself, I didn't really, check out. So I'll give him a watch. Maybe I'll peep him after the stream a little bit for finally. But yeah, Bolta says I do voltology equals BS. Yeah. Cognitive type though, which I guess is like sort of synonymous. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, what makes you think it's BS? Like, I mean, do you find that people's typings are just whack? Like they come away with really like whack typings? Because on one hand, I feel like there could be something to it, even if I think it's not so much that I think it's necessarily wrong, although it might be. It's more like I just think it's weird. Um, but it could be interesting, right? It could be kind of a good way to analyze how you manifest. But it seems more physical than anything, which maybe is unreliable. Do they ask regular questions? I bet they do both. It's just a little intense, right? That's the thing. It's kind of like I don't know why I'm so like skeptical or whatever, but or not just skeptical, but like guarded about it. Like I don't want to be like analyzed or something, you know. But that's the thing, like with it, because I barely even wanted to do it with Eric. But the thing is like, well, I basically, I trust Eric. He's like a pretty good guy, so I'm like willing to do that. And the thing about Spacey is like I kind of know him, and he's like from the similar crowd, so you know, I would kind of trust doing a typing with him, but I just don't even know who else would really be worth it. Affect should be discounted. Get into their psyche. Yeah, yeah. There's not. I agree. I agree. I think it's a little bit misleading. I mean, yeah, because it's not physical. It's like a mental thing. And possibly spiritual. I mean, that's probably part of it too. Why I'm kind of like guarded about it. But whatever. In the sense that psyche is of the soul, right? It's cognitive, right? So manners of attention, I think, is the best way of like that Eric puts it, right? Or even modes of being, which is funny how Sam brought that up earlier. But the manners of attention thing, it's a way of analyzing that, and it's not so much interpreted by determined by like physicality. It's all mentality. So in that sense, I don't know if they do type through mental stuff and physical stuff, or if it's just physical. But especially if it's just physical, that's a waste of time. That would be like more of a curiosity piece, curiosity interest. But I wouldn't invest in that. Anyway, I don't know. Asura Psych, either Spacey or maybe this Asura Psych guy or something. But I don't really think anyone else would be that worth getting typed by, to be honest. You know, unless one of you guys around here started doing typing videos. I mean, it's just, it's a little bit of like a. I mean, again, I think like Eric probably has the best method. Like you get a session, you have a session, do an hour, hour and a half, asking questions that are like framed functionally, and get that sense, based on the answers. Um, that's a pretty straightforward, good way to do it. Uh, so I'm saying I just don't know if anyone else has that same kind of straightforward. It just feels like everyone else is always doing some kind of like bullshit. Like I'm saying, even with Eric, he has his own like way of doing it, and it's a very like straightforward way that is, it's probably the best way, but it's still like you know, you're gonna get. I was talking about it with my family, with my dad. It's kind of like you're gonna get out of it what you give, right? So, you know, there are certain factors that are going to determine the outcome or whatever, the vibe at the time, your mood, even things like all sorts of things. But I'm saying that's probably the best way to do it, though. And the fact that that's the best way to do it just shows that, to be honest with you, right, it's kind of a flimsy, well, it's like a fucking pseudoscience. It's like you're reading someone's vibes. Anyway, I'm saying it's better than just reading someone's vibes because you're just like actually asking questions and basing it off of the answers. Like that's as scientific as it's gonna get, right? Um, but everything else, I think, is just fucking wacky. It's just weird. It's like, you're moving your head like this. Oh, dude, you're NE. It's like, I mean, maybe, or I have fucking Parkinson's. You know what I mean? It's like you have no idea, right? Um, I mean, I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm just saying, you might have you. I honestly think everything else is probably pretty unreliable, and plus, I just sort of trust Eric as a kind of, I've been watching him for years, been around here for years. But it's just a kooky aspect to the typology stuff that I'm just kind of, I'm kind of like guarded about. I'm like, I don't want you fucking analyzing me, especially with whatever voltology people putting up fucking alien language on me. Get real. Nah, I'm joking, but I'm kind of not joking. I'm sorry. I was gonna say something specifically just to like wrap it up, but I can't remember. Just like, just that I don't think anybody else is. I'm saying that like even his methodology is gonna have its like flaws. But it's the best it's probably gonna get. You know. Yeah. So that's it basically. Everyone else is just kind of wacky, kind of weird and wacky, except maybe like Spacey and maybe this Asaurus like guy. You know. Um. I could do vibe typings for $10, like I've said. But you do. It's true. You get what you give out of it, and it's like that's as good as you're gonna get, unless you really are. Yeah, like you're saying, you intimately know the person. Publish so asking you going to be fun. Well, I'll check out his stuff and see like, what I think about it. I wouldn't say you need to know someone intimately for years to really nail it on the table. Well, yeah, because even it could even be as intense as like 1 year. You're acting maybe not completely differently, but you're in like a different mindset or whatever. So you have to like track it across time. That's what I'm saying. Like even an hour and a half of like good questions from Eric, right, and like good answers from me or whoever's answering, is like gonna be it's not really that conclusive. But it's like, but it's as pretty much as good as it gets. It's pretty much as close to, sort of scientific that you can get with this kind of thing. As in, kind of objective and not kind of being too like, um, you know, just vibe typing about it, right? Seriously, I haven't seen any for months. Harry CPT too. I'm not really sure who that is, I don't think. But he's come up with his own weirdo INTJP, etc. system. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Too, like, everyone comes up with their own systems, and I'm like, no, right? But that's cool that Asura Psych does Jungian, because that's the vibe. Yeah, like, what the ESFPJ, ISTJP? Because what WTF? Get out of here, you know. It's like the more you complicate it, it's like the less like kind of useful it becomes, right? I mean, yeah, you get more expansion on the thing, like maybe a bit more depth or something. But like that whole thing of like having like 256 types, you know, it's like 16 times 16, right? So the subtypes within the types. I mean, it just gets ridiculous because at that point it's like why even fucking type? I mean, although I guess I don't know, you could make an argument, right? But like because it's like, well, why be too reductive? Why not be more kind of, I don't know, comprehensive, right? But honestly, it's like if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna put me in a box, right? If you're gonna, be in a box, you should just have like a couple of choices, you know. I mean, maybe that's simple, right? But it's probably the most good way because it's not fucking, you know, it's kind of relative. It's kind of esoteric, you know. I'm sort of stealing that. My dad had said that as well, but it's relatively esoteric. People don't even agree on what fucking all the functions like mean. You just have what Jung said. To me, it goes like this: it's Jung, MBTI, socionics, and then Eric Strauss. You know what I mean? Defensible typology, right? You kind of like worked our way up to this, and then everyone else is basically just a hack. You know, you get C.S. Joseph coming up with fucking crazy ass shit. You get fucking Dave Superpowers coming up with crazy ass shit. I mean, you know, um, cognitive type. I don't know, sociotypes, got cognitive type, whatever. Voltology, get fucking pod layer, alien language. But then I guess Voltology is based on that, but it's based on like facial movements, physical stuff, which like okay, like that's interesting, but you know. And then you've got like Dario Nardi, right, who kind of does like the brain scans and things, and like that's interesting. You kind of get a little scientific with it, but I mean that's like as good as it gets. And this is a very niche community, right? You know, of people who are like, actively interested in it. It's like a promising frontier, but again, yeah, you that's the thing. You wind up coming up with its own sort of language that's not it's like honestly you have to just like start from it's those four main things. It's just like Jung, fucking MBTI, socionics, and just Eric Strauss defensible typology. You kind of work your way into that where you get a kind of there's something about I guess Eric's idea of it that's very like relatable or something like that, it's very like basic in the if and I mean that but I mean that in like a positive way. It's like let's kind of cut out the crap. Yeah, 8 slots. Okay, it's like, 8 functions, 8 slots, 16 types. Which one, right, do you think is the most fitting, right? You ask a bunch of questions, you get a bunch of answers, and you do and you get an answer. I mean, that's you narrow it down, and even sometimes he doesn't exactly narrow it down entirely, but he gets pretty close, right? At the very least, and it's like that's literally the best you can do, right? You don't even like the MBTI. It's this guy. He's good, but I don't even like the MBTI. S12 said, oh, right, that whole scene. I almost forgot about them, yeah. Well, it's the same. I think of them as being Voltology, though, is the thing. But you're right, that's maybe a little distinctive thing. Intuitive introverts. He didn't go into. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought the same thing, man. I was thinking that recently. I might have been stealing that from someone, but like first to illuminate all the rest. That's like, it's like all you need to really work with, you know. But even then, I had no idea that it was so kind of up for debate. You know what I mean? Like how I kind of manifest. But I mean, it's like I'm not surprised not to get down this rabbit hole. I managed to pretty much go most of this time at least without really talking type. But I mean, who would have thought? I mean, it's just an interesting thing to like to realize that SIFE actually isn't that as far fetched as I might have thought like several years ago. I mean, yeah, I think that I have like changed and not entirely for the better. I mean, although maybe it is. God is, leading you towards, the good, right? The my true self and all that good stuff, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, but I've also been like way too focused on SI stuff, and then you know, when I'm like kind of dealing with people, I mean, it's like, of course, I put on the kind of FE works, but it's not necessarily because I'm trying to do anything, although that may be FE tool, but it's more like just trying to have good vibes or whatever. And like, apparently that's enough to be fucking FE. I mean, I've always thought of it as like, well, because my FI is so good, people just like me, I'm relatable. Because people have, that's what people have said. It's like, oh, I relate to you, this and that, and I'm like, thank you. I mean, it's like a really beautiful, like, good thing, to an extent, assuming I actually like you. You know what I mean? Luckily, though, everyone around here is pretty good. I mean, there's honestly not really a single person around here where I'm like, yeah, this fucking, prick. And I mean, honestly, like, if there was, I wouldn't cozy up to them. You know what I mean? But there's something about this community that tends to attract. And I'm talking, of course, again, mostly because TWFP, since the fucking algorithm doesn't want to fucking give me any new people, which is fine. Okay, again, it's probably meant to be or something, right? Leading me towards good, But, but mostly, of course, I mean the TWFP crowd that's kind of filtered into here. It's just like all good people, Um, back in the day on the Whereby, it was like that, and like now it's like that because I think it's this like great minds think alike. There's a very like-minded community of a little bit of misfits, outsiders, but it's good, like you know what I mean. There isn't really there's no one that really comes around where I'm like, all right, you gotta like watch out for them, you know. I mean, other than somehow fucking that like Michael Smith or something, right, was manifesting, because I mean he was some kind of summoning a bit of a threatening vibe at points. But inevitably, though, he's clearly just some disgruntled guy, pissed off at Eric. Eric tends to attract these kinds of people, who just are fucking, fuck you, you're trying to whatever, this and that. I mean, of course, right? But like, I've just always seen Eric for like what it's, I don't mean it necessarily in a bad way, but like what he is. Like he's just a guy who's like relatively smart and good. Maybe he gets a little grandiose, right? He knows that, you know. He's kind of had years and years of debate and typology kind of expertise to hone his craft. He does have a certain amount of bragging rights, but he's just like anybody else. He's not perfect, and whatever you type, he fucking types people. Like who fucking cares? I don't know. Anyway, I get why people get pissed off, but it's also kind of just like, I mean, let it go, man. These people, the spite monkeys, as Eric calls them, right? And I mean, look, I'm just saying, I can sort of see both sides, sure, but um, I'm inevitably gonna wind up kind of being in the Eric camp because, you know, I can understand that like as much as I get attached to type stuff and yeah, sure, I'm a little bit like we're ISFJ, fuck you, but also it's like yeah, but that he also likes me. He thought I was ENTP, and maybe there's a certain truth to it. He doesn't seem to see the FI stuff, but that's also maybe him. And anyway, the point is that it's like the duel. He's his best friend was an ISFJ. You know, he has a very generous perception of the ISFJ, their creative potential, their you know, whatever. He thinks they're amazing. So it's again sort of a complementary thing. It may not exactly jive with the full, you know, archetype, and you know, people are probably, you know, if I tell people that don't really know that much about it, even if you know, whatever, even if Eric is right, which you know I do think he has probably the more right conception in certain ways. It's like they're not going to really believe it. Um, but again, it's like I get why based on that session, and I get why based on the sort of vibe or whatever, you know, um, and all of that. Um, but yeah, the point is though is like, sorry, I'm kind of touching on several things, obviously, right? But the dude is just a dude is one thing, and he, it's like for whatever reason, right? Like he's not gonna see the NFP vibe, and you know maybe he's right, you know. Um, but it's just not surprising to me, like because I never really thought I was an ENTP either, you know. I get the whole time I was always saying the same thing, which was like, well, you know, I don't really think I'm an ENTP, especially with the polar FI, but I'll take it as a compliment, you know. But then he types me, and you know, inevitably, as I figured, the sort of TI, I'm floundering a bit on the questions because they are fucking sort of difficult to me, you know. I don't think he tested my NE enough, okay, but based on that, you know, the fact that there's fucking good FE and you know SI terms, sure, I've got pretty fucking decent memory for one, right? That's kind of the main thing. But anyway, I knew it was very high up there in the likelihood. I knew that he was either going to type me, you know, ENTP, ISFJ, or like INFJ, you know, um, and like maybe INFP, right? But you know, definitely not ENFP, and like there was just pretty much no other way for anything else, you know. But I figured there was like a very high likelihood of ISFJ, you know. Um, you know, it's like obviously it's like a little disappointed or whatever, but like what you know, again, you get what you give, and you know he does his best based on a session, you know. Sorry, I'm kind of ranting, but of course, getting into the whole fucking thing about the type, right? But you get the idea. It's kind of just like you know he's just a dude, and he has a very like good whatever conception of not only how to type but of ISFJs. So he's kind of like, never mind, you're actually like the flip, and you're my dual because we get along, and you know it's like, well, we do get along. I mean, like if I was INFP, I would be his supervisor type, right? But I think it's true. Like we do seem to get along well enough to where it would be a little bit strange. I mean, do I think it's possible? Like, yeah, because I mean, um, I have my skepticism because I feel like my whole thing of like, well, I feel like I have pretty good FI, um, and then, but also I almost feel like I don't even know if I exactly buy the whole thing of like Eric, like oh, just not just Eric, but like people in general, right? Of this, I don't know my FI. It's like it's just like a hard. I guess it's kind of just an alien concept to me. No pun intended. You know, it's like no offense, you know, to anyone. I get whatever being FI best. I understand in the kind of poetic way of like I don't know what I want, and you know, and you're always gonna be there's always gonna be like different perceptions of things, and you're kind of like, well, I hadn't thought of that, and you know this and that. But at the end of the day, it's always gonna be. I feel like there are certain like steadfast kind of moral ethical things that maintain you know that kind of like remain static almost, right? That they maybe change a little bit, especially based on like experience, which not to conflate it with SI, but I do think it's a little bit related, you know. You get like new whatever experiences, new data, whatever you want to call it, and then you just go, oh, what, your FI, your values or whatever you want to call your kind of your morals may change a bit. But anyway, I'm saying your reaction, your likes, your dislikes, your preferences, your your values, basically your morals, they're basically like not only static for the most part, but they also like um you like have access to them. I don't know. Like unless you're like a straight up psychopath, right? Um I'm just saying maybe I have like a sort of naive idea about it, but it just seems like and maybe it's just because of my own bias, you know? But it's like it just seems to me like okay, like I don't want to be a dickhead and be like you're bluffing, right? But cuz I don't think it's that. And I do think it's possible that like I understand being like out of touch with your like emotions or something, right? Um but to the point that it gets taken to of like not knowing one's own like standing on a matter, right? Um I mean, for one, to me, that's sort of an ontologically discomforting idea, right? But like, furthermore, I don't really know that it's possible. Like, you know, um, it's the same thing I've always had with Ti and Fi and all this kind of thing, right? Of like, okay, like you're not objective though. Like you are subjective in your own way, you know? Like we are all subject to subjectivity, you know? Um we all kind of strive towards objectivity, you know, inevitably, you know. You don't want to be like bound by your subjectivity in this or irrational like id driven egotistical selfish way, right? um you know, because you want to be correct, you know, like in Eric fashion, right? It's like you want to be right. It's like from my whole thing, it's like you want to be right and good, you know. um But I really wager, though, the only way to kind of do that in any real sense is to feel it from within, right? I mean, you know, you can get all the information you want from like other people, but like at some point you're gonna have to kind of make your own internal bit of like calculus. It's like, okay, well, like what is important to me? Like what do I value, right? And it's like honestly, those things for me are like pretty simple. It's like, you know, family, friends, you know, want some like romance, you know, eventually I'd love to, you know, it'd be great to have like a wife and kids, you kind of get my own house or whatever these things. But it's like it's also like good art, good life, you know what I mean? Like and again, it's kind of religious stuff, the spiritual stuff, like Christianity, kind of especially Orthodox Christianity, kind of like you know, God and Jesus Christ and goodness and it just all of that kind of thing. The transcendentals, right? You know, beauty, truth, goodness. I mean, yeah, they're a little bit above myself. I saw a Michael Pierce thing when he was talking about ISFJ, and he was saying like, well, you know, they do have like a moral high ground, not high ground, but like a higher, like like that's higher than just the self. So like I feel that right, but it's I just go back and forth because I'm like, well, like, but who's determining that, right? Like it's me though. I'm the one saying that like I need to do those. Like it's a back and forth, right? It's just like a dialogue, right, between the subjective and the objective. Like it's like yes, there is objective good, but you have to like want it, right, and make that choice again. Always back to this stuff, right? And fucking Clockwork Orange and you know the free will and the choice to do good, right? Um, um, anyway, but it's always going to be a 50-50, you know? And there's always going to be like a Kierkegaard kind of, you know, leap of faith, you know? Like, you have to want it, you know? Like, you don't just like be good because you make the right calculus. Like, what is, it doesn't mean anything. Like, you know? Like, like, determine what is right based on the set of principles. It's like, okay, we're not like robots though, right? Like we're human beings, like fallible, and you know, you make choices based on the thing that's not, that's like basically evil versus good, like these are like, this is like, if there's one binary in life that exists, it's clearly evil and good, I mean, yes, like, sure, man and woman, right? But like, inevitably though, evil and good, it's like, you know and it's like, that's the kind of most important thing, and it's like, okay, there is that objectively, but you're always going to have to like make that determination like within yourself, um so I'm saying, in terms of fe and fi, which are probably kind of the most interesting functions, right, in some way, because they're sort of, I mean, I'll tell you this, the sort of most interesting thing that I really ever got out of typology was learning what fi is, I was like, oh, I'm like, this makes so much sense. It's like, and again, my own personal, no pun intended, like idea of myself being like, oh, this what I do, like, I'm not really caring too much. It's like, yes, I sort of am going to seek opinions from the tribe and things like that, right? But I almost think of that as more te. But anyway, I guess it is kind of more fe than I thought. I mean, I've always thought I had good fe for sure, but it's never been about perception management. It's never been about like, I don't know, trying to be fake, or like put on a show, or even necessarily have people like me. Like, I always thought I was just kind of like lucky. I mean, yeah, of course I kind of want to be liked, but it's like, but I'm always just like trying to be myself, I mean, that's like the name of the game. Like, yeah, things get difficult, sure, right? You want to kind of be the man of the people or whatever. But, inevitably though, like this stream, for example, it's pretty much exactly what I, want to do, right? Um, Although, sometimes I would get pushback for that. Like, I mean, there were times I'd be playing music and stuff, and people would kind of be like, hey, you're not responding to the chat. Okay, well, the name of the game of this stuff is going to be very FE, right? I mean, even doing a typing session with Eric, it's like, dude, I've never talked to him in real life. Of course I'm going to be a little bit, smiley and goofy. I'm going to be kind of, maybe, I don't know, acquiescing a little bit, right? It's kind of like, oh man, doing a typing session with Eric. Whoa, I get that I'm a bit reactive in that way. I can be good with that stuff, and whatever, right? Um, you know, um, Good for me, right? Being able to maneuver that conflict or whatever. But not with him, but I just mean because like, just in general with certain with people. Like, I do find that I can pretty much get along with like most people, But like, yeah, I don't know, man. I always considered it to be much more of like a personal thing, than just being kind of some kind of like acquiescing, or some kind of like non-self, you know what I mean? Like, that's, and there's something discomforting about that as well, um I think if anything, that's kind of the main thing. The thing about the ISTJ typing that was so discomforting was the idea of being not just SI Dom and NE4, but being polar FI, right? Sorry, polar FE. I was like, well, damn, am I really coming off that harsh, right? Because it's like, no way. I think I have pretty good FE. But then suddenly I'm typed ISFJ, and I'm pissed off kind of in a different way. Because I'm like, wait a minute. So I'm fucking SI first and NE fourth again. But I don't even get to have the edge, right, of being like a fucking, TE with the FI in there. You know what I mean? It's like, no, 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 no. You're fucking FE guy, And I'm like, fuck that. You know what I mean? And it's like, try fucking thinking of like any more than like a fucking few people I can name off one hand that I'm like really interested in, who I think are like really good artists or whatever. People like, or like just people that I can sort of point to and say, like, oh, like you know, that's someone that I really enjoy or whatever, that are ISFJ. It's like fucking practically nobody. Um, they're just completely kind of like a different like vibe. Um, of course, then it makes me think, well, I don't know, that seems to be maybe the vibe I'm projecting in a certain way, right? And it's true. Like I do have that way about me, but it just lacks a certain depth to be desired or something that I don't feel gets at my core. I mean, I guess type in general is never gonna really do that, but I mean, you just read about INFP, for example. I think, oh, just radiant core of personal values, and then the creative spirit. The ISFJ is like, yeah, you can be a nurse. It's like you can help. You're a good helper. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? I don't help shit. I mean, like it would be good to, absolutely. It's like there's no doubt about that. Like these are stable, sturdy people, and they're generally not just nice people, but good people, right? Um, and it's like they do have access to the FI because they're FI demonstrative. I don't know about the counter value thing, right? But I see it as like, hey, look, if I'm ISFJ, I've definitely get access to the FI. I have unusually good NE for an ISFJ, unusually bad SI, and uh, good FI, right? But everything else makes sense, I think, right? Uh, except those three, Um, the only one though that it feels like with the INFP that I have to account for is just having good FE, which I understand doesn't really work that well in FE ignoring, but this is also something I've gotten better with as I've gotten older. Anyway, being like sorry, I'm reading what you're saying here. I mean, if we're gonna do the 8 function model, anyway, I'm sorry that I only got into this because the top two functions, right? So for me, it was always like very clear. I'm like, oh, clearly what I'm doing is like fucking FINE stuff. It's like I'm musing on my like feelings about things in a personal kind of way, and then like sort of making connections and sort of being whatever creative based on those determinations, or vice versa, but mostly the latter. You know what I mean? Like mostly it's kind of whatever. And then of course SI is playing in there because like INFP was perfect because like, okay, it's third slot though, which is kind of like neither terrible nor great, which like makes a lot of sense, right? It's like I've got a good memory, but I've got like terrible routine and this and that, and then TE's repressed. The TE's not good. SE polar. Just like it all makes sense. TI demonstrative, right? I get pretty good TI. NI is roll, which like definitely is not that great, but it's like it's pretty good. Wait, I'm sorry. NI is demonstrative. TI, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about INFP. So I had it right. NI, no, it's NI demonstrative. Okay, which makes sense too. But TI roll is still not that great, but it's still access to that, so that makes sense, right? So anyway, ISFJ still makes sense in the similar way, right? But like the FE thing, um, it's mostly the SI and the NE placement, and then there's kind of the NI, FI and NI. I would still have access to that, so it actually kind of it makes sense in that way as well, but it's a little less. I don't know. It just it doesn't have that same pop. But I mean, it's like it's crazy because I thought that INFP, like I didn't really like the whole. I'm like, well, they're like really soft and like subjective. It's like, well, I don't necessarily feel that. ISFJ, I guess, gets to be soft but also objective, and it's like, yeah, okay, it's an improvement. I mean, honestly, I'll take it though in terms of like TE polar. I probably am. The TE and the SE are like not good. But I just find it kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know. Lou said something interesting though, like SI. Your dominant function is like the water you swim in. You're not necessarily good at it, but that kind of like fucks up my whole conception, right? It's like, well, I'm gonna be basing things on based on what I'm good at, right? It's like, what the hell is the point of like Eric, right? It's like, yeah, he's very good at NE stuff. It's not exactly far fetched to think he'd be NE dominant, right? TI tool, like it just kind of like works out. Like it's like at first I thought ENFP, but then I'm kind of like, well, because FE judge, I mean, sorry, FI, the tool made sense to me, right? Like, oh yeah, of course, I'm judging based on my fucking FI, of course, you know? Oh my god, but now it's completely different. Because it's saying I'm FE tool, I'm judging on fucking what? People's fucking opinions? You know, fuck you, you know? I mean, look, of course I'm going to factor it in, probably even more than I'd like to, right? Um, but inevitably, I'm always going to have some time of just being like, fuck everyone else, you know? I mean, honestly, and I'm probably like kind of happiest in some way doing that, you know? Um, but I mean, I care about things though in a sort of FI way, so it's like yesterday when I had that little back and forth with Bobby, like the idea of him thinking uh it's not just him thinking it, but him saying it and then me thinking it about myself, bringing it about in myself in an FI way of like being like a lukewarm Christian or something, right? That kind of like like just like I'm not trying to be dramatic because it's not like I fucking started was like crying about it or anything, but like it straight up was sort of like it hurt me a little bit, you know what I mean? Um, and but that felt like it's just interesting though, right? Because it's like, well, where does that's like a weird intersection of like FE and FI, because I'm like I'm going back and forth, and this is literally me and like what I do always, right? I'm kind of like, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of like, fuck, fuck him. He doesn't fucking know. He's a fucking dickhead, whatever. I'm thinking of a million and one reasons, right, to just like write him off, and then I'm like, no, but he's kind of right though. Like, I should probably be a little bit more firm and like, and I don't know, maybe he probably kind of it sees through the good. I don't know, not through it entirely, right, or whatever. The like, but I'm kind of that's kind of the whole thing though. Is I'm kind of like, well, how dare you, But at the same time, it's a little bit like, But there's also some reality, tragic truth in reality. Like maybe I'm not being too whatever, right? I'm being a little too fe about it or something, Um, but I'm not that much. And then even tonight, I get on stuff and he's like, "Oh, this now you got high FI." It just goes back and forth, The second I fucking assert myself, it's like, "Oh, you Mr. FI user." But the second I'm fucking nice to everyone, "Oh, he's an FE user." Fucking bullshit. It's like, "How about this? I'm fucking good at both. Deal with it," right? I mean, honestly. I mean, I'm not going to, look, I'm a fucking, like everyone else, I imagine, right? You know, um, things are sort of subject to change in some way, right? But there are certain things like I've gotten into this before, right? With like Winston's mom. She was kind of like, well, with abortion, one day you're gonna have an experience or something that's gonna change your opinion. And it's like, no, I'm not, right? It's on an FI like level. There's never going to be anything that's going to change my mind about abortion being like basically evil. And I'm sorry, I know that you've had your whatever experience, Boba Fett, but you know, it's like I'm sorry, but look, and I get it. There's a difference between the fucking time you do it and this and that. But there's never ever going to be a time where I'm not thinking of it as something that's at least not good, right? And it's also disgusting and it's basically evil. And I'm saying like, look, it's basically wrong, it's basically evil. So I'm saying it can never be good. There's never going to be a time where I'm like, oh man, thank God, which is the biggest fucking, sorry to curse, but it's like, such a sinful way of thinking about it, right? It's so ironically sinful to be like, oh, thank God for that abortion. There's never gonna be a fucking day in my life, right? Like, as much as I, whatever, right? It's like, absolutely not. No, you pray to God for forgiveness on that one, pray to God and Jesus Christ for forgiveness on that one. Because it's like, well, I mean, look, I mean, I get it, whatever, one time or something, that's still, but you gotta fucking atone and repent for that. Sorry to curse. It's just too easy to to curse. But it's like, no, it's just ridiculous to me though. It's like that's like an ever like a non-changing kind of thing. I'm not gonna be like, well, it's like, no, it doesn't change. It's never not good, right? Like it's never, because there can never be a time where fucking that horrible, disgusting process is gonna be viewed upon as being kind of like somehow good, right? It's never good, right? Um, even if someone's raped or there's incest or something, it's still never good. It's a tragedy all around, right? The whole thing is evil and tragic, right? But it's I'm never gonna say, well, it's it's good that she got that abortion. It's like that's an oxymoron, right? It doesn't make sense, like morally, to say something like that, Um, but again, I'm saying though that's not. Maybe it's SI, it's whatever, but I think of it as being FI. Like that's not something that's like sort of up to debate for me in any real way. Like you know what I mean? It's like if a chick I'm sorry, but like if a woman gets like an abortion, and especially if she's like raped or something like that, dude, I will sit and I will hold her hand and I will, you know what I mean? And she can, and if, whatever the sorrow, the grief and the sorrow and sit with her. But never in my life will I sort of, I'm not God, it's like I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not going to sit here and pretend, I don't have that power. I'm not going to absolve you of like your sin, you know? Um, which, and I'm not saying that anyone is looking to me, but you know what I mean? Like sort of accepting that, right? For like what it is. It's like, oh, you did what you had to do. It's like, I mean, you didn't necessarily have to do it. Like, right? I mean, there is adoption, and there are these, like, look, I don't know, I mean, I get it, whatever, right? And especially if like the woman could die, right? Anyway, sorry, not to get hung up on the whole abortion thing. I don't even like talking about it at all. But it's like, again, it's kind of an FISI thing, because it just fucking is evil, and it's just gross and evil. But at the same time, not at the same time, but I mean, ultimately though, I meant to say ultimately though, it's like I can sort of appear as like FE, like, good to the woman or whatever it is, and oh, it's a horrible, horrible thing. But it's never going to go beyond like saying it's good you did that, right? Like it was really good that you got that abortion, right? Like it's never good, you know. I don't know. You'd have to. I mean, put a gun to my head or something. Um, it's honestly similar because it's really good that you killed that guy, right? That they whatever. Like if you get revenge or something, right? I mean, it's like yeah, I get it in some sense, especially in like the movies or something, right? But like it's like the reality situation though is like it's never good, right? Like two wrongs don't make a right, that kind of thing. And it's like I know that it's like whatever, some kind of like virtue thing that's like higher above the person, but that is just sort of like my personal take. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going off. I just want to, you know yeah, but it's like I take things to heart more than anyone I know. It's like it is difficult for me to be objective, but I try to do it, right? Because it's like, and I think that I am, decent at doing it. You find high tolerance to shit that hurt others. What does that mean? Like a high tolerance to. Oh wait, high tolerance to shit that would hurt others. So you think that like FE front can be more like more of a jerk or something? FI gets bent out of shape, can't be as objective. It is a great quote unquote science. FE just instantly susses the vibes out. How you feel about them as FI. Anti-J's are FE polar, but once his mom, for an example, she's beyond lovely. We should ignore this polar BS and focus on functions 1 and 2, and that's for typing psyche. Get lost in these terms. Much of a... I mean, you're definitely talking sense about this stuff, you know? If I sort of internalize stuff, high FE and high FI will process a bad news event differently. That's terrible versus I feel so bad for the families. I mean, but exactly though, that is a very gray area. Hard to put a border there. Like, I mean, it's like that's terrible versus I feel so bad for the families. Like, I mean, I'll say both of those things in the exact same sentence. You know. Again, it just feels so difficult to me to even like understand the primary. Like, I thought that I understood, right, and I kind of thought, well, like I'm good at both. You know. But now it just kind of seems like people are wanting to like tell me something else, right? It's like, no, it's not FI, it's you're actually FE. And I'm just kind of like, well, like hold on a second. Like, I mean, you know, you know, I mean, look, it could be front stack versus back stack, and I'm just good at whatever's back stack, right? But whichever one is backstack, it doesn't matter. I'm saying it almost doesn't matter which one is backstack because I just know that I'm good at both. So whichever one is good at both, you know? I mean, it's like processing even in and of itself in a real way is FI. It's like, well, how do you feel about it, right? I mean, if you're one of these people who's kind of like, I don't know how I feel about it, it's like, okay, well, you don't know your FI very well. But me, I can probably tell you immediately, right? It's like, I feel bad about this. I feel good about this, you know? Or I feel mixed feelings. It's like, I'm nervous but excited, you know, or whatever. I can tell you all the different shades, you know what I mean? But I'm not saying I'm the most Mr. like emotionally whatever in touch either, you know? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be like, my rich inner world, you know, my colorful, whoa. No, come on, you know? Let's be real, right? But it's also like, what do you want me to say, right? It's like I'm in, you know, I'm very like kind of, you know, relatively in touch with my own, you know, what I find important, what I dislike and what I like, you know? It's like what I think is evil and what I think is good. You know, these all these things. You know what I mean? And that's my whole point here. Is kind of like there's just so much stuff where it's like it's not really like up to debate with me, and it sort of irritates me when people are like, you know, well, like, what about this thing? And you know, it's you know the, you know, you know, she didn't want to have the baby. You know what it's like? All right, it's like, oh, okay, I think it's good. And then they're like, really? And I'm like, no. It's like, sorry, you know. Look, I might say, you know, I'm sorry, right? It's like, but I'm not gonna. It's my opinion's not going to change. I'm just prone to doubt, you know. It's like I literally, you know, and I deal with OCD and stuff, and it makes me very SI and FE. I mean, maybe it is just the way that I am. It's not an entirely ridiculous idea, right? But on the other hand, it's like, okay, but I'm fucking focused on SI shit that I don't want to be, and I'm fucking focused on FE shit because I feel like I want to be certain and I want to make sure everything's good so that like I don't have to worry about anything, right? Anything beyond whatever my, you know, myself basically, which again you would think is like very FI, but it's fucking not according to everyone around here now, you know? And again, it's like crazy. I mean, yeah, you guys have been kind of saying stuff like this for a while, but as soon as Eric does the typing, people are like, oh, it's, you know, SI rants and, you know, this and that. I'm like, you fucking plebes didn't even fucking, you know, I was Mr. NE guy until fucking Eric, whatever. I'm not trying to hate on Eric, but until it fucking types me the fucking reverse thing, and just goes to show how fucking malleable the whole thing is. Because like, oh, suddenly now I'm the SI guy, and now everyone's making fucking jokes about the SI stuff. Yeah, whatever. You're fucking prone, just like me and everyone else, to basically what Winston's mom mentioned is the fucking Forer effect. You see what you want to see. And if you tell me, I guarantee you, if Eric typed me an ENTP, you guys would be like, oh, Mr. NE guy, whoa. Instead, it's fucking SI now because of fucking, ISFJ. Fuck you. Not you, Boba Fett, but, it's just in general, obviously, which I assume you understand. See, and it's even something like that I sort of feel like I have to do almost in a sort of OCD way. It's not like I like to, whatever, right? Look, it's food for thought because it makes me realize, okay, this is like how I'm coming off, and it's like I don't really want to come off this way. So let's try to change that, It's like let's try to be a bit more assertive in the FI world, and see what happens, change the perception a little bit. Because whatever. I get Eric has a very charitable perception of ISFJs. It's good, whatever. But first slot SI, fourth slot NE is not jiving, and fucking FI counter value, no. But FI demonstrative, sure, right? Access to it, sure, absolutely, right? TE polar even kind of makes sense, right? There's a lot that makes sense about it. I'm not going to fucking lie about it, right? But that's also if you have to like really think of it in this like very specific way, ironically, otherwise archetypally a lot of the other things work out just as well, even functionally, absolutely, especially INFP. But whatever, right? I mean, it's like I understand that like FE ignoring whatever, but it's again, I've gotten a lot better at it over time. ISFJs will say, good example. He's super FI. Bobby's good. Well, yeah, I mean, I was just saying that. I'm like, this guy, he's fucking ESTJ or ISTJ or something, I mean, he's not an INTP, and I'm not trying to hate or whatever, but this is like, there's no way, right? There is a lot of FI in there, but what can I say? It's not like it's of course I'm gonna be prone to getting hit in the FI when anything goes down, when there's any conflict, because I do take things to heart, It's definitely really hard for me to just kind of this like whole ironic thing, right? Is like it's actually really hard for me to chill and for things to just kind of roll off my back, I mean, I don't know, maybe if I was better with FI stuff I would or something. I wouldn't give a fuck. But it's like a back and forth kind of thing, to being kind of like fuck everyone, and then I'm kind of like, well, I don't want to be like that, It's literally just like that, right? Fuck you all, and I'm like, oh, but well, I mean, let's not be hardcore here. I'm like a fucking bipolar, you know what I mean? I don't know though. I mean, look, how much of this is really just the human experience, though, right? I mean, it's like, good lord. I mean, I get it. There are some people who are more like assertive or something, right? Or more kind of I mean, I'd like to think of myself as being pretty independent, but in a real way, I mean, it's like first of all, in a practical way, I live at home with my parents. I'm clearly not that independent, right? But in terms of being like an independent thinker or whatever, that kind of thing, having my own independent tastes and in valuing independence and like wanting to be independent, it's like, absolutely, right? You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Astrology helps. I'm sorry, right? But the idea that I'm an Aries sun and a Cancer moon makes so much sense because it's like this desire to be like independent, and that's kind of where my ego is almost at, you know. But my kind of needs, my kind of are in this familial, you know, kind of nurturing realm where, you know what I mean. It's very sensitive, kind of melancholy, you know, and not and pretty like I don't know what's the just kind of soft, I guess, right? But the Aries and the Mars and Mercury, right? It's not just Sun, but it's Mars and Mercury, so it's my action, which is a little bit of a joke, but it's interesting because the energy's there, right? And then the Mercury's in the speech, right? Which is accurate. And then you have Leo rising, so it's like also manifesting as like a, you know, it's like fire, fire, and then you get water. It's like it makes steam. But anyway, that's the dominant thing. You know, the dominant thing in my chart is like fire. You know, it's like kind of bursting and like, yeah, being kind of like a creative individual and things. This is all, you know, corroborated in my chart. You know, but the sort of sensitive melancholy side is the much more is the is it's my inner you might I don't know, right? It's almost INF. I thought of it as being like INFP, but it's kind of ISFJ as well, right? Because there's a familial element as well, you know, the nurturing element, you know. um I mean, honestly, it almost explains myself better than fucking type in some ways, you know. Yeah, people want to fucking hate on astrology. All right, you know, it's like, but you know, anyway, I'm saying though, the funny thing about that is that there's a and bear with me here because the reason I bring it up is literally because it's independence versus dependence, right? It's like it's like I want to be fucking, you know, the leader here, and then I'm just kind of like, but I'm a fucking hermit crab, you know what I mean? Like that's literally like what the, you know, Cancer is. And I'm like, oh man. Like once I found out about that, I was like, all of this stuff I just explained, I was like, damn, there's like a lot to this, you know? I understand it can get a little broad and blah blah blah, but like I was like, whoa, this that adds some dimensions to the thing that I didn't understand were like that are like very real and kind of good, you know? But that's why astrology, I mean, it's literally a cult, you know? And it's like my whole thing is like, no, it's not that astrology is BS. It's that it's actually real. Like, it maybe you don't want to get it too into it because it's gonna you don't want it to like dictate your life. Just like type, and again, Carl Jung, right? You know, inventor of the fucking cognitive functions. At the end of his life, by the end, dude, he's into the occult. He's into astrology. It's all that matters. You know, it's all esoteric. You know, getting into the, you know, whatever, getting into what the planets are doing. You know what I mean? Again, unless you think the space is fake and everything, but I don't know, man. I'm just saying, it's pretty unbelievable. I was sort of like, wow, you know. But anyway, that sort of tug of war, Aries and Cancer, the sun and the moon, they're squared is the thing, by the way, right? So there is, you know, and I'm not saying this is necessarily unique to me. I'm sure a lot of you can kind of relate on some fundamental level, right? But it's a tug of war on the inside, right? And one way of explaining that, well, one way of relating that to the type would absolutely be FI versus FE, right? It's like the self versus the tribe. It's like, you know, I want to do what's good for me, you know, and then it's like, but I want to do what's good for others, you know? Like at the end of the day, you know, the Christ-like thing to do, right? The kind of godly thing to do is to be altruistic, right? It is to be selfless. So there's always going to be that like higher calling that's you have to go beyond yourself, you know? Um to do good, you know? But again, that's the objective element, right? The Kierkegaard thing, the subjective thing, that's all in here, right? That's the FI's in here, the FE's out here, you know? Um but anyway, the FI is like the sort of want, right? The need. And the FE is kind of the thing that you do to kind of Hi, how may I help you? You know, it's like the reaching outwards, you know? So it's the inwards versus the outwards, you know? And that was probably the most fundamental thing that I found from type, specifically FI, where I was like, whoa. I'm like, that's exactly what it is that I do, sometimes at the expense, you know what I mean, of the others, you know? But it's true that it's not like I go out of my way to not be a team player or whatever. I don't know, man. I just think some of these conceptions are off. Like, oh, if you're FI, you're a fucking selfish bitch. Like, dude, honestly though, you're nothing without FI, right? Like, you have to make your own like inner determination, right? Of like what is evil and what is good. And clearly what is good is to be FE in a way, right? God, and that's the thing. I just feel like no one is understanding about my like way of thinking about it. It's like I have FI determined, and I want you guys to, consider this, please. Please, right? Seriously though. My FI calculus, no, it's not even FI. It's fucking TI too. FI and TE. I mean, sorry, FI and TI for me have both subjectively and objectively determined that the literal Christ-like godly thing to do basically is to FE, right? It's to outwardly reach as sort of best as you can to do good, right? Now, in my daily life, I don't do that, right? I know that I need to do it more, but like with my family and whatnot, it's like I don't do shit, man. I don't do anything good, right? But when I come on here, and just like my whole life, it's always been like this, right? It's just kind of like, oh my God, he's so nice, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, because that's a thing that I've like determined that's like the best way to be, and I've been raised with fucking FE people my whole life, and kind of been told that like that's what you gotta do. And it turns out that is what you have to do. And hey, works out pretty well for me in one way, right? Because people like me. But in the other way, people are fucking not understanding what it is I'm doing, right? It's like I'm FI determining and TI determining that the FE stuff is the best course of action. It's the most selfless. It's the most good. The altruistic and good, right? But you do have to have that inner determination to do it, right? Otherwise, it means nothing. Otherwise, you really are. You're just like a shell of a person. And like that's the thing that is so ontologically discomforting about this whole thing, right? It's like, well, what I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I'm making my own calculus though, right? Like there's no it's you know what I mean? Anyway, I had to get this out a little bit because I sort of feel like, this is very crucial in like understanding where I'm coming from. Even if it inevitably does lead to whatever, you fucking think I'm an ISFJ, like that's fine. I mean, it's good. But it's also like, let's not, it's like, let's just sort of understand if that's what's going on and I have access to the FI in that way, and my NE is pretty good, and my SI is not that good. It's only good with certain memory stuff. And honestly, I think my fucking NI is decent. I don't know. It's fucking wonky, dude. It's like, I don't know. But anyway, TI is decent too. TE is not very good. And the SE is pretty horrible, I know that I SI at the expense of SE, that's for sure. But I can't stand doing either of them. Well, mostly SI, in a way. But, I don't know. That's why it doesn't really make that much sense. In some ways, it doesn't make sense. In some ways, it does make sense. But I feel like the most important element here to understand is that I'm explaining right now. It's like that's. Of course, it's better to do good for others. Are you fucking kidding me? But I'm not Mr. Helpful, like help you out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not practical. I'm not. I don't know. I guess maybe that's TE or something. But you know what I mean? Like, it's gonna have to be in some way that's kind of like something I can handle within my fucking specific wheelhouse. It's like maybe I can sort of help to give decent advice or whatever it is. Yeah, it's pretty much as good as it gets. But with time, again, it's like time will tell. I mean, I don't even fucking drive. I don't work. I don't drive. I don't, have a girlfriend. I don't have a family or anything. I just have my, family. And my North Node is in fucking Libra, okay? So my quest, by the way, this is also important, okay? And this is the last thing I'll say about it. Because again, I go here, I'm focusing entirely on myself. And I do feel the need right now, right, to kind of bring it back. Well, because it's been fucking 20 minutes. But it is funny, sort of ironic, right? Because right now I'm thinking, okay, I've been FIing too much. I'm going to time to kind of go back to FE. Let's kind of see what's going on in the chat. What a human being does, okay? It's like, that's what's good. You can't be fucking, yeah, anyway, you get it. You're too focused inwardly. You gotta have a balance. Inward, outward, Within and without, literally, right? So anyway. Selfish, selfless, evil, good. Hey, there's a reason the Satanists worship themselves, you know what I mean? It's, you gotta have your moral compass, but you can't be entirely selfishly defined, or else you're basically fucking satanic. You don't have any higher ethic. You are not, like, as a one being, right? As an individual, you're not the arbiter of things, right? It's like, that's God and Jesus Christ. That's if anything, let's say you're not religious or anything, right? You're secular. Well, then you're especially beholden, right, to a kind of social consensus. You know what I mean? Because that's all there is to you. It's all material. So it's like, well, you better be fucking moral and ethical, right? You know what I'm saying? But the religious thing only just adds the real truth and goodness to it, because it's like, well, of course that's why. It's like, that's why that is, right? It's like, that's why it's good. It's hardwired into you, unless you're a fucking psychopath, to have that balance and to, like, kind of reach outwardly to do good, because you know what I mean. You gotta have a balance there to do good. But I feel like oh, right. So my North Node is in Libra, by the way. And that means my life goal, basically, is to be more helpful, right? To be more, like, good in that specific way, right? So, hey, look, in the end, right, it probably turns out somehow, right, I'm a fucking ISFJ. But the point is, though, is that I'm supposed to be more like an ISFJ. Whether that is actually what I am. And again, type, whatever, it's not what you are, it's beyond type, etc. But, in the sense, though, that it is obviously relevant and sort of is a descriptor of, like, how I am. Maybe not exactly what I am, right, or what anyone is, but how I am and how anyone is. My, like, sort of mission for, like, self-improvement is basically to be more like an ISFJ, or even an ESFJ, or something like that, right? Like, my mom is a Libra, and she's probably a fucking ISFJ or ESFJ, which is hilarious, right? And it's kind of like, so my kind of the Aries thing, sun, right? The Libra, the South Node is to kind of, no, like, don't be too focused on the self and, being, like, bulldozing, right? Almost fucking like TE or something, SE and TE almost, which is interesting, really bizarre, right? But it's also like, whatever you want to call that, okay? But the actual, like, life goal thing for me personally is to be more like FE and to be more, yeah, basically just that, FE. I don't know about FI, but something, right? To just kind of be like, hey, what can I do for you, Which is amazing, because that really is the ultimate good, But it's hilarious, though, because I'm saying, like, that doesn't necessarily point to what I am. It points to, like, what I'm sort of supposed to become in order to do good, which is interesting because it kind of is objective good, but, that's not that way for everybody. Like, I'd be interested to know what you guys, I don't know if this is FE, but I really am curious in a genuine kind of FI way, right? Of, like, what are you guys' sort of North Nodes, right? Because it's like, if you're fucking Gemini or whatever, Scorpio, fucking whatever, you got to be more of this and that. Like, that's very interesting. But it's like, for me specifically, though, my whole thing is that I'm, like, supposed to be more agreeable, supposed to be more kind and things like that. So hey, look, it's very nice of people to say, "Oh, you're ahead of the curve" and whatever. It's like, I don't know about that, right? Maybe, right? But I'm saying the journey of like self-improvement and doing good is literally basically for me to objectively do good for others, right? Like, to be FE basically, right? And in essence, to be less in how I am, or at least kind of how I see myself or something, right? And to be more of the helpful person, right? To be more of this like helpful individual reaching towards the community to do good, right? Take it for what it is, but I'm telling you, right? So it's like, is that what I am, or is that what I'm supposed to be? Well, astrologically, it's what I'm supposed. Well, not, you know what I mean. What I am versus what I'm supposed to be to in order to like do good, to self improve and do good, right? Would be to be more fe basically. I mean, it's brilliant, right? And I'm curious what you guys would have in your charts, because it's like, you know I'd be curious how that manifests in other people, because I can't even see another way that goes like in me. It's directly about the selfish versus the selfless. And literally what it's telling me to do, right, is saying be less selfish, right? Be more selfless, which I see as being the ultimate sort of Christian good. So I'm saying, it's like, looks like I have the objective truth and goodness going on personally. And I guess anyone who has fucking Cancer moon and Aries sun, right? Which is fucking a lot of people. But I'm curious, like, how does that manifest though for like fucking Sagittarius, who's going to be more Cancer? You know what I mean? It would probably be a little bit similar, actually, because it'd be fire, water. But anyway. So anyway. All right, good. I haven't missed too much chat here. Woo! Popping off. Anyway, thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for listening. I'm kind of just, popping off, obviously. Going in. I don't know. I think all this stuff, I don't know, man. I might even I mean, I kind of wish more people were here to kind of get the vibe, but it is what it is. Passionate people out there. I'm okay. John County German guy. I mean, well, I'll check this link in a second. Well, I didn't realize you're an ISFJ. Were you typed by Eric? Eric just handing out ISFJ typings like hotcakes, right? Amazing. See, I was sort of curious, but see, it's not really that I wouldn't exactly immediately think of you as being like an ISFJ. I'm just kind of like, since when is everybody fucking ISFJ? Like, the fuck? You know what I mean? It's like, what? Excuse me, like, I don't know. Anyway, it's possible. FE back, ignoring polar or unconscious may fail to pick up on certain cues or be completely blind to them. Too polars. We're too willing to give others control because of our to give others control of our narrative because of lower vibe. Here's all this. Leave or why though? How? I mean, it's like TE is just sort of depending on how there's different ways to even look at what TE is. Eric has like a very specific conception of it. It's like FI is what you want and TE is like how you get it, And I've always identified with the Jimi Hendrix line where he says, I know what I want, but I just don't know how to go about getting it, So in other words, it's kind of like I have access to the FI, but I have less access to the TE, And like that rings true, Whether it's INFP or ISFJ, you know? Um, but I would think, like, where I kind of fully self-actualized, I would probably give much less of a crap about people's thoughts about these things and whatever, and just kind of be like, well, whatever. Kind of be able to be a little bit more chill and let it roll off my back. Which is sort of a goal I have in mind, no pun intended, right? But anyway, it's kind of like, I think of the TE stuff as being a little bit like brute facts and logic kind of stuff, or results oriented. It's just hard to know exactly, well, is it the actualization of it, or the concrete, like the facts and logic themselves? Because I tend to think of it as like data and statistics and things, you know? I mean, I get that the TI, it sort of seems like the TI is like the equation, or sorry, the kind of whatever the equations, and then it's kind of like the TE is the result. The parts, the TI is kind of the parts, the TE is kind of like the sum. But the and then as Chris said, bro, he typed me for free, and at the end he said, so what type do you think you are? And I said INFP, and he was like, sure, that makes sense. And that was the session. So what made you think you're ISFJ? Like what made you flip from NE tool to NE4 and to SI Dom, which I guess is not the most wild jump, but it's like the FE though, like oh man. And I can never find any fucking ISFJs that are like this sounds very similar to my experience. He never years ago he was like, oh, you're I got into my whole, have you heard my story, whatever, my whole arc, because it's not even, look, I basically years ago he was like, oh, well, you're not a very talkative ENFP in the whereby, and that was only because Taylor and this other chick, very kind of domineering presences were there. I barely knew Eric, but I wound up catching him at the end. Anyway, that's the only reason I wasn't very talkative, but then later I wound up kind of going into the chats a little bit more in the last like 2 years, right? And he was kind of saying like, there was at least one time where he was like, oh, I think you're an INFP, dude. Like, I feel very super, because I said like tisk at something he said, and then he was like, oh, you might be an INFP, dude. Like, I feel very supervised by that comment. And I'm like, okay, well, obviously that's not, enough to judge, right? But that's what he said. Then I started streaming last year, and he started saying, you're 100% an ENTP, this and that. And then people were kind of speculating, and then finally I did the typing session only like 2 weeks ago, a little less than 2 weeks ago, and he was like, no, you're actually an ISFJ. It's like, because I didn't do that great on the TI questions, but he felt like, but I was able to demonstrate it though in how I speak, and he didn't really test my NE very much. Like, he gave like one hypothetical example, and I thought that we were going to kind of build off of it, but it didn't really go anywhere. Well, first he gave the Inky Pinkies, and then he gave like 2, I gave 2, and then, to be honest, I didn't do that great, but then he gave one, then he kind of gave a hypothetical scenario to build off of that took him like a really long time to explain, and I was just kind of like, okay, and then I got it, and I'm like, okay, so then I added an element, and I thought we were going to go back and forth, but then next thing you know, he's like, I know, like, I know what you are, you're an ISFJ. And it was fucking irritating because I knew that what I was saying sounded a bit like that. I was sort of like very aware of it, That's why I kind of want to do another typing session at some point. But yeah, then this ISFJ thing came up, and I'm like, fucking, some of it, it's like, some of it doesn't make sense, and some of it does, I'm kind of like, but I'm torn. And, it's like, suddenly, what a surprise. Everyone's thinking of me as Mr. like NE guy. Some people still are not convinced, obviously, right? But there's plenty of people. But, there's like, suddenly the way I'm speaking, the things I'm saying are all very NE. And then, suddenly it's all SI. Very interesting, right? Yeah, okay. You know what I mean? It takes fucking 2 seconds. But anyway, that was the whole thing. So now it's switched. It's flipped because it's like he's just not willing to see the FI or something. He said it's a joke, lol. I'm kidding. I definitely think I'm INFP. Hmm. Oh wait, I also misread what you were saying about we are too willing to give others control of our narrative because of low FI. I thought you were saying like we are not willing to give others control of our narrative because of low Fi. Isn't all this is TAE polar? No, the thing is like I just get bent out of shape about feeling like misunderstood in this way. You know, I mean, it's like no one controls. Obviously, like no one controls my narrative, and the people who my family and the people who are like closest to me, for example, right, definitely do not think of me as an ISFJ. But Eric and I guess a few people now that Eric has said this, that, are going to think of me as an ISFJ because we get along and the TI isn't that great, so ISFJ. But like archetypally, it doesn't really make sense. Functionally, some of it does make sense, like I've said, right? I could easily be TE polar, right? But yeah, inevitably though, the narrative thing is up to me, which is good, but I'm also just sort of like, motherfuckers, right? I'm like you're not seeing me for me, you know what I mean? And some people do, and some people still see it, but now I'm fucking not even sure. It was never even a question to me, right? For years, you know what I mean? I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm an ENFP, and then I'm probably and then I realized in like 2020, I was like, oh, you know what though, I'm probably an INFP, and Polar SE makes a lot more sense. Then suddenly I'm going on stream, I'm an ENTP now, but then because of Eric, and then now I'm an ISFJ because of Eric. But if of course it has led to some interesting thought, you know, to some interesting thoughts. I mean, to have thought of things. Not only that, by the way, but John and some in Melting Zero had thought that I was ISTJ, but after further, deliberation, no pun intended, Melting Zero is still convinced I'm INFP, and John is like 50-50. But I think the Eric typing, I'm sure, is whatever he was like, yeah, the SI stood out, whatever, I'm sure. But again, which is not how I see myself as being at my best, right? I mean, of course, I want to have good SI and all that. And my memory is good. But everything else sucks. The routine and all the whatever. I mean, I do have my certain routine. It's just it's interesting, right? But it's kind of like, but this SI shit gives me so much like grief. Here I go. It's just all these perspectives, right? But like Lou says, the water you swim in, I'm sure, but it kind of doesn't make sense. It's like with Eric, right? It's like, okay, you're good at NE though, right? I don't know. It fucking pisses me off. And it's like, you know, fair enough. I'm fucking mentally ill, displaying as a fucking ISFJ now. Rest in peace. Rest in fucking peace. You know what I mean? No, but you know the ISTJ thing, right? So I've basically considered myself now from four perspectives. You know, um, especially it's like of course with Eric, it's like a very momentous occasion. After all this time, it's like finally, right? And I'm not just gonna discount it because I just didn't get the fucking type I wanted. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't think I talked about mowing the lawn. I uh I said this in another stream though. Like Ruben had asked me, "Oh, like don't you feel like accomplished after doing the typing?" And I was like, "Honestly, like not really. I'd probably feel more accomplished if I did something good that like I know I need to do, like fucking mowing the lawn." And I think maybe that's what you're talking about. Anyway, I don't know. You fooled me, Chris Chapin. I'm just gonna call you Chris. I don't need to keep saying your full name, if you don't mind. Fe for you. But I'm saying, dude, honestly, fucking ridiculous. I mean, I'm just saying it wasn't even it until I started doing the stream. It wasn't even like a second thought kind of thing. But then it's like now I've been considering things from this like other perspective that like definitely has its weight, right? And I suppose ISFJ is like a bit closer than ISTJ, right? Um, because I'm definitely more TE polar than FE polar, right? But it's like, and it's coming from Eric. Been watching him for fucking years. I've been around here talking to everybody for years, right? So it's like, wow, it's like I finally got the typing, and it's completely something I've never considered, right? So of course I'm gonna fucking consider it. Sorry, I don't mean to like whatever. I just saw the audio input going on the red. But I'm just saying it's like, oh, I'm FE now because I'm considering it. Like, no shit, I'm considering it. First of all, I have nothing else to fucking do, right? I mean, I should, again, right? There's plenty of good I have to do. But, it's like, of course I'm going to fucking consider it. You know? I'm like, oh shit, I'm coming off SIFE instead of fucking NEFI. Like, what the hell? Oh, shit! You know what I mean? Like, when did this happen? Who's this guy? I mean, look, I get whatever. I'm probably like just putting too much weight in this fucking bullshit system. It's not like it changes who I am, but it absolutely is fucking, relevant. I've always had a very good like my self-conception, right? And like others' conception of me has always been pretty congruent. Like the only one thing that's ever been kind of misunderstood has been people thinking that I'm like way nicer and like more good than I really am. Fucking ISFJ. That's what people think. But then, Eric's idea is like, well, that's because you're FEing and then, people don't know exactly the real you or something. It's like, okay, but I don't not know the real me. That's the reason I mention it is to say, well, make sure you're getting the real me out of the situation. You could just fucking make a case for this shit all day long. I mean, look, I'm definitely not an ENTJ. I'm definitely not an ISTP. You know what I mean? There are like a few types towards the bottom of the list. But look, I'll be honest with you. ISFJ was always in the middle of the list for me. You know what I mean? But it was never something like a serious consideration. It's kind of like that just doesn't make sense, right? But now, at least based on a session, one typing session, based on the way that I performed during that, it's like, he's convinced that I'm ENTP. Everyone else starts being convinced I'm ENTP. And then, after the official typing session, I'm ISFJ. And now he's convinced I'm ISFJ. And now everyone's convinced I'm ISFJ. And to be honest, it's kind of fucking bullshit. But everything is like all good until it like gets into that, Because then I'm kind of like, ha ha, and I'm honestly, people, I'm fucking done with it. I've seen it already. People are kind of joking about it, how's the SI Dom doing? I'm like, you're fucking stupid. All you're doing is you haven't even watched my fucking stream. You know what I mean? I'm saying though, honestly, right? I'm not going to like fucking snap at someone if they watch my stream for hours and, you know, whatever, and they're fucking, they know me well, and you know, all of that, and they're like, hey man, you know, honestly, I think your ISFJ, it's like your SI is way too, is really good, your fucking FE is really good. It's like, you know, dude, um your ISFJ, like, that's, I'm not gonna flip my fucking lid, okay, you know. But it's like, talk to me when you've, you know, gotten that real, the amazing truth and reality out of the situation. What's up, Winston's mom? Sorry, I'm a little, you know, whatever going in here. It just kind of got started. I guess I hadn't talked about type for long enough, you know. It's not Boba Fett's fault, but he brought up type stuff. He was like, "Oh, are you gonna do another typing session with someone?" Gets me going for another fucking 2 hours. That's all he had to do, right? And then I'm like, "Well, here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it." I don't even know, man. Yeah, and then I got into um finally you're here now, right? So you understand what I'm saying, Winston's mom. Like, I was getting into astrology, how I'm like, honestly, right? If people aren't gonna fucking listen to that, then I'll explain it to you in astrology. Like, nothing was more sort of impact. First of all, nothing was more impactful to me, right, when learning about type, than FI, right? And like kind of the understanding of like FI and FE stuff and like what that is, you know. Um, then secondly, in terms of like astrology, it would like definitely appear that I'm something of an FI individual whose mission in some way is to like be more selfless, you know? Um, which is objectively good, right? And that's why I was wondering, like, well, I wonder what other people's, you know, placements are, because I can't even imagine a more, you know, I mean, think of the, you know, it's to be altruistic, you know, but it implies though that I'm inherently not altruistic, right? Which is, look, I'm fine with that, you know. I do see that as real. I see that as like the journey, you know. I just don't know. It just seems like people are only getting half of the equation. Oh, you know, it's, you're so nice and chill. Okay, wait till I'm screaming at you, you know? Watch how quick it's going to change, you know? But believe me, it's the worst, you know, thing of my life, you know, is to be like that, you know? And that's FI shit. Like, it's to it's to have that kind of emotion and to also genuinely feel bad about it, you know? It ain't no FE shit, you know? Just like with everything else. You know, basically, I was saying, I've basically FITI calculated that it's the most good to basically try to be more selfless, you know? Um, you know, and furthermore, this astrological stuff, you know, corroborates it, right? It's like fucking Libra North Node, you know, balancing for it's. This is what Winston's mom says. You know, it's like scrolling through comments now. Libra North Node, balancing fairness to yourself and to the tribe. You see, you guys. No, but you know, seriously, you know, a diplomatic lesson and a reminder to put on your own to put your own oxygen mask on first. Yeah, but the Libra is about putting the oxygen mask on everybody else, you know, before before yourself, right? You know, 4 7 something. Any, I don't know if you're talking about if you mean Enneagram, right? But look, it could even be just be like, hey, well, the Enneagram explains it. Like a 9-4-7 or a 9-4-6, probably even more realistically. Unfortunately, 6-wing-7. Maybe probably 9-4-6, 6-wing-7, maybe 9-4-7. 7-wing-6. But the 4 is definitely there, and it's fucking. It's part of it, right? It's the 9 tribe kind of thing, chill, right? The 4 is like, no, like self uniqueness. And then the 6 and the 7 are just fucking worrying and sampling. You know what I mean? Basically. Literally. That's a pretty good summary. So good. Anyway, I'm proud of that one. That was good. But the yeah, but there's that push and pull in there though, right? With the 9 and the 4. And it's similar to the Aries Cancer thing, right? It's just kind of like it's like me, like but everyone else. You know what I mean? It's like don't just be focused on yourself. You got to don't just like try to do good for yourself. You got to try to do good for other people, you know? And especially with the cancer thing, it's perfectly relevant because it has to do with like family, which is like incredibly important to me. Thing is, I don't do that stuff because I'm fucking lazy and selfish. Oh God, enough, enough, CJs. I'm fucking smacking myself. Anyway, thank you to those who are sticking around for the mental breakdown. No, believe me, if I was fucking going hard, you'd know it. But I am ranting, okay? I am ranting and raving a little bit right now. I know. I understand, right? Because the FI and the FE are so good. But look, honestly, here's the thing. I know when I'm FIing and I know when I'm FEing. It is what it is. So fuck you. You don't know me. No, I don't know. Dude, it's possible, right? People are like, no, it's one or the other. All right, case in point. Consider the idea that, you like me because of my FI and not because of my FE, right? It's like, in what way am I acquiescing to, like, I don't know. Whatever. I'm saying I've got good FE, but, I'm, like, consistently myself, though. It's true, because I get, like, jarred. I get, like, discomfited by the idea of, like, It's like, honestly, I would say the main aspect of the sort of ISFJ typing that bothers me is some idea of being like an empty shell of a person who's like acquiescing myself to the other to the, point of not knowing myself. And that's like just a very ontologically discomforting idea to me. Even more so would be ESFJ, which fucking pisses me off, by the way, too, because I know that if I do another typing session and then I do well on the NE test, which I can and will, by the way, especially if I get a softball like Oliver Linehan, right? I'm going to be typed as an ESFJ, which is going to be even fucking worse because I'm not FI ignoring, right? It's fucking bullshit. And I'm not NI polar, right? Fucking bullshit. I'm saying, though, that's what's gonna happen, right? I know it. Okay, so your NE is a little bit better than I thought. I think you might actually be an ESFJ. Fucking shoot myself. And I've made that joke twice, and I don't mean to fucking be so dramatic, but it's like, seriously, you know what I mean? But what it really comes down to, though, is me having to be like this. You know what I need to do? All right. Well, thank you very much, Eric. Sorry, that's funny. No, it's crazy though, guys, because honestly, a year ago, I was saying the same thing when Michael Smith was saying everyone's getting raped by being typed and mistyped. I was saying the same thing. I was saying, well, you got to be a little bit detached. Look, I understood and I understand the whole thing of getting attached to it. I've never pretended that I'm not attached to it. But I did, before being typed, have this idea. I'm like, you're just gonna be a little bit detached about it. Especially if you're a type person, you gotta just be like, well, thank you for having me, Eric. I appreciate it. Blah, 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 right? Like all professional. And now here I am, fucking a year later after finally being typed, and I'm like, what the fuck? I've been raped. I'm kidding, obviously, but you know what I mean? Fucking so I don't mean to be a hypocrite about it. It's just, but this is the amazing truth and reality of the situation, right? You don't know until it's happened to you. Nah, I'm joking, but you know what I mean, though? I'm like, oh, certainly and not in that extreme of a way, but I'm saying I'm like, not being so gracious or something. Um, you're being very reluctant, right? Or very kind of resistant. Instead of doing exactly what I thought I should do and what I should do, which is to do what is to be like to be like this. Wow, okay, yeah, that's very interesting. All right, thank you very much, Eric. Just fucking not care. Fucking move on. It's like it doesn't change anything. Plus, he's got a very, positive conception of not just me, but of the type. And like it's good, you know? But inevitably, I feel like misunderstood and then, I'm getting pissed off. Not because of him necessarily, but because of like whatever, people saying fucking shit. Which I get it. Everyone's been fine. I'm serious. No one's fucking really bothering me. It's just funny, right? It's funny. It's funny how the conception changes, right? And it's like, well, here we go, right? SI Dom suddenly. Fucking no one was saying that 2 weeks ago. Wasn't a single damn person. Wasn't a single damn person saying that about a week ago. About 2 weeks ago. Now suddenly everyone's saying it. What's up with that? Right, because you're all fucking subject to the Forer effect, just like me. The second you get something that's and you consider the perception, especially if you're fucking more open, you're kind of like, well, damn, it's like, wow, I didn't really, think of it that way, you know? Anyway, it's easier said than done, right? Especially when you're kind of attached, right? See, I thought I wasn't that attached, but that was very easy for me to say when I thought I knew what type I was, or at least, when I felt whatever, very confident, right? It didn't take very long for a certain confidence to be, well, maybe you're, ENFJ, maybe you're ENTP, maybe I'm like, oh, fuck me. I didn't realize it was so debatable. Which I guess it always is, right? But again, I always thought of myself like my self perception and others' perception as being like very congruent, And then I go on the stream and hanging around Eric's stuff, and suddenly it's like, oh wow, there's actually like very different ideas of what I'm doing. Like, it's like, no, you're TIFE. It's like, oh shit. And then it's like, even that I'm not exactly opposed to. Maybe not polar FI, right? But the SINE placement though, and yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, okay. I'm a little kind of like, what? And maybe you guys can illuminate me a little bit. Like, what's this deal with you're countervaluing FI or you're demonstrating FI? They sound like completely different things, you know? Because there's no way that I'm countervaluing FI. I'm definitely demonstrating it because I have it, because I have access to it. Whatever. The fuck does that even mean? Access to my own feelings? Oh, you mean you're a human being? Fuck you. I don't have access to my feelings. Oh, so you're a psychopath. Well, no, I'm not a psychopath. It's because I'm fairness. Uh, mm, okay, but you don't even know how you feel about anything? No, because I operate on an objective calculus. Disinterested calculus or objective calculus. I'm like, oh, shit. Good for you. Wow. I didn't realize that you're a supercomputer. Look, I'm sorry. I just, you know, I've said this from the beginning. It's not like a new thing. You know, I've even said it to Eric. I'm like, I don't even know that a disinterested calculus exists. And when I said that, he said, "Well, that's a very ENTP idea of thinking about it. You're even questioning what a disinterested calculus is." Oh God. It's like, look, you and everyone's just gonna see what you want to see, you know? It's like, no. I'm telling you, everyone. I don't know. Look, I'm not the type expert. He really is. He's got years on me. That's fine. It's good. I'm just saying. Insincerely, I mean, I'm just saying. I know I say that a lot, but it's like I'm just saying. No, the access to the FI is palpable though, and everyone is prone to that subjectivity. Maybe people. I understand. Some people are less aware of it. Some people are more aware of it. Whatever. At the very least, I'm more aware of it. You know? So in that sense, fuck everyone else. It's FI. But I'm saying though, if I am going to make the leap though into other people, which maybe I shouldn't do, one time I said something about it with Melting Zero, and he was kind of like, "Hey, you don't know that that's good." Because what I was saying was clearly it's better to have an objective calculus, right? But him and his conception of me as an INFP, he kind of jumped on me and was like, Ruben was there, and he was like, "Hey, like, no, that's your bias though," because, and what he was inevitably getting at though is it's actually a very painful thing, right, to like not know one's own feelings, and furthermore, it doesn't necessarily make you a psychopath, basically. And it's like that in and of itself is a very ontologically discomforting idea. So don't put your frame bias on that, right? In Eric speak. And I was kind of like, I immediately got it, especially because of the conversations we had. And I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, look, you're right, okay? And then he was kind of like, oh, I'm sorry for, he was like, well, okay. He was like, sorry for kind of jumping down your throat there. And I was like, it's fine. And he was like, oh, okay. And it was fine. But I'm saying in this moment, I'm catching myself. I'm saying, look, I know I got to give me pause and think about that and whatever. But I'm just saying it sounds way fucking better, especially when you hear how, ENFPs are basically just wrong ENTPs, right? Like always, I mean, maybe they're better counselors sometimes or something, right? But that's about as good as it gets, Maybe some good artists. I don't know. I'm just saying. But the objective calculus thing, like, that's incredibly crucial and important, right? So it's like, sure, in that way, it's like good to be ISFJ. It's like, in some way, right? It's better to be soft and objective than soft and subjective. I mean, at least I'm aiming towards objectivity and aiming towards good in that way. But it's inevitably, I believe that we all start from the subjective and work towards the objective. And I remember I said that in Eric's chat once, and someone, guess what someone said to me when I said that? I said, I think everyone starts from the subjective and then works towards the objective. Guess what someone says? Are you an ENFP? Fuck you. Anyway, I'm sorry, Chris. Yes, Chris is an astonishingly talented musician, music guy of this world. He's ahead of his time, and he's on a path that fascinates me. Thanks for the follow on SoundCloud, by the way, Chris. I followed you back. Yeah, what's his mom? He says your rising sign is the mask you wear in public. It's how others see you. But it's actual absolute facts. Winston's mom is a safe place to go for internet mom validation, proven facts. Speaking of which, I probably said that because you said it. Fe. No, but I was thinking that too. Absolutely truth. Amazing truth in reality. Um. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I meant. Okay. All right. What's up, Mr. Bobby? It's crazy too, though, because it's like I don't know. I guess I'm kind of tired, but it's like I was literally ready to wrap it up. Suddenly, we started talking about type, but now I'm a little bit like energized. Like I've kind of been on one tonight. I didn't even smoke any weed or anything. It's just some caffeine, you know. I'm just fucking. I slept a shitload, and then I've just like been drinking caffeine and stuff. I'm just ready to go. We started talking about type. First of all, I hopped on earlier. Oh man, it's so good. Tonight went hard. I'll be honest though. I'm a little embarrassed about going off about type right now for so long. But what can I say? It does bother me a bit. Clearly. Fucking kidding me? Why? Because to a handful of reasons, but I'll just give the main two, right? One, because I put off the typing session for so long. The and basically it's Eric. It's the basically one. Eric is a legend, right? Two, because my self conception and my conception of others have always been very congruent, and now suddenly they don't feel very congruent, and it's causing me a bit of ontological discomfort. Okay, that's the amazing truth and reality of the situation. If I'm keeping it very simple, so that's all. That's all it is. Well, it's interesting that you relate to that, Bobby. I mean, sometimes I don't even know. I almost am like, I mean, what we were talking about yesterday. I'm like, man, this guy got some firm up as a commercial that just came up Faith and Family, so good. Oh, I'll never stop defending that stuff, but it's like at the end of the day though, you come through with this I don't even know, man, kind of an STJ vibe, if I'm going to be honest, where it's kind of like firmly kind of planted in that you're not going to budge in that way, like, which is good. I don't think of myself as being that budgy, you know, but I definitely have a certain proclivity to sometimes beat around the bush or maybe sugarcoat a little bit, you know. I've been decent about it tonight, practically just because of our conversation, and just because I felt like I was like, well, let's go in a little bit. Although some of it was just happenstance. Like it started off as just being like talking about this stuff, and then I started kind of going in about other stuff. But again, I still kind of felt bad about some of it, right? Like going off on just fucking dumb celebrities and stuff. But I don't know. It's nothing that new. I'm just saying I do like to keep it, chill and good. I don't want to be like being too judgmental, and all of that. You know, so they can very much come off as fe. Anyway, my point is that you kind of seem like less fe than me in that way, right? And you're kind of like saying though right now, agreed, CJ, because people assume one is a pushover just because we're nice, happens to be in real life. I'm kind of like, oh, it's interesting, it's like that kind of, and I mean genuinely, it's interesting. I just didn't really know that was like something that you'd run into. I mean, I guess I got an inkling of it or something. I mean, we've talked about a lot of stuff, right? But where that kind of thing comes up a little bit. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe you've had to work on it a little bit or something. I get that. Absolutely. And if the thing is about Eric, by the way, is like I can't even be mad at him or whatever, right? Because it's like it's a good typing, especially for that session. And furthermore, he not only has like a good, conception of the type, but like a good conception of me, right? It's like, he sees me as like his dual. He sees me as like similar to his like best friend who again has like a very he's relatively creative, he's relatively artistic, all this stuff. It's just kind of like a good person vibe, right? That I very much so enjoy, right? It's just archetypally and functionally to some extent, there's just a lot to kind of that doesn't, some of it doesn't make sense and some of it does make sense. But inevitably I'm bothered for the reasons I mentioned, right? It's like, because he's a legend, and also because it's a bit ontologically discomforting. It's like, so I'm thinking of myself as being more like FINE guy, and then it's like, no, you're actually SIFE guy. It's like kind of completely different. I'm like, oh damn. The thing is though, is I feel like I fucking hate SIFEing. God damn. Sorry, I don't mean to curse. I especially try not to do that kind of cursing, taking the Lord's name in vain and stuff. Sorry, guys. Got me popping. I'm popping off tonight because I'm fucking sick of the bullshit. I'm sorry to curse again, but it's mostly that kind of. I mean, I'm trying not to curse in general, but mostly that kind of stuff. Like this stuff with like God and Jesus Christ and stuff. I don't want to curse in that way. You know what I mean? But oh my gosh. Very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Sometimes it slips. Sorry, guys. Sorry, God and Jesus Christ. Literally, though. Sorry, thank you, God and Jesus Christ. Amen. But yeah, seriously, though, it's been like 5 different people at work I've had to confront because they borderline disrespect me due to treating me like a pushover just because I'm genuinely nice. Yeah, I gotta say, it's almost a little bit surprising. Scotch. Alright, let me just catch up here. Who's Amy? Yeah, enough about the stuff. I'm catching up. Thank you, Bobby. Amazing truth and reality. Appreciate that. So it's like, well, that's what Boba Fett was saying. All types can be good or bad. You must be a law for it to keep on you. How do you feel? Someone said you were ISFP. CJ, how did it feel? Well, it's like, Karma's Pimp mentioned this, and I was kind of like, well, obviously that has a cool factor in terms of being like the artist or the painter or whatever, but polar NE doesn't really make sense, right? And then he was like, oh, they're not polar NE, and I was like, yeah, they are. And then he was like, oh yeah, you're right. So I don't know what he thinks now, but well, it wouldn't quite fit because of the SE, and it would not quite fit because of the NE, right? But I suppose it would. It's lower on the list than ISFJ in terms of reality, right? In terms of like amazing truth and reality, which is a little bit unfortunate, right? But I gotta, in the service of being objective, right? I gotta be real, right? It's like, it probably kind of makes more sense that I'd be ISFJ than ISFP. But obviously, I would probably think it's like a lot cooler or whatever, right? To be ISFP. Like, I mean, what do you, clearly. Not to act like it's so obvious, but you guys know how it is. And look, I understand there's a lot of misinformation out there, but I've been into this stuff for years, okay? The one that I'm going to be like the one that's like more realistic is ISFJ, but the one that's more like optimistic or something is ISFP, you know, in the terms of like in terms of like, oh wow, that's pretty cool that you think I'm ISFP, you know what I mean? It's like, whoa, that's kind of badass. I mean, maybe not like super badass, but enough to kind of be like, oh wow, like that's dope. Whoa. Um, but I would know that it's not, you know what I mean? It's not really realistic. It's more like optimistic. Because SE Tool and NE Polar make no sense. And I'm sure other things if I thought about it a little more. But those are the main things that stick out most obviously. Anyway, where's the image to others that bothers you more? So you're not being a sexy type. Nah, man. I mean, I'm telling you, it's it's not. I don't know. I mean, right? It's kind of like everyone knows it's not sexy, but it's also not accurate. Well, some of it's accurate, right? Some of it's not accurate. Some of it is accurate. What can I say? I mean, I guess I'll say this: if it was like if I could find even like all right, look. There's so many things I could say, right? But what I kind of want to say is like it if like archetypally like okay, even if people are all getting it wrong, right? Basically, except Eric, that like for every like 20, 50 things that I've read, right? And seen, right? And how people I have seen people that generally are ISFJ, how they act. Um if if I could look to anything other than them being like kind of calm, chill, sort of dutiful, and kind of just like good people, right? Don't get me wrong; those are all really good things. They're way more important in terms of just like being a good person. Um, I just think, look, I'm just gonna be honest. I think it would go a long way, though, if yeah, if the conception wasn't so wildly different from that which I look towards, not even just in a self-identifying way, but in a way of like identifying with others, you know? Like and I'll admit, it's like it's probably true that Eric has maybe the best conception out there, but it's quite generous, right? It's like no. Like no. No, I mean, yes, but no. No from me. It's going to be a no from me, dog. So, okay, so in other words, if I could just find um more than like maybe a handful of people that are like yeah, people that I can say are more than like just what I just described, like calm, chill, dutiful and good in that way. Um like artists and like people that I really look to and I'm kind of like, wow, like that person is literally me. You know how people are when you watch movies, you listen to music, so you're like, wow, this is literally me. It's like kind of a meme. It's like my whole life, it's always been like INFPs and people. I'm kind of like, yes, they get me. I get them. I know what's going on. Yeah, a lot of them are way too soft and too subjective, they can be way too prone to whatever nonsense. Sometimes they wind up getting down that SJW type path or whatever. That's not really me. Um, but I get what they're doing. I know what's going on, and I'm inevitably. I feel at least the NFs. I'm kind of like, yes, these are like my people, you know. Um, Oh, okay. So basically though, like if you were gonna if there were like just like more ISFJs that I could point to and just be like, yes, literally me, you know, like amazing truth and reality, right? Then I would honestly, it would go way, it would literally would like, you know what I mean? It would just like skyrocket um, my my conception or whatever, my relation to it, obviously. But you know what I mean. The legitimacy of it, it would really skyrocket like the importance with which I give it. I could be, wow, I'm like, you know what? I didn't know that so and so is an ISFJ. Wow, amazing truth and reality. Like they're really one of these people I super like relate to. You know, practically no one. I'm sorry to the ISFJs. You know, I mean, look, maybe that's how it works. You know, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't be who you maybe it's like, you know, you can't be who you kind of in some way look up to. You know, I don't really like to use that term, you know, because it's kind of like, well, I don't know that I'm necessarily looking up to INFPs. I mean, I'm not exactly looking up to Kurt Cobain or anything, you know what I mean? Doing heroin and killing myself, you know? No, again, and this is, you know what I mean, going in both directions. No offense to INFPs, right? It's like, but you know, it's like it's not good, right? Be the David Bowie, you know, to be an artist is dysfunctional. It's like, well, first of all, it's not even necessarily true. But David Lynch, another David, and who's friends with David Bowie, you know, a lot of people think of him as being an INFP, and he always talks about how being depressed is bad for the creative process, and it's just bad, obviously, but it's like it's you can't like it's bad for the creative process, and that having a good routine is you know crucial to not only again that it's good but also that it's good for the creative process, you know. Sorry, and again, generally speaking, he's one of these guys I'm kind of like, other than a few things, I don't like how he keeps to him. He doesn't. He's a little bit occultic in that way. He doesn't like to reveal stuff, and he doesn't realize it's like, okay, dude. But I realize what he's doing, right? It's like, okay, he's basing everything he's doing on his like personal life, and doing abstract impressions of it. It's all dream world stuff. You know, it's like I get it, right? And it's like that's why he's one of my favorite artists. You know, I could go on and on, but he's just a good example though, because if you didn't know better, you'd be like, oh wow, like but what he is basically an INF. He's an old man who's like very integrated with his SI. You know, I mean that's what it is. You know, and it's good SI too. It's not fucking shitty like unhealthy SI like me, just like focusing on like, oh, I gotta fucking sleep for 24 hours. The fuck, dude, get up. You know what I mean? Like, you kidding me? But the only stuff that makes me want to really get up is doing stuff like that. Anyway, it's supposed to be more like, you know, I want to tend more to my family and I want to do all these kind of practical things. Yeah, you know. But the stuff that's getting me up out of bed is basically doing the stream and doing any kind of like sort of artistic type creative type stuff, you know. And then you're going to tell me that's not actually what you're good at. You're actually good at what you fucking hate. Wow. That's a little bit rough. It's like you're good at what you hate and you're bad at what you love. And I know that's not exactly like what's being said, but this is kind of what's being said. Not that Eric is saying it, not that like you guys are saying it, but just look at the archetypes, look at the functions, look at the people, look at the artists, look at the people. They are not Whatever. You get it. So, to answer your question, right? If I could honestly even just find more people to look to and be like, oh, yes, like me. Yes, literally me. Then I would absolutely be kind of like, well, there's something to it. Other than a few things of understanding, I get it. This is how I manifest, and this is how, how the typing session went. Ha ha. Ha ha. Joke's on me. You said you weren't going to care about it. You said you're supposed to be detached about it. What happened to that? Because I'm attached. I'm fucking attached to it. Been into this shit for fucking years. Watching Eric for fucking years. I'm having a fucking nervous breakdown. I'm I'm not. I'm just, I'm good. But I'm just saying though, it's got to come out. The truth is got to, come out. But, I think I'm being pretty objective about it. Objective about my subjectivity. Not so much subjective about my objectivity, but objective about my subjectivity. Absolutely. Literally. But what are you going to do? It's like if the conception is wildly different, of course I'm going to be forced to reassess. Doesn't matter how unglamorous it is. But it's very much so, and I hate to make it whatever, FI relational, but it is relational. It's the best word I've, found for it. It's like, well, I know it's relational in the way of like relationships, but it's that and it's sort of being relatable. I just seem to get that. I intuitively feel. I grok that language. Even if I think a lot of them are fucking, yeah,